Etta ever got in a game even at his peak. That's building blocks. Caleb Killian, okay, there's tools there. There's a toolbox there. Not of concepts, Mark Trestman, but there's clearly stuff there that we're going to get to see more of. And this is, I'd love to find the quote, but Jed Hoyer said something about like the outer edges or like the periphery, the beginning of what they think their pitching infrastructure is starting to produce, and that kind of gets exciting. Ian Happ's going to join us in just a couple of moments. We're going to talk Cubs. We're going to talk White Sox with Josh Nelson at 10:25. You're not going to want to miss the Midday Midway today. It is a special Midday Midway story. Sean Highkin on NBA at 11. Bulls talk thereafter. 312-644-6767. That is the Score listener line powered by BetQL. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today or visit BetQL.com as we broadcast live from the Hyundai Score studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Your emails go to Bernstein Show at 670thescore.com. Listen to us live at 670thescore.com. Texting in the text zone, brought to you by Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin. Save time, shop online at rosenhyundai.com. You text, we reply. Message and data rates may apply. Twitter is at Bernstein Show. You can follow me at Dan_Bernstein. Make sure you download the Odyssey app to stream the Score on your mobile devices. There's Facebook, and there's Twitch. It is twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. And that Twitch feed not only has the cameras that show us here in studio, it's got a chat that goes on as things happen. And Connor O'Donnell and Evan Thomas direct the video feed, and they moderate the chat as well. Rick Camp's our executive producer. Mike Rankin is our sound guy. Brandon Fryer in the back, helping out, doing what he does. Keep it here. Ian Happ is going to join us to talk some Cubs baseball next on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Cubbies.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. An Odyssey station.
This segment is brought to you by Whole Foods Market.
By the way, did you guys, I'm looking at, I don't usually look at Twitch, but it's up, and so I'm looking at it as it fires through. Yes, the answer is yes. Just because of our conversation yesterday, I am wearing my Target purchased Nirvana t-shirt today.
Yes!
Underneath my second best hoodie. So I feel good about this today.
Your second best. And how often do those rankings come out, and what are the criteria?
Well, I had to say second best because yesterday I told you guys I was wearing my best hoodie, the blue fatigue from Target.
Did you know that Dave has a command in Twitch?
Does he?
Yeah,
I've
you
seen
can do ! Dave, and the Nightbot will reply with a witty reply automatically.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
It's basic code, and it's fun. Maybe just for me.
How do you guys keep... I don't know. This is probably not good for me to be trying to follow Twitch and the text board.
Hold on. So Nightbot is literally a bot?
Yes.
So when it says Grody's man cat who is not fat. So
there's one for Dan. How many things Dan is taking the fun
things.
out of? That one is a little bit more difficult of a code because it counts. There is also one for Shane. There is also one for Boylan. And I believe one for Matt Nagy.
And now they're accusing me of taking the fun out of Nightbot. I didn't take the fun out of Nightbot. I'm just learning that Nightbot is actually not a human being and is an actual algorithmic bot. I didn't take the fun out of it.
Exclamation point, Dan.
Taking the fun out of Nightbot.
Dan Bernstein, when you write a book, and I do think you should write a book someday.
Seconded.
Taking the fun. What would this will get the Twitchers going. If Dan Bernstein was to write a book, what should it be called? I mean, taking the fun out of something, right? I mean,
how does this get us closer to winning a championship?
Yes. That's probably it. Actually, that's probably it.
And then you're like, narrator. They were really far away from winning a championship.
Right. It didn't.
sleep last night. If I go over there and ask you to turn it down, and you don't turn it down,
you're going to see angry Ian too. That's not good.
I'll start breaking down doors.
Connect Roasters coffee enthusiast.
Get out the tape measure, long gone. One of the longest home runs Happ has ever hit to right field in this ballpark, bar none.
Ian Happ with Dan Bernstein, middays on 670 The Score.
He's right in the middle of everything that the Cubs are doing right now, and he joins us on Mondays. Ian Happ is on Twitter at IHapp_1. The Cubs outfielder joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Ian, what's happening?
How are you?
Good. So it's weird that last week we were talking about how that White Sox series felt or didn't feel to you. And I watched a lot of Cubs baseball this weekend. That felt big. That felt important. And, we'll get to the outcomes in a little bit, but that was, it just seemed like the energy of high-level baseball was really there at Wrigley in a way that maybe it wasn't for some of the White Sox stuff.
Yeah, there was a lot of baseball to watch, wasn't there?
Yes.
It was awesome. It was a great series, I think. Regardless of those outcomes, the way that we played, the energy, Wrigley was rocking. I think the entire thing felt a lot more like the brand of baseball that we know we can play.
Now, I am a little disappointed in your teammates, and maybe it's just because of what they showed on Fox. I think when was Fox? So it's extra innings. When you doubled, and everybody thought the game might have been over right there. And they're like, oh, there it is, off the bat. Clearly it's a barrel, and I could judge your reaction. You thought maybe, kind of maybe. You ran, but everybody thought that might have gotten out. And then they showed the dugout, and the dugout was all kind of rising up, grabbing the railing. You saw the faces turn back at 45 degrees, and then it was, oh. And then I thought, well, wait a second. He's still standing on second base. Like, I thought your teammates might be, like, if I'm out there, I'm like, hey, guys, I doubled. I know I didn't hit. I'm standing here. It's still good.
I think that's one of those situations where you get so excited for a hard hit ball and so excited for the possible opportunity to end the game. I didn't see the reaction, but it always is great being in the dugout and you're kind of feeding off everybody's energy. And so when something like that happens, if one guy's like, then it kind of goes all over the place. But we had so many opportunities, give ourselves so many chances throughout those couple extra inning games, which is huge. Just to keep giving yourself against really good pitching, against some of the back end guys for them, giving yourself opportunities is the name of the game.
Not to mention, and I know that major league players aren't necessarily fans, but I think a lot of you appreciate the history and what it means. That's Pujols and Wainwright and Molina. Like those are, I mean, you're talking one big boy table Hall of Famer walking with the baseball gods. You're talking about in Molina, another likely Hall of Famer. And in Wainwright, a guy who, if not a Hall of Famer yet, is certainly one of the great pitchers of his generation and part of one of the great batteries in the history of baseball. Do you guys talk about that? Does that hold meaning?
I mean, I think it's pretty cool. I think just kind of having the utmost respect for those guys. And then it's when you play against guys like that have that pedigree, that have been around for that long, I think you always enjoy the battle, but it's also kind of the respect of what they've been able to accomplish in the game.
I also think about because the Cubs have so many young players, like what's running through Christopher Morel's head right now, who's worked so hard to finally get to this field. And here's Caleb Killian, and here's Swarmer, and these guys. Like, what are they? They have to be overwhelmed. I mean, is there an opportunity to say, hey, relax? I know there's another deck on here, and this place feels really intense, but it's still just baseball. That's still just 90 feet.
Yeah, I think honestly they've done a great job of that. I think Morel's done a great job of bringing the same energy every day, and playing with that fire and passion and kind of embracing the moment. And I think, you've seen those two starts that Schwarm's been able to have, been awesome. He hasn't been overwhelmed at all, and Caleb did a great job in his first outing. So, those guys have done it. What's funny is they're coming up playing what feels like some of the same Cardinals that I came up playing years ago. That was my reaction too, facing Wayne Wright and Evan Yachty behind the dish. And wow, this is pretty crazy. But those guys are still doing it at a high level.
What do you see in Swarmer?
I mean, we played together in 2019. He's a really good dude, and he has the ability to move his fastball around the zone. And that slider almost plays a few different pitches depending on how it's spinning, how it's coming into the zone. He's always had a really good feel for that pitch, and he's had a ton of success at the minor league level, and he's kind of showing why in these first two starts.
Are you noticing that pitchers are approaching you any differently at this point in the season? Because I know there's always that ebb and flow of things. They say, okay, this is how he's doing it. This is what he's swinging at. They're getting a lot of data. They're probably looking at Codify and looking at where your hot and cold zones are. Are you noticing anything different?
Yeah, I mean, it's always changing. Early in the season, it was a lot of off-speed, a lot of change-ups, more change-ups than probably I'd ever seen in my career. Then you start to handle that pitch, and lately some fastballs in has kind of been the strategy. But it always depends on, every team looks at the same sample of data, and so there's some similarities team to team. Some teams think they can get you out the same way, but then you also have different teams with some different pitchers that have a different process. So right now it feels like a lot of fastballs in, and then making the adjustment to that, kind of not chasing, being disciplined on that, making sure that if you're looking in there, it's leaking back over the heart of the plate a little bit. And then in another week or two, there'll be another adjustment to make.
The ball might be different again, and I haven't done the work that I need to do. I think tomorrow I'll have some time to look over some of the data, but it looks like right around the middle of May, something changed again, and the home runs per fly ball is way up. And MLB said that all of the 2022 baseballs have come from the same batch. I'm not sure if they're telling the truth. Is there any chatter on the bench about something feeling different?
It feels more normal for sure. I would say MLB's answer would probably be that they got the humidors right. I think there was some data pointing to a lot of the down performance was from all the new. I think there was 22 new humidors. The performance in those parks was a lot lower than the ones that had existing humidors. So kind of getting those numbers dialed could have helped. There was some transparency there where MLB was sending us some information about how the humidors have performed and the home run rates and the spin rates and stuff, which I think transparency is all we're looking for. And if things can get more back to normal, we'll kind of look as we go through the year if this continues. But it does feel like the balls that should get out are getting out, and we're not watching guys absolutely get into a ball and it's dying at the track.
Right now, you are the number 2 regular NL left fielder as far as Fangraphs wins above replacement. And as we get closer to midseason, there's a term for that. Is there something? Are you thinking at all about the possibility of making an all-star team?
I'm just trying to take it one day at a time. I know that's the stock answer, but it's really true. I think it's so important to go out there and be present every day. And just be going out there trying to help the team win that day, trying to have your 4 or 5 at-bats and put your best swings out there. I think that's how you make those things happen. It's by having and sticking to that process every day. So that's all I'm thinking about right now.
That's the answer I expected, almost verbatim, but I have to ask. And what is happening this week regarding all of your work with Connect Roasters Coffee and everything else?
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on. We're super excited about how the Foxtrot relationship has been, and the cold brew right next to Wrigley, and we're really fired up about that. The Home Run Club just got their Dinger Dollars for the month, but we're headed to New York this week, so I'm going to be in the John Boy Studios, so we'll be having some good compound content, and we'll check out. They got a little bit of Connect Roses in there too, so people will be looking out for that.
As we will. Thank you, Ian. And I know no golf on a rainy off day.
Oh, we're in Baltimore. Don't worry.
Oh, that's right. Oh, you're good. Okay. All right. So hit them straight.
Thanks.
Right.
Talk to you soon.
Yeah. That is Ian Happ, who joins us weekly. And next up, let's talk about where the Cubs are and what this sort of means where they are and what that should be. That's ahead of some White Sox talk shortly thereafter. So we'll get to all of it. I'm Dan Bernstein. You have the score.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, middays noon to 2.
Vincent Goodwill, what would you say the chances are that Zach LaVine isn't playing for the Bulls next year?
If you offer him a max contract, you're in pretty good shape. If you don't, you're leaving it open to interpretation. He values himself that way. I think the max contract is a symbol to a lot of guys. Zach is no different.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, noon to 2 on Sports Radio 670.
Rossi, you and Wilson Contreras are now in a very, very cool club of Major League players. I want to take you back real quick to your 100th home run.
Ross cracks one in the air, deep left field. 100 home runs for David Ross. 3-run homer. Cubs lead 5-1. A smiling David Ross rounding third. As he said a few weeks ago, 100 home runs in the show would be very cool. He is enjoying that moment right now.
The great Pat Hughes with the call. So when you hit the 100th home run, walk me through what you felt like.
I tell you what, first off, I love Pat Hughes' home run calls. You guys play that Game 7 one. He's such an icon around us, and I just loved hearing his voice. No, I mean, like, that feels great, right? And I think Wilson's yesterday took me back to my 100th, and obviously Wilson's gotten there a lot faster than I did, and is a much better caliber player than I was. And to see him do that and all that hard work pay off, and to be a part of that, to watch him when he first, his first at bat, taking that change up off the lefty to right center in his first home run. I remember like it was yesterday, sitting on the bench and so pumped up for him. And then he gets to hit 100 last night for a grand slam in that fashion. Was pretty special. I thought, you saw a little emotion come out from him. He's pumped up. He's put a lot of hard work, and again, a guy that we rely on for championship at bats. And really, you talk about our success as of late. He's just gotten on fire and having great at bats at the top of our order. We really rely on Wilson, and that was a really cool moment last night.
When you have a player that's clearly valuable the way that Wilson is, and people look at you and look at your team and say, well, maybe at some point they try to move Wilson. He's, I'm sure, hearing and feeling all of that. How do you tell him to deal with the speculation on where his career goes from here?
I don't give advice in those areas. Now, that would really be outside of my comfort zone, and really, one of those things that I don't think everybody's a grown man, and they're out having their careers. And the things that are important to me that I try to talk about is the daily focus on winning that day. And Wilson does a really good job of bringing a good attitude and a focus to win that day, and not letting out any outside noise affect him. I think he saw and had great examples last year of some guys that went through that and probably learned a lot from that. And he has a good team around him, good guys around him, and a great support staff within his family that I know is really important to him, that supports him. We support him in everything he does. And I think he loves being a Chicago Cub. I think he loves his teammates, and I think he loves winning. And those are things that I value, and I try to continue to stress to everybody. And I don't have to worry about that with Wilson. He does a nice job of bringing that mentality every single day.
on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Tonight is another Chicago Cubs debut. They have debuted several players in 2022, and the latest is one of the best prospects in the system. He came over from the Giants in the Chris Bryant trade last year. It's Caleb Killian making his big league debut. Edmund playing more shortstop now. That's his natural position. He waves and misses at a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. 3 very impressive pitches. And the first man he sees in a big league uniform, it's a strikeout for Caleb Killian. Into the 9th, tied at 3, and both Oliver Marmol and David Ross are asking some of their relievers to go deeper than they have all season long, including David Robertson. And now the go-ahead run is in scoring position for Nolan Gorman. Goes after it, through the left side, a base hit. Sosa on his way home, he will score. No, he would have scored.
He missed third.
He would have easily scored, and he missed third base.
He missed third base. He would have scored easily. He missed third base. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know he missed third base, but leave the poor guy alone. They kept showing him in the dugout, sort of, fretting and worrying. I started to feel bad for him. It happened. It sucks, and it's too bad. But after they stayed on him for that.
God, I love that theme, by the way, the Fox baseball theme.
Yeah,
so good.
It's good, and it's a good broadcast. It was really interesting. That's a rare chance of getting back-to-back Wrigley games on national TV because it amplifies what Wrigley already amplifies. That ballpark makes things feel bigger and more important. It just does. I can't give you a scientific explanation as to why, but it just does. And I thought the crowds were really good and into the games, and there was a lot going on. And if you wanted to flip away and come back, there's guys on base and there's stuff going on. And I thought Adam Amin and AJ did a particularly good job. And hallelujah to Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN is watchable. You can actually watch it. And you know what? It's amazing. They're actually talking about the game in front of them instead of doing some kind of talk show and showing Jennifer Lopez's children in the stands. And it doesn't insult your intelligence. What do we always say? I don't ask much of a baseball broadcast usually. Just don't actively try to make people dumber. And the previous iteration of Sunday Night Baseball actively tried to make people dumber, and I'm not sure why, but now you can try to get over that a little bit. They've definitely stopped the bleeding on that broadcast, and they have put in a more than competent crew who is they're opinionated, they're paying attention, they're up to date on what's actually happening. They know who the players are. I mean, our long national nightmare in that regard is finally over. But to see some Cubs pitchers who are going to matter, to see them sort of around the edges, and now we start playing out where this is going and what's happening and how you handle this phase up to this trade deadline. And how many times you can do this and say, "Oh, well, we're selling off assets now, and we got to grab prospect," because the prospects are starting to turn around. There's an accelerated pace at which some of these names that you're getting in some of these deals are becoming major league players. And the collective bargaining agreement recently signed did a little bit to help incentivize more accelerated promotion and not have to worry about starting the contract clock in the same way to battle against the service time manipulation. It's not great. It's not 100%, but it's better than it was. And I think that changes the way you look at readiness and when someone has enough seasoning. So you start looking at Steele and Thompson, Killian and Swarmer and some of these other guys, and you start thinking about how a pitching staff might come together and how some of these roles are going to get sorted out. There's no reason for over-the-top crazy optimism. This isn't 2015. But maybe is it like 2014? Is it like that? What did Theo Epstein used to say? I think he said it on these airwaves, where we don't want to just bring you a cookie every now and then. we're going to wait until you have the whole meal. And 2015 is when they served the meal. Whether it came out of the oven a little earlier than they thought or not, or they didn't quite rest the steak, but that's when the meal got served.
Yeah, 2014, they won 73 games.
Right.
And it feels like they're getting closer to that, I think, right now.
About
There's some
that.
pieces.
Yeah, depending on the...
It's about the talent and the roster construction.
Yeah, I'm not going to put a win total number
Right.
on it because the deadline is going to affect some of that stuff. And a developmental year, you don't really worry about that. But it's a good marking point to have that I don't think that there's going to be this explosive appearance of all of these top picks. You're not getting, Brian Schwarber, Baez, and some of this stuff all coming at you at once. But if that is supplemented by some intelligent free agent acquisitions, you might be getting close to something here. John Heyman was on with Mully and Haugh this morning, as he is on Mondays, and he gave us kind of a thumbnail map here for the Cubs and what's next.
I would say that you try all the kids that you feel are ready. He looked pretty good, so I would give him more chances, at least from a distance. But certainly, I don't know all the factors involved. It does seem like they have to know they're in a rebuild. If we know they're in a rebuild, they got to know it, and good chance to give all the kids the best opportunity to prove what they can do, so they know who will be ready to help the team next year when they presumably will be better. We do expect them to spend in the winter and to try to win next year. I think this is enough rebuild for the Cubs at this point. Big market team, huge revenue team, and I think this is it. This should be it. They need to go out and spend and bring in an influx of talent via the free agent market or trades.
Fair enough. You talk about huge revenue team. That was the other thing. When you live around that area, and I was driving around throughout the weekend, that when you see when the Cardinals fans, these hordes of Cardinals fans that are walking down Addison, and once you get to the Wrigley campus, and it really is that now. It's the Cubs Wrigley campus when you look at what is owned by Hickory Street Partners and where this money is going. Technically, it's not Cubs money, but it's Ricketts business money. It's Cubs ownership money that's going in there. And post-pandemic, I did all the biblical losses and all that. You're getting a snap back there now. And they are working overtime on that sports book. I always laugh. I think I told Crane Kenny this, that the amount of time that there are two things that in driving in this spring, where every morning when I drive here to work and I take my son to school, we drive on Addison all the way to Lakeshore Drive. So we have gone by from the moment they broke ground on the sports book there where the old Captain Morgan Club used to be. We've watched that every day. You get to see, is there activity? Are they coming along? Are there stoppages for permitting, et cetera? And then
how often do they have to kick Joe Ostrowski out of there because he wants to be first in line?
It's not open yet. It's like you with Real Urban Barbecue.
Yes, exactly.
He's sitting there. He's got that look on his face. Just the happiest man in the world. Just there waiting for his freebie. He would be, but it would never top you. And
the guy next to me who was like really nice but secretly seething because he's like, basically told me it's a status thing for him to be first in line, and I was like, that's adorable. I want free barbecue. I'm not moving.
Yeah, like, move me, right? Yeah, that's great there, champ. How about you can feel free to call in whatever you need, a helicopter to get me out of here. I ain't moving for nothing. You can tell your story walking, chief. Ace. So we see that, and then all of the driving that I did back and forth to McGuane Park, the home field for Jones baseball, would always take me by what's going on the Burn interchange. And the difference between the construction activity, between the privately funded effort of the Cubs Wrigley brick and mortar sportsbook and the city/state/ whatever interstate federal dollars they're getting to remake the Burn interchange, where it's like you'll see a dude there. And you're talking about like it's in interstates and exits and things, and there's like a guy with a vest and a hat. I think it's Jay Zawoski, actually, just testing out his theory of where he can go with a clipboard and a hard hat, yellow vest. But you'll see like some random like Honda SUV parked there and a guy standing and looking, or like a survey crew or something. Every once in a while, there's a big machine that's working, but man, you drive by that Cubs sportsbook there, they're over it and they're under it, and there's guys underground and they're swarming around it like ants, because they want that thing built and they can get it built at a private money, because the moment it's built, it's going to bring them everyone else's money. You build a highway, you don't make any money off of it unless it's a toll highway. But there is a lot of money coming back in and around the Cubs, and you hope that some of that is destined for next year's free agent market. And it was discussed on the broadcast. This surprised me, I will say. I didn't, and it's so much better than hearing A-Rod babble about something that makes absolutely no sense and where the syntax isn't intelligible. And then last night, kind of out of nowhere, here's Karl Ravech and David Cohn and Eduardo Perez talking about the immediate future of the Cubs compared to the Cardinals.
I mean, the quality parts that are taking the place of the regulars, Rizzo, Bryant, and Baez, are all gone, and the names that they've replaced them with certainly are not the names that you look at on the Cardinals roster and are making significant contributions. You fortify with Arenado, you fortify with Goldschmidt, and then you build around those foundational pieces. Wilson Contreras, who's the foundational piece currently on the Cubs? We talked about him in a potential trade. Do they have any of those current guys? And they have a great sort of financial future with regards to flexibility. I get all that. And there were rumors that they're going to be in on a big name shortstop.
All valid points, Carl, because they have tremendous resources here. Obviously, Wrigley Field's fantastic. The Cubs organization.
And there's a scathing article in the Chicago Sun-Times today about really comparing the Cubs and Cardinals and how St. Louis has not had a under 500 record since 2007, and under this current Ricketts ownership since 09, they have finished under 500 6 times. You just mentioned there seems to be a inordinate amount of financial resource here in Chicago, and I think a lot of the Cubs fans are wondering, well, why aren't we like St. Louis, where you look at the market size? If that's one of the factors, St. Louis is smaller than what, Lexington, Kentucky, you know? Chicago's a big city.
Yeah, it is. And the dollars are there. So it was just, I thought, a very interesting call on their part to introduce that into their coverage of the game. And I don't really think that anybody is going to be sort of nationally shamed into going out and spending money. It would be it's a different sell when they've got, say, a Suzuki out there who the Cubs did spend money on. When is he coming back, by the way? I'm tired of not seeing him. I want to watch him. I want him to be a part of this experience as I tune in, because I enjoy watching him. He does a lot of things that are fascinating and the kind of things that are examples of really good baseball. But there are some countervailing forces at work here that I think might be able to line up if they are backstopped by a desire to spend a little bit of money. And I don't know if that desire is there. I know there was a time when they just didn't want to, and there seems to be a belief that Cubs ownership now wants to spend just enough to keep people interested or excited, that a lot of it is a tease. Maybe it is. And if they don't deliver on it, then that criticism will be absolutely valid. But when we'll see what's available, we'll see what's possible next year, and the symbolism of Wilson Contreras looms over a lot of this. He's going to have his arbitration hearing for this year's number relatively soon. Is that this week?
I know it's this month. It's coming up. Within either this week, next week, it's coming up.
And I don't know what that's going to do to change the tenor of any negotiation. I don't think there is a negotiation as far as we know. And the time will come for us to talk to Ian about maybe his future also and where he's going to slot in. We know we're looking at the end of Jason Hayward, because that's just sad. It's really sad right now. And for those of us who were so excited when they signed him and just think the world of him as a player, and we know how hard he's worked and what he's meant and what teammates say about him and what he's done outside of baseball, what he's done charitably on his own time, it hurts to see how bad Jason Hayward is right now. It really does. It's just too bad. And I wish I could talk around it a little bit and talk about silver linings and all that, but that's just he's some of his defensive value and some of what he's done and some of this stuff that isn't measurable has been great, and flags fly forever. He was an important part of that. But man, this is a tough watch right now.
He's making $22 million.
Yeah. Which doesn't sound like as much as it used to. It really doesn't when you start thinking about it now.
I think that also plays into spending when the time is right. Maybe that's simplifying it, but if the Cubs want to obviously compete going into next year.
That looked like it. That's the
Sure.
problem. The Hayward money was that's the kind of contract we're talking about. What was he, 26? And there was a 20, I think I said it, 26-year-old free agents with this kind of skill set and promising future don't become available, and it's why it's okay to overpay for them. I think I said that the day we learned of the signing. And I will say it again if there's another 26-year-old they want to do that with. It just, I don't know why it went wrong. I don't know why that home run swing and the power that we saw elsewhere just wasn't there and why it never worked. I don't have the reasons for it, and someday maybe we can talk about that. But he's the signing with next year's Jason Hayward signing is exactly what we're talking about. Because the Lester thing was a little earlier. The Lester thing was an investment more sort of on the come that we're going to need this guy here. Maybe the Suzuki thing would be more analogous to that. I know it's not easy to do that because we're talking about different times, different eras, different time in the ownership, et cetera. But that would be the kind of move that you make to say, this is real, we care, we're in it, and put whatever name on it you want that you think fits that. When we come back, let's talk some White Sox. And I'm telling you, the Midday Midway, this one, I don't even know what to do with it. I don't have to do much with it other than read it, but it recalls some old school Boers and Bernstein stuff in there. It's a great Midway story. But we're going to talk White Sox with Josh Nelson, the host of the Sox Machine podcast, next on The Score.
Hey Chicago fans, this is Ian Happ, and do I have some good news for you. Not only is baseball back, but Connect Roasters has new coffees, new packaging.
Okay, so Campy, an In-N-Out Burger opened up in Colorado Springs, Colorado. 1,000 cars were in line. Someone got in line Tuesday for the burger, but they didn't get anything free for it. They were just like waiting in line for In-N-Out. And I said it's the most overrated thing in food, the In-N-Out Burger. So then obviously, naturally, we started talking about your picture of waiting in line at Real Urban Barbecue. And then Speaks had a great idea. Speaks and I, like the original supporters of the I'm Fat podcast, you guys are selling merchandise. You guys are crushing it. Would you consider selling T-shirts with that picture of you camping out on a sidewalk, smiling, waiting for your free Real Urban Barbecue? If you put that picture on a T-shirt, I can tell you right now, I'll buy a large, Speaks will buy a 2X, and we'll sell 50 of them for you by the end of this segment, no problem.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
I mean,
that was easy.
I've got no shame. At least when I camped out there, I was able to get free stuff. So I would not do that, especially for like In-N-Out. Not days in advance with nothing for free. That's foolishness. Now, getting free stuff, that's another story.
That makes sense. Just to be clear, we think we had it right, but exactly how much free barbecue did you get, and exactly how long did you camp out for?
I was out there for like 3 hours, and I got $50 a month for a year. So I got $600 worth of barbecue.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good use of time, really. $200 an hour in barbecue was the salary.
Especially when the last hour they let me sit in the their little foyer area. So only 2 of the hours were outside. So it really wasn't that bad.
Oh, they removed your buttocks from the concrete for 60 minutes. That is a lovely gesture by the Real Urban Barbecue people.
We're trying to open a business here. Get this guy out of the
way. And the guy who's pointing at you in the picture, he was the second guy to show up, and he was just impressed at your dedication.
He showed up about 10 minutes before me. He's like a local, like, foodie type guy that does stuff on Instagram. So he was telling me all his stories of, well, I was the first person at this restaurant, and this restaurant, and this restaurant. He's like trying to convince me to leave so he could help his rep.
Oh, that's...
At one point I looked at him, and I was like, man, I just don't make a lot of money, and I could use the free food, and I like the place. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, good for you. You outgamed the gamer is what you did. That guy, he's the opener. It's like, you know that dude who's the ultimate ball hawk who's caught a baseball outside of like 20 or 30 different baseball stadiums? That Jamoke who's on HBO is like, you fought off that guy. You fought off that guy for the ball. Well done, Campy.
Yeah, because like he had this thing planned out for days apparently. For me, I knew it was happening. I had to go to work at IMS early that day, and it was only like 10 minutes away from there. So I said, hey, I'll swing by. If nobody's in line, I'll sit in line. And if somebody's in line, then I'll just go to work a little bit early.
I'm sorry, did you say you had IBS? Is that what I heard? Or was that just, I think I may have heard wrong. Okay.
I mean, that might be in my future. Let's be honest. But not my present.
The day is young. The day is young, Rick.
Thank you, Campy. Thank you, as always. Congratulations on your barbecue. I like that speak. Some guy tried to talk him off of it, and he sat his ground. He didn't stand his ground. He sat his ground.
Cub fans who are freaking out about Wilson Contreras being traded. I don't decode emojis as well as perhaps some of my younger brethren. His emojis that he put out, was it Instagram or was it Twitter?
This is Twitter. Okay. We have 4 emojis here to decode.
Ladies and gentlemen,
2 unique emojis. 4 total.
Okay, 4 total emojis. The order is important. The language barrier creates an opportunity to simply use the emojis to say what you're saying. And as always, the emojis let you be very vague about what you might actually mean and think, if anything at all.
Correct. So we have one plane.
Okay, we have a plane.
On the ascent.
Okay, a plane rising is the first emoji from Wilson Contreras.
The second emoji is a plane on the ascent.
So 2
still rising.
Okay, now
I don't know if this is 2 separate planes, if this is the same plane that's just rising twice.
Is he really just trying to put the takeoff into perspective here? Double takeoff.
We have a third plane on the descent.
Whoa. Those are all in a row.
Correct. And then the fourth plane also on the descent. So this could be 2 planes taking off and landing at the same time.
Okay.
Or this is just doubly ascent and then descent. So
he's really trying to.
Different ways we can look at it.
He's trying to hammer home the narrative arc of the emoji storyline here.
So Wilson Contreras is either on the way out, or more presumably so.
Yes.
Wilson Contreras is headed on vacation.
On vacation.
Correct. Yeah. Which is where I tend to lean. He's just headed to maybe Jamaica or something like that.
Sure. Maybe he's going to go to Turks and Caicos.
Let me check his Instagram.
Yeah. See, there you go. Do a little social media decoding, and we'll try to figure it out. 4 emojis, but only 2 unique ones. Double takeoff, double landing. Could be Venezuela.
I think Wilson Contreras deleted his Instagram when he got caught DMing porn stars. I can't find him here.
I didn't know that happened.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he DM'd a couple porn stars.
That's a tough look.
Yeah. Especially for a married guy.
That is a tough look.
than they did a couple of days ago.
Maybe a little better. I can't speak for them. I can only speak for myself because that's what I do. I project my own feelings onto the White Sox. I don't feel a lot better, but I feel like it's more loss avoidance than it is excitement over wins. I can't explain why that is because I still don't think they're good. I don't think they're out of the woods yet, but their divisional rivals aren't pulling away. They're probably going to regress to the mean, but it's still not feeling like they're going to win the World Series. And the point of this was to win the World Series. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy that way. Let's talk some White Sox here with Josh Nelson. He's on Twitter at SoxMachine_Josh, the co-host of the Sox Machine podcast. And he joins us on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. All right, a series win is a series win. Maybe, Josh, maybe I just shouldn't quibble, but I still want to make sure I am viewing the White Sox as a potential champion, not just a division champion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, because I'm in the same boat, Dan. The whole purpose of 2022, and this even comes from the White Sox, is this is World Series or bust. And currently at 25-27, at the 52-game mark of the season, and this upcoming series against the Dodgers, you're going to be at the third waypoint of the season. It's pretty clear that they are not one of the elite teams in Major League Baseball. And they're going to be wrapping up the toughest part of their schedule, which we called the gauntlet at Sox Machine, this really tough 38-game stretch that they had. And what's going to be surprising is that the White Sox performed better than I thought they would against some of the best teams during their toughest stretch. And the schedule should let up on them. But that's the problem, should, because they are 7-12 against the American League Central. And that 1-10 stretch in late April is crushing them. And on top of all this, to be dour, there is now hope because the Los Angeles Angels, Dan, have lost 11 games and they have bombed out the 6-seed projected record for the playoffs. So even though the White Sox are not setting the world on fire, they're right there for that 6th seed in the American League if the season were to end today. So I guess that is a silver lining that there is a realistic second path into the playoffs that I didn't think existed a week ago.
I just would like to see more of a consistency at something. I'd like to know that they're going to be good at this, and this is how they're going to win games, is doing this. This is who they are and what they do. Call it an identity. And the back end of the bullpen, all good teams have a good back end of the bullpen. That really can't be your identity. The defense still is spotty. The base running decision, some of what they do. I wish I could count on something being there every day other than Tim Anderson getting 1.5 hits.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Dan, because even with the starting pitching, I'm getting a bit nervous here because Lucas Giolito, for the most part, pitched well against Tampa. And I understand that people will point out, well, Yasmani Grandal doesn't make that error. Giolito doesn't allow all those runs. However, he was clearly running out of gas when he was coming up to pitch 100 for the day. And he did allow that home run after the error. And he also allowed a big inning in Toronto when I thought his offense did enough to support him, especially really surprising me on how well they hit Kevin Gausman. And I thought that was a game the White Sox should have won, and that was a missed opportunity for Lucas Giolito to earn that win for the White Sox, and he didn't. So that's back-to-back starts in the middle of the game that Giolito has let up a big inning. Mm-hmm. I disagree with Rick Hahn 100% on how they are using Michael Kopech. Giving him 10 days between starts is not a good idea, and it clearly showed in Toronto. So you need to get him more consistent. And Dylan Cease, maybe – I think you have individuals now thinking about this, Dan. As you mentioned, Tim Anderson, you can count on him to being consistent. Andrew Vaughn has been pretty consistent. Dylan Cease, for the most part, has been pretty consistent. But you are right. This entire team is not consistent, and that's probably a big reason why they're still below 500. And hopefully this homestand, they can find that identity, because after the Dodgers, the schedule gets a lot easier for the White Sox, so much easier that they have the easiest schedule in Major League Baseball after Thursday for the rest of 2022. So this is now their golden opportunity to take advantage against weaker opponents and get hot and inflate their record. And they may not be as good as what their final record will be as far as talent-wise, but at least they'll get them into the dance.
I've been hung up on this particular stat all year, and I don't know when we can ask about this and ask about why this has dropped off in the way that it has. In 2021, the White Sox were the fourth best team in baseball in walk rate at 9.6%. This year, they're still last. They're 30th at 6.2%, and by a wide margin. But the Tigers are at 6.7%. And the Sox are still buried in the bottom, 30th out of 30 teams in walk rate. We can talk about and if I have to tell people the significance of walks as far as scoring runs and winning games, then we're really teaching remedial baseball. Has anyone asked why? Why did this number drop through the floor?
I think James Spiegel did in his article a couple of weeks back when he spoke with Frank Menechino, the hitting coach for The Athletic. And a quote that really caught my attention from Frank Menechino is that this is the first year as his career as a hitting coach where the veterans are pressing so much that even his veterans are inconsistent from day to day. It's one thing when you have all these young hitters and try to preach consistency and preach having an understanding of your strike zone and pitch recognition. But when the veterans all start cold, like they had this season with Abreu and Yasmani Grandal and A.J. Pollock, and when they're pressing on top of the new guys coming in and they're pressing and everyone's over-pressing, then everyone's just too antsy and they're not disciplined. And that's the lack of discipline from the White Sox has been very frustrating because there are innings within games, as you saw yesterday against Tampa Bay, where the White Sox clearly have a game plan. They know what pitches that they want to hit off Ryan Yarbrough, and they score 6 runs in the first 2 innings. Then nothing else for the rest of the game. Because God forbid a team switches out a pitcher, and all of a sudden the White Sox are not prepared for that pitcher. They have all of these tablets in the dugout, and they have all of these coaches to help out and try to map out game plans for certain relievers that come in, or, all right, guys, this guy's coming in, look for this in this area, in this zone, and it just breaks the White Sox. So the fact that they are not a disciplined team and the fact that I think they're not a very well-prepared team offensively has contributed to this huge drop in walk rate. I don't know what's going to fix it. I really don't. I don't know what is going to fix the offense for the White Sox in 2022, and I'm already looking ahead to this offseason, Dan, because quite frankly, no matter how 2022 ends for the White Sox, whether that is a World Series title or they get knocked out early in the postseason, or if they miss the postseason entirely, I think this position player group needs a shakeup in which you are going to need to trade some of these power bats in exchange for guys who are more on-base centric, because the way that these position players in this lineup is currently built as far as a roster-wise clearly does not work, and it's not a sustainable formula, and you have too much redundancy in too few positions like first base that you really need to start trading some guys away in 2023 to rebuild this lineup, because it's the reason why you're having problems in 2022. It may be the reason why you still have problems later in this season. And you can't keep doing this to yourself in upcoming seasons if this is truly your contention window.
I can't go there yet. I mean, I can't be already like, this core is broken or somehow this window is going to close. But I don't know if I buy the idea that pressing, this sort of nebulous term of pressing, makes guys walk less, because that's in your control. That's something where someone can coach them and someone can say, hey, maybe see more pitches, maybe get a look up, maybe do a little bit more work as to who the umpire is, where the strike zone's going to be, how they're going to call you, and just know the shape of the zone a little bit like that. A lot of things in baseball are beyond someone's control. But I think knowledge of the strike zone shouldn't be a team-wide problem, or an understanding of maybe take a strike. That kind of thing. You can coach that. There are all sorts of individuals here that may be trying to do too much, but then tell them not to. There's a fatalism here that I think, and if you're already trading guys off and already thinking about next year and writing off this year and the whole thing, there's a fatalism here that I think is I don't know if that's a product of just throwing up our hands and saying that the managers and the coaches don't know what they're doing or the players aren't listening to them, but I'm not there yet.
Well, it's an organizational problem, though, Dan.
Yes.
Like from Annapolis to Winston-Salem, Birmingham, and it's not new. This has not been a new problem for the White Sox. I would argue 2021 was an outlier for the Chicago White Sox organization when it comes to player discipline, especially hitting discipline for the franchise. This is a team that just didn't walk a whole lot until last year, and it gave hope that, hey, maybe they are figuring this out, and then here's 2022. But, like, for example, the Yasmani Grandal, I don't know how else to explain it, Dad, other than has age regression hit him so hard that now he's toast?
Maybe.
Because pitchers clearly could throw 95-mile-per-hour fastballs in the strike zone. I mean, they may fall behind 3-0, dancing around the strike zone against Grandal, but then they realize, I could throw 95 down the pipe and he can't hurt me? Well, then that's how Grandal's not going to walk. And if Grandal, who still has a high walk rate, but if he's not walking at the rate that he was last year, well, then, yeah, that's going to hurt the White Sox team walk rate because he carried so much of it last year. And if there are other players as well that are struggling with high velocity in the strike zone and not able to barrel up those pitches, and they are still swinging at so many first pitch sliders down in the strike zone that are pitches that they clearly cannot drive, yeah, then that's a whole discipline problem. Again, as we talked about, it leads to a low walk rate. It leads to a low slugging percentage, leads to a low batting average, and it's why the White Sox are still struggling after 52 games to have a consistent offense.
Yohan Moncada's walk rate last year was 13.6%. His career walk rate is 10.5%. This year it's 2.6%. He has a WAR of negative 0.5. And you start talking about trading these guys off. Eloy Jimenez, his value as pretty much a DH who's hurt all the time, and now Moncada, where the wheels are off. I don't know when you start saying if you're identifying some of these core pieces as trading them for something, for what?
Yeah, they need to start picking it up. I allude back to, and you hope that one of them starts playing better, but for history, for White Sox sake, it goes back to like 2005 with the Carlos Lee trade. Like today we would make fun of it because why in the world would you trade a 4-WAR outfielder for Scott Podsednik? But it is the fact that the White Sox needed help more speed as far as defense as well, and we all knew that Carlos Lee did not even bother to try and play defense.
Neither did Podsednik. He's a terrible defensive player.
He helped in 2005, but yeah, his defense went to hell very fast in his career with the White Sox. But yeah, I hate talking about this White Sox.
It's what you do for a living. It's literally your job.
I know. It's so depressing, though, because I had so much hope. I really did. And I think I still hold out for hope that they will reach their ceilings. But there are some very noticeable flaws, and Major League teams today are so smart, and they get smarter by the day, and they will continue to expose your flaws. And it's just so hard for these White Sox hitters to adjust. And I guess that's where you could have these, breakout moments like Jake Berger as of late that you just enjoy the ride. You enjoy the ride. Thank you, Jake, for having a good week. And that's all you could hope for is that. Hope that guys get hot. Hope that guys have good weeks. And everyone stay out of the way of Andrew Vaughn. Dear God, Tony, stop batting Andrew Vaughn 7th in the lineup. And hopefully they can find a way to score 4 runs, and hopefully the White Sox pitching staff doesn't allow more than 3.
All right. Well, go Bears. Josh Nelson, thank you so much.
No problem, Dan. Thank you.
That's Josh Nelson. Sox Machine Pocket. And you think I'm a pessimist or a fatalist? Maybe the schedule softens and things come back to him a little bit, and maybe everything will be fine. I don't know. Maybe. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this midway story. It involves PETA and a chimp and the woman who loves him.
This is where the Cubs play.
Here comes the 1-2 to Contreras, drilled in the air, deep left field. Back is Yelich, that ball is gone. Line drive, home run.
The White Sox, something I love about the White Sox this year, they're going to compete against a better division. They're not going to compete like they did last year against Little League, or when they go to face a big league team, they don't know what to do. I think the competition is there. Detroit got better. Minnesota got better. The Guardians always, they give them a headache with the pitching staff they have. Even Kansas City Royals, they got good young talent. It's not going to be easy for the White Sox the way it was last year, but I think they should win the division very easy this year. We thinking too high, guys, too high. People think, you sign this guy, we win the World Series. It's not easy. It's not easy. It take a lot of positive and a lot of good shots and good chance to compete and go to the World Series. I think in Chicago fans, they say take it one day at a time, see what we need, see what they have, and go from there. We win the championship before you even throw first pitch ceremony, and that does not work that way. Yeah, before we need a right field, we win. No, come on. All right. And I think the baseball is a lot better now. A lot of young players with better talent, and you go to see some talent. I think Detroit Tigers, they will bring a lot of talent. If we bring Cueto up, something's wrong with the starting rotation. There's no question about it. Somebody, doing the job, or they worry about how they're throwing. And I like to see Cueto here, yes, but I don't want him too early because that's not a good sound for the starting rotation on the White Sox.
got to meet me halfway out there.
So real, you can almost feel it. The Midday Midway with Dan Bernstein on 670 The Score.
Happy Monday. It's a little wet out there, but, we're alive. I guess it could be worse. Had fun talking baseball, digesting the weekend. Some exciting Cubs stuff. Cubs had our attention. There's a lot of baseball going on. White Sox won a couple games, so that's good. Ian Happ was fun as always. We talked about the Cubs, what was said on the various national broadcasts, what John Heyman had to say today about what their near-term future is. Josh Nelson joined us for his sunny take on where the White Sox are headed, and that has led us here. And a texter says this better be good. Just sit back, relax, and strap it down, will you? This is from Rolling Stone. Last May, Tonka the chimpanzee, an elderly ape who starred in George of the Jungle and the movie Buddy alongside actor Alan Cumming in 1997, died according to court records. That's Tonka the chimp, died according to court records. The chimp had recently suffered a stroke and died from heart failure, his owner Tanya Haddix claimed, submitting a declaration and court documents to a Missouri judge that detailed how the animal's body was burned in a fire pit. But this week, Tonka was found alive, secretly hidden away for the past year in Haddix's Sunrise Beach, Missouri home, where he reportedly had a 60-inch TV, an interactive iPad-like touch device, and had celebrated St. Patrick's Day, among a few of Haddix's close friends, according to Haddix. Now that's a damn lead! On Thursday, authorities searched her home as part of an emergency court order obtained by PETA, whom Haddix had been locked in a legal battle with since 2018. Faking Tonka's death was a last-ditch effort by Haddix to keep her beloved chimp after a judge ordered her to turn over Tonka and 6 other chimpanzees to the Center for Great Apes Sanctuary in Wauchula, Florida. The organization claims that when Tonka was found, he was being kept in a small cage nailed to the floor of Haddix's basement. He was reportedly overweight, wasn't allowed outside, and had no companionship with other chimpanzees. Something crucial for chimps, according to the animal rights group. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
She was like a pet, yeah. She went for walks.
Despite keeping Tonka hidden away for the past year, Haddix was finally busted by a recording of a phone call that PETA said it had received where the exotic animal breeder confessed that Tonka was still alive but would be euthanized on June 2nd. With officials still on her property as of Friday, Haddix admits to Rolling Stone that she lied about Tonka's death, saying he's been with her the whole time. Oh, absolutely. 100%, she says, in my house. Yes. However, she denies that she had any immediate plans to euthanize Tonka, insisting that because of his poor health, her longtime vet was simply planning on doing a checkup that day, although the medic had recommended that eventually Tonka would need to be put down. And despite potentially being found in contempt of court for lying under oath, Haddix laughs, "Honey, I've been held in contempt of court 3 times, she says. I paid $50 a day in fines. I've been through the mill. I'm sure there will be some jail time in this. Do I care? No, I don't care. It's because it's about that kid. As long as that kid is safe, I don't care about nothing out there."
What?
Tanya Haddix is talking about Tonka the chimp as that kid. Okay, are you still with me? You still with me here? Tonka's discovery is the latest Tiger King-esque twist in PETA's suit against Haddix, who says there's a documentary being filmed about her and the legal battle with the camera crew en route to capture the story's latest development. It's been a saga. It gets better, I'm telling you. With PETA first suing Tonka's original owner, Connie Casey, who ran the now-defunct Missouri Primate Foundation in Festus, Missouri in 2016. Casey was the breeder of Travis the Chimp, who mauled Charla Nash in 2009. Same breeder. and who owned another chimp who was shot to death in 2001 by a neighbor after the animal had escaped. At one point, the facility housed at least a dozen chimpanzees, and PETA claimed there were numerous violations of the Endangered Species Act, including cockroach-infested facilities, keeping chimps in isolation, and confining them to cramped, barren enclosures. Wanting to help Casey, Haddix took over the care of 7 chimpanzees, including Tonka. But PETA claimed the facility still wasn't adequate for the animals and therefore added Haddix to the suit. After a back and forth over various improvements were made to the facility, as well as a judge limiting the number of chimps that Haddix could have in her care, the chimps were eventually ordered to be sent to the sanctuary. But Haddix said she couldn't bear to part with Tonka, saying she had made him a promise that he'd never, ever have to do anything that he doesn't want to do ever, ever again. You're making a promise to a chimp. And after his alleged stroke earlier that year, Haddix claims she decided to fake his death. The animal rights group had doubted Haddix's story from the start, citing her conflicting accounts of how his body was disposed of, and a whistleblower last August who claimed that Haddix had admitted he was still alive. After several public appeals for information, the nonprofit teamed up with Tonka's former co-star Alan Cumming to offer a $20,000 reward for anyone who could help them locate Tonka, which led to his discovery. And now what sucks about this is you're actually making me not hate PETA. PETA might actually not be the bad guy in this. There's more. After months of searching, Tonka has finally been found and help is on the way, PETA's attorney Jared Goodman said in a statement. He's endured nearly a year of isolation and likely needs urgent care, but if all goes well, PETA will soon arrange for him to be moved to a lush sanctuary where he'll have a chance for a real life at last. The organization is bringing in an independent veterinarian to evaluate whether Tonka's healthy enough to travel to an accredited sanctuary, but Haddix believes that Tonka won't survive being transported to a sanctuary, and even if he did, she said a lack of human contact at the rescue facilities would kill him. Tonka just can't tolerate that, she explains. If anybody knows Tonka, Tonka's not a normal chimpanzee. He's a people chimpanzee. The people's chimpanzee, because he was raised for the movie sets. He could care less about other chimpanzees. He doesn't act like another chimp. He loves people. Haddix says she's not sure who informed PETA she was harboring Tonka, saying only a few select people were aware. I feel sorry for the person that did, and not because I'm threatening them in any shape or fashion. Yeah, you are. But whoever it is will be publicized all over social media, so they'll be desecrated in that shape and fashion. That's a threat.
Have they been able to prove it wasn't Tonka himself?
Right? That kid.
Then how would she handle that?
According to a 10-page transcript of the recorded phone call that PETA received that Rolling Stone has reviewed, Haddix was on the phone with someone who appeared to be from the documentary crew, discussing potential interviews with family members and updates about Tonka's health condition, including seemingly confirming plans to euthanize Tonka. I had the vet out the other day on Mr. T, and he's in congestive heart failure again, really bad, Haddix is quoted. And the vet wanted me to put him down the other day, but I just couldn't do it. So he made an appointment for the 2nd of June. Yeah, the other person responds, maybe we could interview your son and be around then at the same time. Let me run it by everybody, and that would work. Because that's the end of the legacy, Haddix is quoted. Haddix didn't respond to further comment on Friday if she was indeed planning to euthanize Tonka. She describes the chimp as her best friend, saying if PETA takes him away from her, she will die.
Best. Only.
She said, I won't make this, and that's okay, because they want that on them, to each their own. At this point, I don't even really care, except for the fact that I want Tonka to be okay. That's all I care about. If they're going to kill him, and I've already warned the federal marshals, if there's anything that happened to that kid, I feel sorry for them because they'll be sued from here to yonder.
Stop referencing it as a kid.
Okay.
And what's Yonder Alonso got to do with this?
This is the greatest story ever. First of all, I picture Tonka. This is industry veteran, right? Movie after movie after movie, 60-inch TV. I picture Tonka looking like Brad Pitt's character Cliff Booth from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Right? Like he's got that trailer on the back set of the old drive-in movie, opening cans of food for his dog. Just like, and Tonka's sitting there lighting up a dart. Okay, what's on? What are we watching today? Those damn Rays lost to the White Sox again. Come on now. They got to stop starting this Yarborough. I mean, like,
hand halfway down the diaper, like just
yes,
sitting there with the beer.
Right, he's got a big old Huggies on. He's cracking open a tall boy old style. He's like, full on ass scratch going there. All right, okay, how we doing? And I don't know where to go with this. Like, I'm not embellishing this. This is the story. This is everything you need here. I don't even know if there is a real documentary crew. It's just an alleged documentary crew. It may not be. And it's making me feel like that PETA might be on the right side of the story. I don't know what to do. It's too good. First of all, we need to get, if the movie rights haven't been optioned yet, we need to collect a bunch of money and buy the movie rights, and we'll make it. We know people. We got people. We'll get guys. We know people. But I don't know what to do with it. It's too good. That kid, I won't get my kid from me. And it's the same breeder, the same initial breeder that bred Travis the Chimp that ate the woman's face and ate her fingers. Presented without comment. That is today's Midday Midway. Oh, and I got something special for you. Check this out. This just handed to me. Hot off the presses. Rick Kemp literally walked in with this. He didn't email this to me. He printed this out and he walked it in. See this? Right here? This is the realness. Listen today for your chance to win tickets to see Eric Clapton with special guest Jimmy Vaughn at the United Center on September 12th and September 13th. These will be Clapton's first Chicago appearances in over 10 years. Tickets go on sale this Friday, June 10th at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Listening later, we'll be giving away tickets so you can go see Benito Mussolini as well. What's next? What's next? Oh, it's Sean Hyken. We'll talk NBA if I'm in proper condition on The Score.
The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
A swing, a high fly ball, left center field. He's going to join the 500 club. Totally hit his 500.
Whether you're a day one.
Let me also say this, guys. The great thing about the game of basketball and about playing at this level is how the expectations change throughout the season, right? We started this season off, and I remember specifically, I said, hey, best case scenario, the Bulls are 5, maybe 6, and we got to stay out of the play-in games. Well, they did that. Check it off the box. But because of that short period where they played so well offensively and defensively, our expectations changed. And the goalpost changed. And then the way we finished was so disappointing. And then we make the necessary adjustments and how we played in game 2, and we win that game, and we steal a game, and you did exactly what you're supposed to do on the road. And then, unfortunately, we just haven't been able to respond ever since then. I fully feel like this team's going in the right direction, and I feel good. I'm disappointed, but I feel good that I have these expectations now that I didn't have at the beginning of the season. And I know these expectations aren't being answered, and I know that, it sounds like that, there's not a lot to be positive about, but there's actually a lot to be positive about. But the reason why we sound like that is because of how well at times this team played throughout an 82-game season that our expectations changed. We weren't just happy with this team now making the playoffs. But, again, what we've learned is how much work still needs to be done. But this is now a playoff team and should be looked at as a playoff team moving forward. So now how do you make this playoff team better so that they can compete with Milwaukee, Miami, and probably the hottest team right now in the NBA, the Boston Celtics?
This hour is brought to you by Ascension, Illinois. Compassionate, personalized care has a new name, Ascension, Illinois.
Dan Bernstein.
I had a teammate by the name of Pookie Bernstein.
Yeah, saw him.
His real name was Nihamus.
Middays on 670 The Score.
Well, it was that 35-14 third quarter that blew it open for Golden State. So the Golden State Warriors even the series, the finals, at 1 game apiece.
I actually broadcast more than one game that included Pookie Bernstein. Bernstine, I believe. I'm going to go back and check that. I've heard that name in a long time, but yeah, not a long-lost relative. Let's talk some basketball because there's stuff going on. There was another game last night. There was a first quarter that itself was like a Russian novel. Like by the end I was tired by the end of the first quarter. And it ended up being decided on sort of these narrative points that we had discussed. Here to talk NBA with us is Sean Highkin, who is on Twitter at Highkin, Highkin, NBA writer at Bleacher Report. And he's with us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Hello, Sean. How are you?
Doing all right, Dan. How about you?
I'm good, and as entertaining as it was last night, I have to say that we were back to what had been discussed and what we talked about sort of before the series started, of this history of the Celtics and slow third quarters. You can't have a slow third quarter against this team if you're turning over against them and you're just letting them pull threes. You're letting a future Hall of Famer and an all-time, maybe the best shooter that's ever walked the face of the earth, hit a bunch of threes. You're not going to be long for this series. They're going to have to figure that out.
Well, is it a slow Celtics third quarter, or is it because the other thing that people talk about is the third quarter Warriors, where they just they've been doing this all season, but also really all 8 years or whatever that they've been at this level. A game is close, and then you turn around for 2 seconds and they're up by 15. This is kind of what they do, but you're totally right. I mean, and in the first game, the Celtics kind of took that third quarter punch from the Warriors, and then they were able to fight back and had that incredible fourth quarter and won the game. This time, I think you just kind of saw a change in their approach, where the Warriors got up a bunch in the third quarter, and then the Celtics were just like, well, we got one in San Francisco. Let's just call it. Let's just wrap it up.
Yeah, you can't do that, though, because these opportunities are precious. And you had a little different story in that rather than being reliant on Al Horford and Derek White, this was having your top two guys hit the big shots for you and not be picked up by some of the ancillary pieces. It also seemed like in this they just didn't take care of the basketball. And that's death.
Yeah, the turnovers were a huge thing, and the Warriors are one of the teams that's going to capitalize on that. But yeah, even early on in the game, I think they had 7 turnovers in the first quarter, and they still managed to keep it close because Jason Tatum was hitting a bunch of shots, and Jaylen Brown was playing well. And then once the Warriors shooters started to, and also like early on in the game, I think in the first half, the Warriors had like 7 just open layups, 5 or 7 open layups that they just smoked. That if they had hit those earlier, that maybe it wouldn't have even been a close. Like they were only up 2 going into the half. So I think it was only a matter of time before they were going to start making the Celtics pay for some of those turnovers and some of those mistakes.
I don't know that there's an automatic strategic response here, where so much of this now is the players who are out there. I know we like to say, well, they're going to go back and do this, or they're going to shade toward this guy or take away that guy. If Golden State's going to go on some of these runs, and you're not going to chase Curry around all the time, it sounds weird to think that a team forgets how good Steph Curry is, but you can't go underneath screens. You can't at any point you can't take even a breath because he will destroy you. How often should a team at this level have to be reminded of that?
Yeah, I don't know what the adjustment there really is to.
That's what I mean.
Make. I think both of these teams just kind of are what they are at this point, and both of these teams know what each other is. And I think the Celtics are talented enough to win this series. if they just clean up some of those mistakes. But this has kind of been the case with them the entire season, but this entire playoff run. They had a big lead in the Game 7 against Miami and basically gave it all away and then got lucky that Jimmy missed that shot at the end. But this is just kind of what they do, unfortunately. And, they have the talent to win this series, but just can they clean up some of that stuff?
Part of it is going to be how Draymond Green is officiated, if he's officiated. And I'm not salty about not giving already having a technical and then not wanting to do double technicals. I understand how that all works. But somebody put a compilation together of just last night's ball screens and some of the off-ball screens that he set. He's tackling guys. He is, like they say in football, you can call holding on any play. It's just a matter of what the ump wants to see from his position. I kind of feel that way about some of these Draymond Green plays where everything's at the edge of illegal, if not outright so.
I mean, that's kind of been his thing since he's been in the league, right? Like he will walk right up to the line, and it's kind of similar to, in football, there will be some defenses and some coaches whose philosophy is they can't call pass interference on every play. So they're just going to keep kind of trying to walk right up to the line. I wonder how much of it, because Draymond is one of the smartest players in the league. He obviously knows, what he's doing and how he's going to be officiated. I wonder if at some point he kind of realized, look, if I get a tech early on, especially in the playoffs, and basically just pay the tax of like just giving up one free throw, then I basically have a lot more freedom to do whatever I want, because I don't know if the league is necessarily going to want me to be ejected from a finals game. Like I wonder if something like that is going on. I wouldn't surprise me, given how smart Draymond is and so aware of all that kind of stuff he is.
Yeah, it's like a kid pushing boundaries. It's almost like it's like a parenting decision at this point that he's just going to keep trying to get what he can get, and it's his job to do it, I think.
Yeah, he's just doing what has worked for him his entire career, and so far it's still working for him. Can't really knock it.
Am I crazy, or did Steph Curry get better on defense to the point where he's staying with a couple good players for more than one dribble? And I know that doesn't sound like a big deal, but it is.
Well, when you're in the league as long as he is, you just kind of, and especially when you're around defenders who are as good as, Klay Thompson and Draymond Green and the younger version of Andre Iguodala, that, you're going to pick some stuff up, and you're going to get to the point where you at least aren't like a complete liability being on the court on that end, and there's somebody they can hide you on where you can at least do sort of an effective job on it. That's kind of where Steph is at with that. I wouldn't necessarily call him a good defender even still, but he's not as bad as he was early in his career.
No, a couple times, like in space without help, that he didn't do the one exaggerated step and then kind of throw his body on an angle where he actually was in a low defensive stance. And I know it's not a huge deal, but at his age, to be working that hard has to rub off on somebody like Jordan Poole or some of these other guys that also are going to have to work defensively.
Well, I think he's also kind of in the, you talk about that rubbing off from him on somebody like Jordan Poole, but, from him just being around, again, like I said, Klay and Draymond and guys who have been great defenders their whole careers, that maybe rubbed off on him as well.
There was something that was said, and I forget which Celtic said it, but it was an admission of something that I heard last week. I think it was Friday. We had Tim Doyle on, who was a high-level college player and really knows hoops. And he said something, and he said most people in basketball would never admit this. He said, you defend better when you're hitting your shots. He said there's something about seeing your shot go in and riding the energy of that kind of run that makes you play harder on defense. You never hear coaches talk about it because you're not supposed to connect the two. But I think, I don't know if it was Horford or someone else who said their defense suffered because essentially they were getting down, that their shots weren't going in. And rather than doubling their effort on defense, it's sometimes you don't get to ride that wave. I've always thought it, but maybe now it's okay for people to start admitting it.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious and that's something that I've thought for a long time also. I mean, when when you're not making your shots, you can do fundamentally all the stuff right on the defensive end, but your mind is going to be, you're going to have a different mindset. You're going to be like a little bit more desperate, a little bit more panicking. Maybe you're going to like have some mental lapses because you're playing from behind and you're trying to compensate for not hitting your shots. I totally understand that.
So we mentioned there's really no adjustments to make. We know who's on these rosters. We know what the combinations of players have been. I don't think there's like in a case of emergency break glass lineup move for either team, and you don't do it yet. That at this point, 1-1, it's been relatively even. Both games have been decided by a big flurry in the second half. Do you think both coaches continue to hold their cards pretty close?
I think both coaches have to feel pretty good about where their teams are at. The Celtics got one in Boston, in San Francisco rather, so they stole home court advantage, and even through the first half of last night, they showed they can hang with the Warriors. And then if you're Steve Kerr, you feel like we just started hitting our shots in that second game, and I'm going to bet on our team with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Jordan Poole doing that more often than not. I think both teams probably feel okay about where they're at right now.
My favorite little news story of the day in the NBA. We know that the Lakers have hired Darvin Ham as their coach. Darvin Ham is hiring Rasheed Wallace as an assistant. And I love it. It's like one of my favorite people in the history of sports. And I can't wait to see the interactions between Rasheed Wallace and Anthony Davis this year.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, this is not the first time he's been an assistant. I mean, he was an assistant coach in Detroit for, I think, under Maurice Cheeks, I want to say, in like 2013 or 14. So he's been an NBA assistant coach, and he's been an assistant under Penny Hardaway at Memphis for the last couple of years. So it is definitely going to be interesting to see how that goes for sure.
Oh, I just can't wait. Everybody be like, "Oh, you're hurt again." Really? Okay, you sure? You sure you can't go? I mean, there have been games where those AD games where he just looks like he doesn't want to be there and he's disengaged and you can't figure out why. I want to after the first time out when everybody knows what's going on. That's what I want to see.
And he and LeBron have a history too, because he was some of those last few years of him in Detroit with like Chauncey and Rip and all of them. They were playing against the Cavs in the playoffs some of those years. So I think he has kind of a history with LeBron there too. So it's going to be very interesting. I don't know if an assistant coaching hire is the thing that's going to make this roster that's clearly not very good suddenly be good, but it's going to make it more interesting to follow for sure.
Before we let you go, coaching openings that we're still looking at now. I guess Charlotte is going to interview Kenny Atkinson as a finalist. There's a rumor he could bring in Jim Boylan as his defensive coordinator. Yikes. And now Quinn Snyder is stepping down from the Jazz. Who do you think is on the short list for that job?
I think that there's, Terry Stotts, who, covered or who was in Portland for 9 years and had interviewed also for the Lakers job and the Charlotte job. I think he'll probably be in the mix there, but, keep an eye on Johnny Bryant, the assistant coach for the Knicks, who's Tibbs' top guy, he was an assistant with the Jazz, who they hired away pretty much for the express purpose of eventually trying to recruit Donovan Mitchell to go to the Knicks. I think Shams reported that he's going to be a candidate for this job, and he's a CAA guy, and Donovan Mitchell is a CAA guy, and you saw that report from Woj last night after Quinn Snyder decided to step down, that Donovan Mitchell is very concerned about the future of the franchise. So you wonder how much of a say they're going to give Donovan Mitchell in the coaching hire. So Johnny Bryant is who I would probably keep an eye on but
I just want to make sure that I clarify something, too. The finalist for the Charlotte job that would potentially bring in Boylan isn't Atkinson. It's the other finalist, Mike D'Antoni, who has talked about that. And apparently D'Antoni is going to meet with Michael Jordan at some point this week for that job. That's there's a couple of very different cats in Atkinson and D'Antoni.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Mike D'Antoni, I would probably be pretty fun to build an offense around LaMelo, right?
I love LaMelo maybe more than others do. I think potentially he's an absolute star of stars, and I'm not sure what offense is going to be best around him but sure, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's the Steve Nash offense, but it could be a similar in that everybody else kind of get out of the way and spread out, and then if you need to shoot.
Well, D'Antoni has built great offenses around Steve Nash and around James Harden, who's a very different kind of player than Steve Nash. He's able to adapt to his personnel. I don't know. I think what was funny was when they first fired James Borrego earlier in the offseason, all the talk was that they wanted to really focus on defense and hire a defensive-minded coach. Now you're talking about Mike D'Antoni as your finalist. Okay, all right. Sure. Although I guess maybe that's where Jim Boylan comes in.
No, he doesn't come in anywhere.
I know.
He's a blithering idiot. He can't coach anything or anyone at any level. He has no business on any bench anywhere. He's the worst. That man ruined Bulls basketball. He ruins everything. I wouldn't let him anywhere near my house because things would start falling off of it. I can't stand him if that wasn't clear.
So what's really funny, Dan, is the first couple of years that Hoiberg was in Chicago, which is when I was still on the beat, Boylan was his top assistant, and I actually talked to him a couple of times for stories that I was writing about different defensive things that the Bulls were doing, and I always found him very normal and nice and easy to talk to. And then when they fired him, Hoiberg and elevated him to the head coach, I thought, you know what? This guy is well respected. Maybe this could work. I could see it. I could see that maybe working. And then, within a week, you had the 55-point loss and the player mute, and you're like, oh, this guy's actually a complete lunatic.
That was the 55-point loss where he pulled everybody out, and then later he's like, I don't pull guys. I don't putatively pull guys. You don't want to double lose. Right, you don't want to double lose. Oh, God. See, now I'm going to be miserable again thinking about Jim Boylan. Not your fault. Sean Highkin, thank you, as always. Appreciate it.
Good to talk to you, Dan.
Yep, that is Sean Highkin, NBA writer at Bleacher Report. So we see these teams playing in the finals, and we see the fact that the Utah Jazz are parting ways with Quinn Snyder after 8 very successful years that didn't result in an appearance in the conference finals. How do the Bulls get from where they are to where the Celtics and the Warriors are right now? How do we get from here to there? I don't know. We'll figure that out next on The Score.
We prepare for that.
This is where the Cubs play.
Swinging a drive, deep left field. It's got a chance. Gone. Welcome to the Chicago Cubs, Christopher Morel. What a moment. Just one of them nights here.
What does the city of Chicago mean to you?
Oh, the city of Chicago means everything to me. That was the city I was born and raised in. That was the city that, helped ultimately turn me into a better person on and off the court. The schooling system helped me. Of course, the basketball helped me. So it's so competitive. There's so many people in Chicago who don't get the opportunity to play at Division I level, to play in the NBA, but they are so good in the city. They just might not have the same opportunity I have. That's why I always, count my blessings. I always thank the Lord for my blessings because I see, each and every year how Chicago talent just not have the same opportunity. But, playing against kids in Chicago, competitive, they play hard, they're relentless. It helped me become a better player, definitely.
When you think of the best talent you played against in the city, whether it be in a high school game or on the playground or whatever, Give me a Chicago basketball story where you're like, yep, that's the essence right there of Chicago basketball.
So I played varsity my freshman year. Me and my brother Kobe, we both went there. He was a junior, so I always played up. So I always was able to, get the talent, against older kids. And normally when you in Chicago, you see schools like Simeon, Morgan Park, Whitney, the powerhouses. And so I was a freshman. I went to Westinghouse, and we was in a white, so it's the red division, it's the white division. So we were trying to compete, win conference, so we get back to the red division. And when I tell you, it was so competitive each and every game. Every team was competitive. I mean, Al Raby, you had so many, other, competitive perspective. There was so many teams that if you ask a regular person, they would never say these schools. And me being a freshman, me competing against juniors and seniors, it was just so fun and competitive, and that definitely that's when I looked at like, okay, yeah, the Chicago, this is the real deal. And then of course when I transferred to Mully Park my sophomore season, I got to see all the talent and growing up playing with so many different players, playing small fry. That definitely helped me also.
You've got the shot down too. And it's not the way someone would teach it now. It's not a way a coach is going to say, hey, have that elbow up that way. And Larry already, nobody was going to say a word to him because there was no need to at that point. But did you have to unlearn and relearn something to make sure that you get the angle of that signature elbow position?
Yeah, I trained with our basketball trainer, Edon Ravine, and he's trained a bunch of NBA All-Stars, so it was incredible to be working with him. And his goal was to make me a silhouette of Bird on the court, whether it was his shot, how he dribbled, how he moved. And that was like the main focus for him and I was like, we don't want anyone to look at that shot and be like, there's something just off with it. It's not quite Bird-like. And we really pounded in second naturally, getting that shot, getting the elbow out. We called it the chicken wing. It's like the chicken wing needs to be super high up. And even the positioning of his feet, he doesn't really ever square up to the basket. He's turned a little bit to his left. Just small details like that we just constantly were doing in practices. And the way that he got that down second nature for me was we would practice it in the beginning when I was warming up, and then we would do conditioning. And then at the end of conditioning, when I'm just completely out of breath and not thinking about anything, if I was able to do the Bird shot, we were like, all right, we're ready for set. If you're able to do that without even thinking at this point.
That's good coaching. That's why all the coaches I've been around always practice free throws when you are tired. That is
exactly.
That is very good coaching. Go away and stay away and never come back. I don't know why you taunt me like that, Mike Rankin. All right. Caller 6 to the contest line. What's the contest line, you ask? Caller 6 to 312-540-0670. Wins a pair of tickets to see Eric Clapton with special guest Jimmy Vaughn at the United Center Monday, September 12th. Tickets for both September shows are on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. So where are the Bulls when we're watching the kind of basketball that's being played here?
Our goals for the season are to
Stop
make the
it!
playoffs.
Damn it! I'm going to do a Murph. Like, hey, get out of there. Take a break. Put the other guy on there. Cool breeze. Bastard. Because this isn't that. Whatever the Bulls are, and yay, DeMar DeRozan made a bunch of shots, and they beat the Pacers. All right, great. That's awesome. But that's not this. And the rim protection and all the 3-point shooting and all that. I just don't know. I know it was fun, and the Bulls were really fun. It was a great story, and I said to enjoy when your team is getting good, and I did. I really did enjoy it. And I will enjoy it. But I don't know how you go from where they are now. They'll re-sign Zach LaVine. Fine. And DeRozan's 32 and Vooch is 32. And now what? We don't know how healthy Lonzo Ball is. They're still not telling us whether he's healing or anything. This isn't close to that. Even if Patrick Williams is good, even if Patrick Williams is the NBA's most improved player next year, this isn't that. It's just not. And they don't have any draft picks. So that kind of blows. So if this whole phase was be competitive, put the floor in, restore some desirability of a competitive, tough, professional environment, mission accomplished. Done. That's the Bulls are good. And Chicago's a cool, fun place to play under this new regime, and they've thrown open the old shutters and the manse, and sunlight has disinfected everything, and they've gone through and they've cleaned everything out, and they used lemon pledge on all of the tables, and that's better. But this isn't that. They're not there yet. So trading Nikola Vucevic isn't going to necessarily accelerate getting there, because you're going to have to get younger and more mobile. Like the way these teams move, the ground that they cover, the relentless setting of screens, the fact that you're avoiding a free pass at the basket every time. There's got to be something here. Got to be something. There has to be a way to get closer to it without getting bad and trying to compile draft picks and tanking and all that. And by the way, the texters coming in here, trust me, I'm with you on that stuff, on the non-basketball topic there. Those who maybe didn't win the tickets or decided not to try to win the tickets. Yes, I trust me, I know. Believe me, I understand. But I don't know how the Bulls trends for whatever they have now, whatever the success of this season was, and it was successful. So far, I will say this has been successful. I don't know what you do now to springboard this toward that. There's no real easy answer here. 773. What if they had a healthy Anthony Davis instead of Zach LaVine? Better, worse, or the same? There's no such thing as a healthy Anthony Davis. If anybody had a healthy Anthony Davis who wanted to play through stuff and wanted to go as hard as he could all the time and, try all the time, he'd be great. He's one of the most talented players on the planet. He's not there some days. I don't know why. I don't know what is actual health and what is his perception of his health, or whether just what those circumstances are. I don't know. I think the Lakers would love to know what they could do with a healthy, engaged Anthony Davis. I think people
the most games he's ever played in the season is 75.
Okay,
which is decent.
That's fine. What's the most that Alonzo Ball has played? 60-some?
60-something.
Yeah. And when are we going to find out how he is? When are they going to know? And are they going to have to do another surgery?
63, by the way, and that was in a 72-game season. So, hat tip for that season. Outside of that, 55.
Yeah. Okay. I just would plotting my Bulls' future with so many unknowns here. It's not easy to do. I don't know what the trade market is for Vooch. I don't know how healthy Lonzo Ball is. I am presuming Zach LaVine is going to be re-signed to his max as a Bull, because I don't have any reason to not believe that, despite anything else that's been said. And they'll work around the fringes to find some, because they're pretty good at finding useful veteran free agents. But I don't know. I wish there was a magic button that I could push right here and say they're on track to be with one of those teams.
I guess the part of the thing, though, is they clearly, if you think about the arc of a team in general, or more of the franchise than this specific group, if they'd gone about it slower, and let's say the Bulls stagnate next year and they stay around that like fringes of the play-in, that type of thing for the next
46 wins.
Yeah, something like that for the next year, and they keep playing like that. You're able to do some stuff when Vooch is off your books and whatever. If you had said, hey, it's going to take like 2.5 years for them to maybe be able to get to this level, if they had kept going at the pace they were, that's probably about right if they hadn't made these moves. Now, obviously, that's, really trying to paint it in a positive direction.
Yes.
But still, that's kind of part of the thing, is they wanted to get relevant and, seen as a positive thought of franchise.
I get it. No, I get it. And they did. They did. They were fun. They were the center of the basketball universe for a half of the season. They were. And the DeRozan stuff was fun. They really were. There was and Caruso and cookies and all that was fun, but that doesn't. That's not what we're doing here, And that's why the Quinn Snyder thing really resonated with me. I didn't think it was 8 years already, but that's almost a decade of being a really good team. Granted, Salt Lake City is not Chicago, but they did a lot of stuff right. They drafted guys and they found guys, and even with all that. They're at the end of something here, not the beginning.
And that's why it's not just Quinn Snyder that's gone. Their guy that put that entire team together, Dennis Lindsay, is out. So they're kind of basically heading into a whole new thing. Now, mind you, they also built a very flawed roster. In the way they built it is how much they leaned on Gobert. So while they did a great job for Salt Lake City building up a team that was really, really good in the regular season, it was also still a very flawed team at every turn in terms of Gobert was like the only defender. So that's when you have to play Royce O'Neal a lot and go for Mike Conley. But when you have Mitchell as your main dude, he's a more probably higher ceiling, lower floor guy than when you think of Zach LaVine, because he's a worse defender than Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
But probably a guy that, if I'm in the clutch and I need scoring, I probably trust a little more.
I think he's better. I think I'd rather have him. That's not an actual decision, but just saying if we're comparing the two, I think in theory for the same money, same commitment, and tread on the tires is what we know about the number of surgeries now that Zach has had. That I think I would feel safer going with Donovan Mitchell, but I don't know about the off court stuff with Zach is real strong. You know, his try hard, his professionalism, his dedication, where Mitchell can get moody. Mitchell is a little bit harder to sort of maintain his happiness level, and there might be a little bit more of an investment in that than there is with Zach.
And maybe looking at Mitchell, not necessarily for him himself, but it's that when's the next disgruntled star that the Bulls are going to have enough capital to be able to go get? That's the question, because it's not right now just because they still owe 2 first-round picks and then all the cap mumbo-jumbo that goes after that in terms of what they can do with the rest. But maybe in a year, maybe it's 2, when you've given that next pick to Orlando and all you have is 1 pick you owe to San Antonio at that point.
Still have that 1 pick you owe to San Antonio, though. God. They gave up so much to get not bad.
Yes.
They really did. They spent a lot of resources to ensure this must be worth it. You've got to make it worth it. You have to make it worth it that you achieved whatever that goal was to be competitive and relevant and real and a destination. That priming of the pump was expensive. And now you're going to have to figure out how to make that quantum leap, and it ain't going to be easy. There was an anniversary. Is it today? Is the 21st anniversary today? Something happened 21 years ago in the NBA Finals, a famous moment that the moment itself is now old enough to drink legally. We'll tell you what that was next on The Score.
Coming up today at 12:25, don't miss White Sox All-Star shortstop Tim Anderson live with Laurence Holmes. That's Tim Anderson live with Laurence coming up at 12:25, exclusively here on 670 The Score and the Odyssey app.
This segment's brought to you by Northern Tool and Equipment Power Buys. Westside Mike is on The Score. Good morning. Happy Friday, Mike.
Good morning. Let me say something about the White Sox. Hear me out. You got the best radio show. You are a great hostess, and you're smart, and you're educated, and I just want to let you know this.
Thank you.
Last year, it was a pandemic. Everybody was in and out the lineup last year. They won a lot of games. You got a guy who's coaching that team that's the same age, or my grandfather about the same age. You give them a remote controller. They don't know what they want to watch. They're just flipping the channels. You know why? Because they old. My grandfather thinks the Cartwrights and Gusmo still come on every day. It's past its prime. That's Tony La Russa. It's past its time. The man is old. My grandfather sitting in front of the TV. Why Gusmo ain't on? The granddad, it's 10:30. They don't show these TV shows no more. You got cable. Watch any or something else. Tony La Russa think he's back coaching the White Sox when he was young. He's past his time. Give him the man some Jello or some Lipton pudding or whatever, and let him go home, retire, and get a young guy in there to run this team the right way. Because you keep that old guy in there, all you're going to do is get a rocking chair.
Hold on a second.
You're not going to win.
Mike, your grandfather is alive and well and is also in his late 70s?
My grandfather, hey, they in the 90s.
Oh, he's in his, okay.
And you know what that means?
Yes.
They don't know. They don't remember where he at.
Okay.
It's a new time. It's 2022. I love my grandfather, but he old. When you get old, you're going to forget things. Tony La Russa in his 70s, he's already forgetting things. Ask what years it is right now.
How old are you?
I'm 57 years old.
Okay, I'm just trying to work the math here because that's wow, good. That's good genes in your family. Then that is. I mean,
of course, you know why?
Why?
I don't drink. I don't smoke. I just buy clothes and do the right thing.
That was 21 years ago. Wow. Wow. He was so good, man. He was so good and so would fit so well in this NBA. Would be so dynamic and wouldn't have to apologize for his style of play. Like, he came along at a time where there were still a bunch of old heads where everybody was playing like DeMar DeRozan, and you're not supposed to do that. And, well, is he a point guard or is he not? Or what? Like, that guy truly ahead of his time for the way he played the game.
That game is kind of incredible because when you think about the context of that Lakers team going in, they'd already won a title. This was their second time through. I mean, the East just sucked out loud. And you look at the rest of this team, Iverson took 41 shots in that game. The next highest person in terms of field goal attempts was Eric Snow.
That's his guy.
With 10.
He guarded, you had, I'm trying to think what the matchups were. I'm trying to remember.
It was mostly Iverson,
Lou.
Iverson, Lou. You had like Aaron McKee.
Yes.
On Kobe.
Eddie Jones was
Jermaine Jones.
Jermaine Jones. Okay.
And then Tyrone Hill and Dikembe Mutombo.
Yeah.
Dikembe had 13, 16, and 5 blocks in that game. Iverson, 48 points, 5 boards, 6 dimes, 5 steals.
Wow.
Yeah, this Sixers team sucked.
It's one of the worst all time. I would say that and the first LeBron Cavs team.
And the Nets team that went right after this Sixers team.
Yeah, but
even though they went twice.
That LeBron Cavs team, the one with Daniel Gibson and Ilgauskas.
Larry Hughes.
Remember that with the website Larry Hughes, please stop taking so many bad shots.com?
Yes.
That was an actual.
Sasha Pavlovich was on that team
Sasha
too.
Pavlovich, indeed he was.
But yeah, the bench guys for that Sixers team were Eric Snow, Raja Bell, who's probably a guy that we maybe just didn't appreciate enough at the time.
Raja Bell. You have to do that in Marv Albert voice, yes.
Matt Geiger.
All-star.
Yes.
Matt Geiger made an all-star team, unless I'm wrong.
Todd McCullough played $137 in that game.
He was one of the first big white dopes to get paid. That was like on the John Koncak number. Was it? Oh no, I'm thinking of McIlvaine.
Jim McIlvaine with Seattle.
Yes, I'm thinking of Jim McIlvaine. Yeah, Todd McCullough. Todd McCullough's the guy that had a boar's face, right? He was like the
very much so.
Todd McCullough looked like the long lost boar's child.
Yeah, if the Boers family and a Yeti had a child, it was like Todd McCullough. And then
God, I'm so glad there's no place for guys like that in the NBA anymore.
Yeah.
Like really, there just aren't a lot of big floppy big stiffs anymore.
Hey, Luka Garza's playing for the Pistons.
Not really playing though. I mean, and he won't for later.
He's rostered for the Pistons.
A couple more draft classes he won't be. I don't know why you put him on a roster.
Also, Rodney Buford and George Lynch.
Carolina, George Lynch. Part of the great recruiting class, right? Wasn't he? George Lynch was part of the class with Cliff Rozier and, oh my God. This is going to kill me. Who else was it? The famous Carolina. Eric Montross was in that class.
Speaking of.
Yep, another one. Top 5 pick, right?
Yes.
What does he do? I don't know.
He's tall.
He's tall. Is he good? Not really.
I said he's tall.
Are you gonna draft him? Yes, we're gonna draft him. Why? I don't know. It's just what we do.
What part of tall? Don't you understand?
Yeah, right. But he's tall, and we know his name. He's in magazines, and Dick Vitale talks about him because he's tall and bad. Next up, we'll do transition with Laurence Holmes on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. An Odyssey station.
When you're facing a long haul or dealing with a heavy load, call in.
I was in the weight room with Clyde Emmerich, and as you walk into the weight room at Atlanta, it's got these kind of cowboy swinging doors on it. I had 495 pounds on the bench, and that's, I think, 5 or 6 big plates on each side. And so this is what I was gonna go for. For some reason, psychologically, I couldn't get over the 500-pound hump. And so I'm laying down there and getting ready, and Clyde Emmerich's going to give me a lift off, the great Clyde Emmerich, the legend. All of a sudden, the cowboy doors swing open like you were in a Western movie. And it's McMichael. And he looks and so they went to get him, and he opens the doors and he goes, "Put the 2.5s on each side, you," cuss word after that. And so, I got up, and we put the 2.5s on each side, 2.5-pound plates. These little bitty plates was the psychological difference for me. So we put them on there, and Ming stood over me, just breathing fire and inspiring like nobody else could. And so Clyde Emmerich gives me the lift off, and I let it descend, I take it off my chest, and I was able to complete the lift for the first time in my life. And it was a psychological hurdle that I got over because of Steve McMichael, because of his inspiration, because of those doors swung open like we were getting ready for a high noon pistol fight in the middle of the road. And after talking to Dan Pompei, and you talk about the inspiration and the other guys around the league, that was the inspiration that Steve gave to me at one of the most important times of my football weightlifting life. And because of him, I always have such gratitude, and the inspiration of him coming into the weight room and shaking it up like nobody else could.
Wednesday. Laurence Holmes is here. He should be off lighting candles and eating cake and throwing himself a party, but he's working instead because he's dedicated to his craft.
Well, that's not
in his
why I'm
profession.
working.
I don't know. It sounds good. Thanks to Ian Happ, Josh Nelson, and Sean Hyken for joining us today. Thank you to Connor O'Donnell, to Evan Thomas, to Mike Rankin, to Rick Camp, to Brandon Fryer as well. Tomorrow, there's no sports tonight, right?
No.
So we're going to have some fun tomorrow.
I mean, there's hockey.
Yeah, there's hockey. There's hockey.
That's a sport.
Why are you waving a Rice Krispie treat? Is that your birthday treat?
Well, it's like the biggest Rice Krispie treat in the world.
It also looks substantial. It looks heavy.
Yes. So I've only taken a couple bites out of it. It's from Medici on 57th. So, I was over there this weekend. The 57th Street Art Fair was going on. I was like, that looks delicious.
Now, the question is, can they call it a Rice Krispie treat?
No, it is.
Some places say that it is a rice cereal marshmallow confection.
Dan. I apologize. This is a crispy treat.
You know who has ones as big as that? Bockwinkel's.
Really?
Yeah.
That they make?
Yeah, like when I go over there every once in a while and get myself a sandwich from the deli, they have those and the cookies like sitting on top of there so that fatties like me will buy them.
Always look to the cookie, right? Isn't that what we're supposed to do?
I loved making Rice Krispie treats and then eating them kind of warm out of the pan, like when they were still malleable, and your mom would kind of cut them out there with a little spatula, and they were still not hot, but just warm enough to still move around.
Yes, that's when it's really good. I went to go see my parents yesterday.
How are they doing? They good?
Yeah, they're good. And my mom had like this big box of Rice Krispie treats or Rice Krispies. And I was like, are you going to make some of these? And she's like, no, cereal, stupid. We like Rice Krispies. So I was like, all right, well, I have this giant Rice Krispie treat over here that I'm working on.
I bought a box of cereal the other day that I thought would last 2 weeks minimum. It was like the double mega Crunch Berries. The huge, it wouldn't fit in a bag. Like I had to put it over my shoulder like Radio Raheem's boombox. And I bring it home and I couldn't find a place to put it even in the pantry. Like I had to set it on its side. It seriously, it was like there's a television in it. It lasted 3 days.
Do you go through the campy, Mike? Do you guys go through this too, where you fall in and out of love with cereal? Where you're like, I don't want cereal, and then you're like, you know what I want? A whole box of Cap'n Crunch. And remember, It's Cap'n because he didn't serve Stolen Valor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest breakfast person in the world. Just, I don't know why. I just generally don't eat before, like the show's over. And then I eat a lot. But when I do, I'll go through it. Like, it'll be with one cereal.
Cereal isn't for breakfast.
Love my cereal at night.
Cereal's for right before bed.
Love it.
Okay, now we're talking. So are you saying that you're looking at it as a popcorn? Because to me, Cap'n Crunch, and again, he did not serve. That's why it's Cap'n and not Captain Stolen Valor. You can just do handfuls of that, and it can be like your popcorn. Or are you saying full-fledged cold?
You're ripping all of the skin off the roof of your mouth if you're doing that.
No doubt about it, but it still tastes delicious. So, Mike, are you going full bowl or are you going hand to mouth here?
I'll go Frosted Flakes like popcorn, but then like Frosted Mini Wheats or Pops or something like that, I'll go milk.
Frosted Mini Wheats
Pops?
Frosted
you like Pops?
Corn Pops?
Old-fashioned, they used to be
Pops,
called
the yellow box,
sugar corn Pops. But then they had to take the word sugar out of there because you just couldn't say the word sugar. Sugar Smacks became like super mega honey, not sugar smacks.
They were Dig-'em Smacks. Remember? They had the frog and he would come out there and he'd do something.
There was Sugar Smacks. There would
dance around.
There was Sugar Crisp. That was Sugar Crisp. What was the name of that bear? Who's the
can't get enough Super Golden Crisp?
Well, they had to change it to Super Golden Crisp. It was the Sugar Bear for Super Sugar Crisp. And if you neglected Sugar Crisp for like a week in a humid summer, that was one block. It was a foil bag, and if you it was like buying brown sugar, where like, well, that's shot. Like you take it out and take bites out of it.
I still will come across
Pops. You're still eating Pops.
Every now and again, I'll walk down the cereal aisle and I'll be like, man, Apple Jacks is calling my name.
Nah, you get over that in a hurry. 2 bites, you're done with that.
Yes, but you're like, that seems like a good idea.
Or
But
you
it's
just
not.
always go with the handful. I'm an always with the handful. I don't mix my cereal and the milk unless I'm washing the cereal down in my mouth with milk.
Do you ever, if you're in those places, like you're at a restaurant or like a buffet, do you ever mix the cereals? Have you ever done that? Where they have the little things where you can like spin the dial and here's a little bit of Apple Jacks and here's a little bit of Fruit Loops and here's a little bit of Frosted Flakes.
Golden Grams and it was a really weird one, but it worked. It was like Golden Grams and like Crunch Berries, I think is what I did.
Oh, that's like pulling up to the Yum Brands mega drive-through, and it's a Taco Bell, a KFC, and a Pizza Hut. You're like, I don't know, I have to leave. No, you can't do that.
Put all of them in the car.
No, you can't start. No.
I hate the person who texted in with Quisp cereal. Get out of here with you and your Quisp.
Actually, too sweet.
Quisp?
Too sweet.
Too hard to say.
Quisp's rival was Quake. There was Quisp and there was Quake.
They fought?
They fought. Well, I don't know if they actually fought, but they threatened each other,
Thankfully,
I think.
neither won.
They were rivals, Quisp and Quake.
Is this like left Twix and right Twix?
Yeah, they were camps, there were tribes. You were either a Quisp person or a Quake person, even though they tasted identical. And they were both bad. So I avoided them. They were terrible.
Like Mounds or Almond Joy?
No, there's a difference between Mounds and Almond. I think the Quisp and Quake
they're
battle.
both terrible,
Almond Joy's got nuts. Mounds don't.
Right.
Oh wait,
Both
Mounds
bad.
got no.
Rich,
I don't
chocolate,
remember.
coconut and crunchy nuts too. Ooh, my and chewy coconut. Ooh.
Although someone keeps buying them upstairs because they keep refilling them.
Who?
The Mounds, like I think it's Mounds that are
Nobody
more up
buys
there.
Mounds.
But they keep disappearing from the shelf up in the old company or the kitchen.
I'm hungry. You know what I could go for? A Mounds. Yep. I'm gonna head upstairs and no one says that. I've never been able to never been in my life anywhere. Boy, I'm just craving a Mounds.
I
bar.
really
I know what I
want
can go for now. Come on.
A Mounds.
Come on. No one's ever said that.
Hold on. I know this is shocking, but an awful text from the 815.
Oh no.
Can we agree that Cinnamon Toast Crunch is wildly overrated?
No, sir. We
No.
cannot agree on that.
I've never had it.
So I had it on a donut recently, and I ordinarily don't like that. I ordinarily don't like the super crazy designed donut. But Fleckenstein's and Mokina had it, and I was just looking at it, and I was like, you know what? That looks good. I'm going to try it. So I tried it. I was like, I'm going to take a bite of it. You have to understand that from Fleckenstein's Bakery to my parents' house is probably about a 3-minute drive.
That's not that far from that Jameson's where we did a bunch of shows.
Yeah, it's right down
Yeah.
the street. And I was like, I'll take a bite and then I'll save the rest for the ride home.
Yeah, then you did a Doug Buffone.
It was all gone. I was like, this is delicious. And ordinarily, like, that's not my jam. Like, you see people like, oh, we're going to put some chopped up cookies on top of this donut. I'm like, yeah, can you just make a simple chocolate cake donut? Because if you can do that, then I have something that I can order forever on your menu. I was overwhelmed by how good the Cinnamon Toast Crunch donut was.
Okay. It was National Donut Day on Friday.
Yeah, so Friday what I did is I went to the Huck Finn on Cicero and got a little 8-pack of donut holes.
Of the holes, because one of the apple fritters there is like $6 and it's
bigger than your face.
Yeah.
That thing is a problem. But I've learned they have them right at the counter now. Like they figured out people dig those, so they have them right at the counter along with the chocolate brownie, which I keep trying to tell people at Huck Finn is like a cheat code. Because it's delicious and it's right there. So when you go there, you should get that too, along with the apple fritter that's as big as your face. But yes, that's how I celebrated. I did that thing. It had 8 donut holes from Huck Finn.
I didn't know it was National Donut Day until I got to Jewel and there was a special. Somebody was bringing out donuts. I said, that's more donuts than you usually have. And she said, well, it's National Donut Day, so they're 2 for $1. I said, oh, okay. And I got one of the cardboard boxes and I just started filling it up with donuts because it so happened that I had expiring Jewel rewards that I had to use that day. and I had $4 worth of rewards. So I got 8 donuts. So I basically got 8 free donuts, essentially.
Damn.
On National Donut Day, and I ate 4 of them that night.
If you'd like to take donuts like super seriously, Larry Potash did an episode about donuts in America on his show Backstory.
Part 3, Donuts in America.
I mean, it's like that. Like, it's very serious, where he talks about the donuts in the war effort and the importance of it, and how there were people that would come out and they would make donuts like at the front lines. It's really, really good.
Frontline Donut Maker.
That should be the name of a place. Like, we've now named a place, Frontline Donuts.
There's a newer place in Lombard called the Donut Experiment, where it's build your own donut. It's essentially, you get like a list. It's based of a cake donut.
Yeah.
And it's just like you check off the different things that you want on it, and they make it like right in front of you.
Peace, Love, and Little Donuts is like that too. Like, I don't know if there's any in Illinois, but I know there are a bunch in Pennsylvania, and the mascot looks just like Joe Madden. It makes me laugh every time I see it.
Well, Joe might need a job soon.
Yeah, that's not good what's going on with the Angels right now. But they do the same thing where it's like, here's your plain cake donut. What do you want on it? Do you want cinnamon sugar? Do you want sugar? Do you want us to dip it in glaze? Like, all of this stuff. But yeah, have you looked it up? Peace, Love, and Little Donuts. I'm telling you, it looks just like Joe Madden. It's going to make you laugh when you see the mascot, because it looks exactly like Joe Madden. It's one of my favorite things. Like, I walked through, like, hey, it's Joe. Joe's out here selling me donuts. He's a Pennsylvania guy. So, you know.
I thought that about Bradley Whitford's character in Get Out.
That he looked like Joe Madden?
Yeah.
He looked like menacing Joe Madden in Get Out?
Uh-huh.
Speaking of donuts, this actually has nothing to do with donuts. Remember when you were talking about mounds and how you don't have a taste for them ever? It's like, I'm hungry.
No one does. It's a money laundering operation.
I feel
something.
The exact same, and no disrespect to this place, but I feel the exact same way about Boston Market. Like, I'm not thinking about Boston Market to get food. If I'm hungry, that's probably the last place I think about. However,
although the cream spinach is
good.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
It is good.
When I used to work over at Channel 5, one of the photographers, the only Boston Market that was anywhere close was in Hyde Park. Like, there's one on 51st and Blackstone. 53rd and Blackstone. And he would literally, like, in the middle of a shift, like for his lunch, he'd go to the Boston Market.
Wait, wasn't there one on Wellington and Ashland right in front of the Jewel there?
Yeah.
There's a Dunkin' Donuts and a Boston Market, right?
But Dan, think about it. The NBC Tower is right off Lakeshore Drive. Like, you get on Lakeshore Drive, you get off at 53rd and go get your Boston Market. I'm always satisfied with my Boston Market. I don't go there enough, and it's literally down the street from my house. But their cornbread and mashed potatoes, still pretty excellent. It's a little too much food for me. They had started doing these.
Rick Camp just gave a look like, what? I don't, these words that you put in this order, I do not understand.
It's like a little too much, but they now have these chicken, like, carver sandwiches, which are, like, you know, handheld, like, perfect. Ends up being a perfect meal.
That's like one of my favorite places, I Love Fries, where their portion, like their...
Wait, the place is called I Love Fries, or you just randomly remind us that you love fries?
The place is called I Love Fries.
Okay.
It's in Villa Park. And I mean, they have like a biodegradable tub, essentially, that they put everything in. That's a portion. And there were so many people that would get like multiple meals out of it that are like, do you guys have anything smaller? That they finally came up with like a walking taco kind of size.
I love that.
That place is incredible. I went there with Herb once, and he got the elote fries.
He's like, hey, these elotes, they're great.
I mean, let's put it this way: the normal size was big enough where Herb didn't finish the thing in one sitting.
Really?
I was very disappointed in him.
Wow. I mean, don't they talk about that? You're a food pusher, Campy. That's what's going on right now. You can't be pushing food on people.
I know. It's like I grew up with the finish your plate.
Yeah.
So now it's however much is on the plate. Nope, got to finish the plate.
Got to be a part of the Clean Plate Club.
Yeah, that's an I'm Fat podcast origin story is what that is.
This is what turned you into the hero that you are now.
It's true.
This is Martha.
I mentioned I made reference to Get Out before.
Wait a minute.
I want to
Your
say
mom's name is Martha too? How do you know that name? What?
Huh?
You mean to tell me that your mom's name is Martha and my mom's name is Martha, and that's why we shouldn't be fighting each other? Let's be friends and form the Justice League. All right, sorry.
It was that easy. I saw the trailer for the next Jordan Peele movie.
Nope.
The full trailer. Ooh.
Yeah.
I hope it's as good as the trailer suggests.
Look, he's been doing all sorts of crazy stuff, and people are giving him millions and millions upon dollars now to create these worlds. He's always provocative.
Yeah, this looks. He can take my money. I don't care what he does. He knows it. It was sort of like the way I was targeted for Top Gun. They knew they were going to get my money.
I haven't seen it yet.
It's great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is worth your time?
It's great.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe that's an activity for later on tonight because I don't think there's going to be softball.
Yeah, I'm going to I'll do the full review tomorrow and we'll talk about it because I know people get mad when you start talking about it because of everything it's involved in, but
why?
Because it was a Reagan era recruiting fantasy.
Oh, okay.
And it was. I don't deny that, but there's this movie, there's genuine pathos, and it's going to remind you of some other movies. It is definitely derivative, but the balancing of fan servicing with overall entertainment and the number of Easter eggs and just beautiful people being movie stars again. And it's a summer blockbuster that isn't animated. It's not CGI. It's not Marvel characters. It's old-fashioned movie stars. And I don't know. I loved it.
The fan service that's going on now with Kenobi, I was kind of like lukewarm on the concept of let's do a series about Obi-Wan and what happens with him in between before we get to A New Hope. And episode 3 of this was dark. like it's already been kind of dark, but it's been dark. And I've enjoyed it. And I enjoy the fact that we now have Obi-Wan as this like broken man, like this kind of broken, scared man. And the sum of all fears showed up in episode 3. And you were like, okay, I get why he is a scared, broken man. Been very enjoyable, very enjoyable. I would also recommend, I've been recommending this to Shane, like someone, I think Greenberg brought it up on Twitter about The Boys, which is a superhero show on Amazon Prime. And I love it because it's a very different.
They're spending a lot of money to promote it.
It's great. Like it's a really well done show because it kind of gives you what if superheroes acted like human beings with their superpowers? And that's kind of where we go. And there's a lot of cool stuff. So I'm trying to convince Shane that he would like it. And the first 3 episodes that dropped this past weekend of The Boys, man, they are not messing around. They immediately went for the jugular, and it's been entertaining. I had a very good weekend of viewing stuff, and because the Kenobi episode 3 of Kenobi left me sitting there for about 10 minutes, kind of thinking things over. And thinking the Star Wars universe over and how well done so far it's been.
I had just had a lot of baseball on the TV all weekend because I was Saturday set up with it was drizzling outside, and then you get Cubs game, Sox game, Cubs game, almost perfectly 3 hour.
Yep,
just there the entire time.
Yeah, the baseball this weekend was a lot more enjoyable if you were a White Sox fan.
It was entertaining if you're a Cub fan, though.
It was entertaining.
The outcomes sucked, but the ball was entertaining.
That's one of the things I want to try, if we have time today, that I want to try and get into. And it's because I actually think, Dan, that where the Cubs are at right now is enjoyable as long as you don't have the expectation of winning. There are pieces of it that are really enjoyable.
Is this 2014?
It might be 2013, but maybe it is 2014. their thing, like the Christopher Morel stuff, like how can you not enjoy that? And what I was proposing last night is that he and Wilson become the new Andrews and Beltray. I want them to do that.
Oh, that's pretty special, though. I don't know that in today's, with all of the scrutiny, like if John Boy had existed back then, I don't know if we ever could have gotten those little real moments, because it wasn't a bit. They were really, like, you couldn't touch Beltray's head.
Yes. Well, the problem is that Wilson might not be here much longer. Like, that's the biggest problem to all of that. So that's what I want to try to get to. I do want to talk a little bit about the basketball, but first, I'm going to have Tim Anderson on the show. So I'm looking forward to people hearing that. We recorded it a little while ago to meet with his schedule, and then people are going to be able to hear it. So that's what I have planned for my little show today. That is Dan Bernstein. You can hear him Monday through Fridays, 9 a.m. until noon. I'm Laurence. You can hear me from noon until 2. This hour is being brought to you by CarX Tire and Auto, online at carx.com. Ray, let's go.
Laurence Holmes, noon to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Previously on the Laurence Holmes Show.
I'd like for the White Sox to start proving me wrong. You know, a lot of times when you do this or you write, you look forward to being right. And I'm not going to lie, I have an ego. I enjoy being right. I enjoyed being right about Teoscar Hernandez yesterday. I'd like for the White Sox to get to a place where they're proving me wrong. You know, in the offseason when I said, your team's pretty good, it could be better. There's no reason why you shouldn't go out and spend money. I like the Josh Harrison move if he's your 26th man, but you gave your 26th man a 3-year deal when you didn't need to do that. I thank you very much for your time, allowing me to talk about the White Sox. I truly do, because I've needed that. I can only scream at my television so much. I'll have more on Monday because we'll have more time on Monday to do some things. And maybe, just maybe, we're talking about a White Sox team that wins their series against the Tampa Rays.
1-1. Fly ball to left. This should do it. A.J. Pollock makes a catch. White Sox win. They take the series, and they're going to head home feeling a lot better than they did a couple of days ago.
Make me a bicycle, clown.
Yep, it's my birthday and I'm working, which is kind of a rarity, but you'll understand why in a minute. Bass drop! Welcome in. My name is Laurence Holmes, and I'm here with you until 2 o'clock. James Fegan's going to join us at 1. We will talk White Sox with him, although we're going to talk with a White Sox coming up in a few minutes. We are also going to talk about the Cubs today and the NBA Finals, and a huge mistake that was made by Deshaun Watson's attorney. Huge. So we'll get into all of that stuff, and there's a couple of other things that I want to discuss as well. Shout out to everyone who is showing love to the show, The Boys. We are trying to get Shane into it, so keep that energy going for Parkins and Spiegel. It's a perfect Shane show. And I don't think that he realized that. Like, I think he just saw, superhero thing. I was like, nah, fam. Like, basically the lead character is Shane. So he should be really into Butcher as far as I'm concerned. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a timeout, but don't go anywhere. And here's why. Because when we return, we sat down with Tim Anderson. We talked to him about a whole bunch of stuff, including whether or not he believes his White Sox team can get to where they want to go. You'll hear what he had to say next here on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell you.
Well, it's a question of going out there and having that great stuff and learning how to harness it. That's one of the things that has allowed Dylan Cease to become the pitcher that it looks like he's going to become. And it's a question, Laurence, of waking up one day, looking in the mirror and say, I belong. And my feeling was when I started to understand the psychological aspect of competition, When I understood how to use my mind as well as my body, because your mind will govern your body, when I understood that, it went something like this. I would look in, let's say, at Willie Stargell, Roberto Clemente, all the great Cincinnati Reds, the Big Red Machine, whether it be Joe Morgan or Johnny Bench or Pete Rose for that matter. And at that point, when I was trying to get them out, I didn't understand much about the mental aspect of competition. But later on, I still was facing Hall of Famers. And my thought process was, you're going to go to the Hall of Fame, but not tonight, because tonight is my night. I can't beat you over a career or over a year, but I can certainly beat you tonight, because tonight is my night, not yours. And when you get that feeling, you get to be unbeatable. And for a very short period of time, for a time of a season and a half, I felt that I was unbeatable because it was an integration of everything I still had from a physical standpoint combined with where I had taken the mental aspect of competition. Understanding to integrate both is understanding how to win with less than your best, and that typifies a quality major league pitcher, because you're only going to have your best stuff 25% of the time. And the guys who understand how to win with less than their best are the guys that float to the top of this huge talent pool that is the major leagues.
Well, I hope that this is what we continue to see with Dylan Cease, because I've loved it. And I love how confident he is on the mound and how confident as a fan I am now when he's on the mound.
Well, I think what you've seen with Dylan Cease, you will continue to see. He's at the point now, because he is a cerebral pitcher. He's a very smart pitcher, so is Lucas Giolito. And for his own right, Lance Lynn, despite the fact that it looks like, I throw a fastball every pitch. Yeah, he does, but he varies it. He's a smart pitcher also. But there's only one thing right now that will stop Dylan Cease from being a great in this game, and that's injuries. He's figured it out. He understands how to harness his stuff. He knows what to throw, when to throw it, and where to throw it. And if he stays healthy, the sky is the limit as far as what he can accomplish. I mean, you're looking at a guy that possibly can win 20 games just about each and every year. If people think that the wins are important these days, I happen to think they still are. I think Dylan can win 20 games each and every year, with the only thing stopping him will be an injury, and hopefully he'll be able to avoid that.
In the aftermath of the White Sox winning the World Series, you get to 35th Street, and they would go, 35th Street, home of the world champion Chicago White Sox. And I'm like, I choke up like thinking about it like right now. Like it was an awesome thing to have happen. Now let me flip it 11 years later, because this is how we are. And I know I'm like this, and I'm working on it. I want to get to where Tony is at. And I think I'm getting close. Because I really like the dudes over that run the Cubs. Like, I love Theo and Jed. And I like a bunch of the guys that are inside that clubhouse. I remember the Cubs winning the World Series. And I was like, oh, hell. I was rooting for them because I ain't rooting for Cleveland. But I remember being like, man, this is going to be crazy. The shows are going to be crazy. The city is going to be up for grabs. It's don't go to the north side, like all of this stuff. And I remember walking to the train because there's no way I was going to drive on parade day. Dan and I were actually doing a show together that day. And I remember seeing another White Sox fan. And he had his cap on. And he just kind of looked at me and just like did the nod. Like that's where the whole "we still here" thing came from. Because we felt like we were about to get swallowed by everything Cub that happened. And so there was this kind of like, yeah, they can celebrate. They can have a little party they're going to have over on the north side. We still here, though. We going to be quiet for a little bit, but then we're not going to be quiet no more. Meanwhile, our team stinks. And you remember the 16 White Sox? They were decent. Until they weren't. And it was bad. And I'll also never forget seeing White Sox fans walking around like, I dare you to say something to me. when I got my White Sox cap on today. Of all days, November 3rd, I dare you to say something to me today.
The bat was a javelin. Left-hand side, Andrew Vaughn has to race in. Tim is out there, and Tim Anderson out of nowhere over the shoulder. Inside with a cutter, Tim leaps and makes the catch. What a grab by T.A.
From his basketball days, top of his jump. That's a good play.
Anderson to right, well hit. Judge going back, looking up, it's gone! Tim Anderson, a three-run shot.
He knew it once he hit it, and that right index finger says it all.
Off the mound, Tim having a range again. It's a jump throw, and it is there! Oh, what a play! T.A. to Abreu. The scoop from Jose was brilliant. Two gone.
Nobody else makes this play. That was awesome.
Anderson hits it in the air right. Back at the wall, and the White Sox win it.
And the most energetic guy on the team ends up winning it.
Unbelievable play right here by T.A.
It's always nice when we get an opportunity to talk with one of the biggest stars in sports, and there's no doubt about it that Tim Anderson is that. The shortstop of the White Sox joins me on the Circa Resort Casino hotline. Circa Resort Casino, home of the world's largest sports book. T.A.
How we doing?
Man, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good.
It's been too long, man. I'm glad that we're getting the opportunity to connect again.
Yeah, I know. It's good to talk to you.
So I wanted to ask you a couple questions, and I do want to talk about Dairy Queen. First things first, was there a Dairy Queen in Tuscaloosa?
Yeah, there was.
Did you go there after basketball games?
After Little League baseball games.
Okay. What was your order back then?
I was more so just, I kept it simple. I was a burger, but, I was a strawberry sundae type of guy as well.
Okay. I'm a dilly bar guy. I like the dilly bar, and I like the vanilla cone dipped in chocolate. Like that's kind of my move. So seeing you connected with Dairy Queen is pretty cool. How did this come about with you and Bryce Harper?
It was just one of those things. They reached out, and I was interested, and I feel like it was a good fit, and we jumped right on it. So I was excited about that for sure.
Good. And I'll get back to Dairy Queen. Obviously, like White Sox fans right now are looking at the team going, how can they go and get better? So a couple things for you. What's these first 50 or so games been like for you and the team?
It's been challenging. It's up and down. But you understand what you're doing. You are playing one of the toughest games at the highest level. But it's also a learning process. We don't had injuries. But the ultimate goal is just to keep going. Keep going and keep pushing. And, keep having fun. And I think we'll get to where we need to be for sure.
Why was it important to you to stay with the team while you're rehabbing?
Keep positive vibes, keep positive energy. It's just good to be there.
You know, it's good to be there. Why would I not?
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes you see guys like ship out on something like that, but I feel like you take your role as a leader on this team fairly seriously. So that feels like something that a leader would do. Am I saying too much, or is that the case?
No, you're spot on. I'm all in. You know, I mean, it is my job, so why not try to, you know, go out and be the best at it, and you know, sell out doing it, and max out every day. You know, trying to be the best that you could be, and you know, bring your value to the team. That depends on whatever they need.
How are you feeling right now?
I feel good. I feel good. You know, getting better. You know, feeling healthy. You know, every day getting better and better.
Is it frustrating to you to have to go through as many injuries as you've had to deal with in your career and the team overall has had to deal with?
At times it can be. You know, at times it can be because you know what the ultimate goal is, and you can't do that if you're not on the field. But you know, man, you just keep working and you keep pushing and you keep trying, you know, to get better. And you know, once you're injured, you know, it's a time for you to, you know, also to continue to get better, to dig into, you know, your game as well, and you know, that way you can come back even more sharp and you know, keep going along that path that you're trying to get.
Talking with White Sox shortstop Tim Anderson. He is here courtesy of Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen is crowning the official combo meal of MLB, featuring the all-new signature stack burgers. Vote for Tim's meal, the DQ Bacon 2 Cheeseburger Deluxe, and the Blizzard Treat Meal at dairyqueen.com. When I hear Tony La Russa talk about you, it feels very paternal. It feels like, you know, a dad and his son. How did you guys build your relationship?
You know, it's just one of those things. You know, when he first signed over, a lot of people didn't think we would get along. I guess just off of his history and you know, just off of my personality. But it's one of those things you gotta learn. You gotta learn for yourself. You know, you can't go off of what other people say. And you know, ever since we got over here, we just been, you know, building a relationship and, you know, communicating and talking. And, you know, he's super competitive, and I'm super competitive. You know, we just want to win, and we'll do whatever it takes. So, you know, we started clicking ever since we got over here, and you know, it's been great. You know, we're trying to reach that goal, and you know, he's all in, and you know, I'm all in, and you know, everybody's all in. So we're just trying to, you know, continue to keep working and you know, keep getting better, and hopefully we get there.
Seeing you develop as a hitter has been pretty amazing. I mean, obviously you're a batting champ, but I think that you've gotten even better. And the thing that I look at is watching your approach to going to right field. And when pitchers try to go away on you, you're able to flip the ball into right field and you're showing some pop to right field. How did you develop that? What were the things that were important to you as to not allow pitchers to get you out that way?
Yeah, I mean, you know, after my rookie year, you know, I had a pretty good rookie year, and after that, I kind of, you know, my numbers were down a little bit, and you know, it was up on me to, you know, do the task, and I wanted to be the best hitter that, you know, in the league, and so it was up on me to do the work. You know, I just got in the cage and worked, and you know, being able to play that fastball deep, you know, that's gonna allow you to be on everything else. If I'm on your fastest pitch, everything else is, you know, slower than that, so I can be on time for everything.
And it seems to be working out really well. TA, you're so private. You know, I remember talking to you at Sox Fest when you first got drafted. I was like, this is a private dude. But so when they came to you with the idea of doing that feature on YouTube where they give a history of Tim Anderson, how hard was it for you to be the center of attention that way?
It was kind of, you know, it was definitely different, you know, because I always like to stay low key, and you know, I didn't really want to get my story out just yet, but you know, it was bits and pieces of it, you know, and especially going through the White Sox organization, you know, they had a lot of content, and you know, they had a lot of footage, and you know, they've been along my way. They raised me, so I think it was only right, you know, to give the fans that. You know, that insight, and just to see what, you know, what driving me, you know, what keeps me motivated, and, you know, just also let them get an insight on who I really am and, you know, how I go about my business.
I've seen you with the Ace kids, and there's going to be a ceremony tomorrow over on the South Side for the Ace signees. When we're talking about the documentary and everything that is Tim Anderson, what does it mean to you to be someone that those kids look up to?
And just to be someone they look up to, you know, first of all, I look like him. We listen to the same music, same vibes. We act like. So I think it means a lot, just to feel so direct, connected, and just to be an inspiration, just to inspire kids, just to keep going, just not even just in the sport of baseball, just in life in general, and just continue to just keep overcoming things and continue to block out, people's opinions on what they think about you, and just continue to prove people wrong all the time. And just keep going. That's the only way that you're going to get to where you're trying to be. And nobody's opinion really matters because at the end of the day, you know what you can do. And so you just keep pushing towards it.
I talk about you not being from the South Side, but being of the South Side. Why is it important to you and to Bria to represent the South Side the way that you do?
I think it's only right. When I got here, they gave me a deal, so I think it was only right that I come here and soak up everything that I can and learn and connect with different people, just continue to build and build relationships, and also feel as a part of the community. Because it's different, living somewhere that you don't feel comfortable, and I wanted to feel comfortable. I wanted my kids to feel comfortable. I wanted my whole family to feel comfortable, everybody to feel comfortable. So I think it was only right to, come right in and just learn. And, it's kind of like where I'm from, but, the city is just bigger. So it was only right this is where I work at. So it was only right just to continue to connect and continue to learn and, continue to keep building and inspiring people. That's close to me.
What's it like to be Tim Anderson right now?
It's definitely, it's cool, but for the most part, I stay out of the way. I stay low key and, I stay within my lane. That way I can always win. So I'm not competing with nobody else. And but it's been great. It's been good. I've been working, man, and continue to get better, each and every year. And, I've been maxing out every day and every year and, trying to get better every chance I get, whether it's on the field or off the field. And, try to be good people. And you just try to spread as much love as you can, while you're here.
One more thing. For this White Sox team, and I was talking about White Sox fans earlier, what gives you hope that things are going to turn around and you guys can reach your goals?
First off, just the energy in the locker room. I know what my guys can do, when everybody's healthy. It's a long season. If we could just keep our head above water, man, and get to that finish line and be able to, hopefully hit another gear and just keep working. We got a shot. So the ultimate goal is just, for sure, to get everyone healthy, and then we have fun from there, and then we just see where it takes us.
TA, as always, man, I appreciate your time. I'm gonna come see you in the clubhouse tomorrow. Thanks a lot for being on the show. Thanks to Dairy Queen, and everyone go vote for TA's meal over at dairyqueen.com. Show him the same type of love that he shows us in the South Side. Sir, thank you so much.
Thank you, always.
That is Tim Anderson. We're going to take a quick time out, react to what he had to say, and we'll do that next here on The Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Here comes the 1-2 to Contreras, drilled in the air, deep left field. Back is Yelich, that ball is gone. Line drive, home run, Wilson Contreras. I barely had time to call it, Ron. It left the park in such a major hurry.
Pat Hughes here, play-by-play voice of the Chicago Cubs. Join Ron Coomer and me right here for every Cubs game this season on Sports Radio.
It seemed like maybe you leaned into it a little bit. I'm thinking about Mark Burley and some balk calls in Cleveland, and Ozzie Guillen losing his mind, and that whole White Sox thing. It seemed like you kind of enjoyed every once in a while when they would turn on you just a little bit.
Mark balked the first one early in the game, and everybody loved to work Mark Burley's game because he pitches fast.
Yeah.
We loved working his games, and then late in the game, as the game progressed, he needed to pick somebody off, and he balked again. And balks are kind of funny. They just kind of jump out at you. They're not something you look for. When they happen, you see them, and then you react. But when he threw the glove up in the air, I could hear the plate umpire said, "No, Joe, don't throw him out."
Really? He didn't want you to escalate it.
Right. No, but you can't let him throw the glove up in the air 60, 70 feet, so I had to throw him out. And And I think Ozzie was already gone. But yeah, Ozzie. I think Ozzie looked forward to the confrontation more than anybody I was around. I don't, maybe not. Maybe Earl Weaver. Ozzie. I only kicked Ozzie out a few times, but Earl Weaver never finished a game I was in.
Ozzie and Earl Weaver getting compared by Joe West here on The Score. I love it. That day, Haugh Harrelson went off on you, and we have played that tape so many different times and just kind of laughed along with Hawk.
Joe West just wanted to stick it right up his behind, and he did.
Yes, Joe West just wanted to stick it right up his behind. But now you and Hawk are cool. See, this is an example of how people eventually get to know you, Joe, or mellowing with age. What do we attribute you and Hawk being pals now?
Well, Hawk likes my handicap. It's up enough where if we get on the same team, we win. So when we play golf together, we usually win. But Hawk's favorite player was Mark Burley for the same reason. He pitched fast. He was a good guy, and Mark is a good guy. He just balked a couple times, And when he told the office I never had a balk called on me, they called me back and said he wasn't telling the truth. He's had 15 called on him.
So in the locker room, I know what my guys can do. When everybody's healthy. It's a long season. If we could just keep our head above water, man, and get to that finish line and be able to, hopefully hit another gear and just keep working. We got a shot. So the ultimate goal is just, for sure to get everyone healthy, and then we have fun from there, and then we just see where it takes us.
That was Tim Anderson with me a few minutes ago. Really enjoyed the conversation as per usual with TA. I'm on the Dairy Queen site right now, dairyqueen.com. And it's right there in the middle of the page. You can vote for TA. So let me vote for TA. Not that I don't like Bryce Harper or his menu, but TA was on the show. Bryce wasn't. And TA's South Side and Bryce isn't. Although it would be kind of fun if they were both on. Never mind. I'm not going to allow myself to do that. But yes, go vote for TA at dairyqueen.com. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the things that were said inside of the interview that I thought was interesting. And one of them, I can tell you right now that I am going to sound a little bit preachy, but you have to understand that I'm at the end of my quarter teaching. I usually teach at least one quarter a year at DePaul, and I'm just finishing up with my students. And it's something that Tim said actually reminds me of something that I talk about a lot with my students, and my hope is that you might be able to gain something out of it too. And the next time I see TA, which I imagine will be tomorrow, I will share this with him. Using the fuel of proving people wrong is fuel that can propel you. Like, it really can. It's an excellent motivator. But if I could change your lens for just a second, and this is one of the things I talk with the students about all the time, and one of the things I tell them is, prove me right. Instead of looking at the negative feedback and taking that as a motivator and saying, I'll show you, like saying that's what is going to move you to the next place. Think about all of the people that believe, and think about all the people that want you to succeed. And now think about proving those people right. Those people who can see what your worth is, or those people who can see what talent you bring to whatever project that you're working on. We often take that negative energy and we try to move with that negative energy. And it has its place. I'm not going to tell you that there aren't some of those dark spaces of my own personality where those things are the things that are driving me. But when you start thinking about the folks that want you to win, the folks that want you to succeed, doesn't it feel better? And maybe the answer to this question is no. Like, it's a philosophical question, and I guess everyone's in their own space on this. But for me, it feels better to prove people that believe in me right than giving that energy to people who don't believe in me. And so, it's just a kind of a change in perspective. And so when I hear TA, because obviously there are people that want TA to fail. We heard a bunch of them talking in New York. There's one particular player in New York that wants to see him fail. But think about all of the people that want him to succeed. Think about that sea of White Sox fans that look at TA as a harbinger of all that is good with the South Side and with White Sox baseball. And doesn't it feel better to think of it as him proving you right? I also enjoyed him talking about him wanting to be there. He's visible and vocal. You can see him inside the dugout. He wants to be with his team while he rehabilitates. And I think that that's a very, very good thing for him to be there. And the other part is, thank you, Texter, who voted for TA. Yes, everyone go vote for TA. Ray, you got to find out between now and the end of the show if Bryce Harper went on like WIP this morning or like one of the Philadelphia stations because we got to make this work for TA. Like, Dairy Queen's got to be like, man, you got to go back on Lawrence's show. He moves Dairy Queen for you. What was I talking about before I got sidetracked? Oh, him being inside the inside the clubhouse and there in the dugout and him wanting to lead. Man, I got to tell you, as a quasi-educator, because I'm not doing it full time, there's nothing better than when the light comes on for your students, no matter what their like talent level is, when they understand concepts and then they work towards those concepts. And what's cool about Tim Anderson is that you see the light clicking on for, oh, I don't just represent me. I represent my family. I represent Tuscaloosa. I represent those athletic kids who kind of fall into baseball. I represent my clubhouse. I represent my team. I represent my side of the city. I represent Chicago. The concept of someone wanting to be a leader, because stepping into those spaces is not easy. There's a lot of spotlight that comes with it, and sometimes that spotlight can be negative. I think that we all look at it as, and we would understand, like if Tim Anderson were in Arizona right now, I don't know why he would be because it's 105 degrees, but if he were in Arizona right now rehabbing his groin, we'd all be like, yeah, we get it. Yeah, he's out there. But no, like he wants to be with the team. And while I don't put a ton of stock into those things always, I do appreciate that with him, it's someone who looks at his role as the leader of the team very seriously and that he wants to learn how to do it. And the ways that he's gone about doing it is, okay, I'm not supposed to see eye to eye with this particular manager. Let me work to find common ground. And what he told you is the common ground that he and Tony La Russa have is their competitiveness. That's where they started to forge this thing. So that's him leading. And it's him being there on this trip, which looked like it was going to be a disaster and then ended up being okay, even though yesterday was incredibly stressful. I'm sitting there with that 6-run lead in the first inning. I'm like, you know what? I feel good about this. Yay! I feel good. And then as the game went on, I was like, I'm not feeling as good. I was thinking, could they tack on one more run? Like, I feel like they would have broken Tampa with one more run, and they couldn't get it, but they held on. It got very, very dark and scary there for a while. The other thing that TA is talking about, and I think it's part of his personality, like the idea of spreading, like trying to spread the love. Like, that's what he said. You're out here trying to spread the love. And I think that because... And if I'm out of school and you don't agree with me as a White Sox fan, let me know. But I feel comfortable saying that part of the reason that he connects with White Sox fans differently than other people do is because people can feel that. And that's not something that can be taught. That's magnetism that some people are born with and some people aren't. But you feel it with Tim Anderson, and I think it's appreciated. I think that's honestly, it's why we root for him. We see it and we feel it. It makes it very easy to root for him. I think there are a couple other guys that have that too. I think Lucas has that, and I think Jose Abreu has that. There's just something about them. Like, there is talent plus magnetism. Jake Berger is becoming a cult hero, which is great. Man, I was on Channel 5 last night hanging out with Mike Berman and Layla, and we were talking about the idea of did Jake Berger save that road trip? I think he did. And now I wonder, can they as a team build off of that? The White Sox conversation will continue. James Fegan will join me to discuss that and more next here on The Score.
The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
The other times Cutler couldn't hit a bull in the ass with a banjo. I mean, that's how bad it was. Our offense was bad all the way through. It wasn't just like bad for one quarter or bad for 2 quarters. It was bad for 4 quarters.
The Bears are who we thought they were. No damn good.
Whether you're a day one listener or a...
If the White Sox are this bad at defense, you know what's not happening? They're not winning the World Series. They're just not. And I guess that's the question. Are we taking World Championship off the table now completely until further notice? Their Pythagorean record's like 12-16 right now. And yeah, things happen. Washington Nationals and all that. But do you see this thing tightening up and flipping around? And you can mark the tape on here and you can say, Burns, you're the same guy that said they weren't going to win the world. Go ahead. I hope against hope that when that parade is going on, you can play this, because I'd love it. I'll be happy as hell. But right now, the way they're playing is not the way a champion plays. It's just not. You can't be how many times has the baseball's worst defensive team won a playoff series? They didn't do that last year. They told us they were going to get better. They told us they were going to get better, and they got worse. No, it's the weather. It's injuries. No, it's not. It's not. This is going great. Everybody's all pleased with everything. This is not okay. It's very much not okay. This is there are leaks in this White Sox thing right now. It can all turn around, and sometimes everything you want to say about darkest before the dawn and all that. But they pick up the ball. It's depressing based on our expectations.
You know, I'm watching this White Sox team, and I'm thinking that their stock was put so much into the lineup, and this is one of the worst offenses in the league. And we know the defense is already bad, and the pitching staff is short with injury and also underperformance. They committed heavily into the bullpen. All of these things are coming into play because when the offense isn't right, all of the other neglects are magnified. Mm-hmm. So then you add it on to the idea of, well, the manager in the dugout has to maximize your opportunity to win, and he's not doing that. And I just, he doesn't care about what he says to the media. This doesn't matter to him.
Right.
What matters to him is how the players play for him in the clubhouse, and he understands, because he's been in the league for, since before Rick and I were born, that this is a marathon and not a sprint. But what we're seeing on May 10th, and you asked the question, this is closer to a bad team than it is to a World Series contender right now. And that should not be the case.
They are 28th of 30 teams in on-base percentage. Their team OBP is 281. They are behind the Reds. They're behind the Reds in on-base percentage. White Sox fans deserve better than this. Maybe we don't. Maybe that's the problem. maybe that's the conclusion. That we just don't. Go Bears.
Ray, let's go.
Laurence Holmes, noon to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score. And 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station. James Fegan.
Yes, James.
James Fegan's got some branding on his laptop, making sure everybody knows that he's joined The Athletic.
Can never get too much exposure.
On Twitter at JR Fegan.
I can anticipate this question is probably way too early, but excellent. Too soon. Too soon.
Asking the questions to get the answers you need.
If you knew that Abreu was available to be the runner there, would you have gone to him instead of Hendricks?
If I'd known that, I didn't know that. Let's check the rule. I'm guessing you know the rules better. Now I know.
James Fegan with Laurence Holmes on 670 The Score.
We get the opportunity to talk with James Fegan about the White Sox. The White Sox win the series against the Rays, which is great because it was looking like they were going to get swept on that road trip, but they did not get swept on the road trip. They have a day off today before they start a 3-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. And James joins me on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. All right, Mr. Fegan, how important were those 2 wins in Tampa for this team?
I guess staving off disaster is the name of the game, so I guess it's pretty vital in terms of the entire first 2 months have felt like kind of not making their record look as bad as the degree to which they're underperforming. Like if you can stay around 500, you're kind of forever in range of getting hot and having your true talent show and still being the place you want to be, or at least in the playoffs at the end of this. So getting out of a situation where you're looking at being 5, 6, or 10 under by the time you get someone like Tim Anderson back, yeah, that's always vital. I think at this point, though, we've heard enough about, this is a momentum shifting win, or this has really rallied together, or we really needed this. I don't think you really question the resolve of this team or their ability to kind of rally or not give up. It's more about like seeing the level of play, seeing the level of, offensive execution that needs to be on the level to compete with top teams. So it's definitely good they rallied. Definitely good they have, some clutch to them with Jake Berger, routinely coming up with big hits those last couple opportunities, but it's still it's a trend that you want to see change for them. I wasn't really questioning the mettle of this team.
How much do you put into run differential as a predictive stat?
A fair amount. I would say that this team being 2 under with, I want to say their run differential is like -50 or something like that.
It's -56 right now.
So there you go. That is descriptive in the sense that I don't think it's, this team is secretly 10 games under 500 bad, because their strength right now is winning close games. They have, people think of 1-run games as kind of coin flip games, and they're 9-6 in those games. I think, especially because that's the primary way they win games, you've seen them show the potential to have a slim lead with a very little offensive contribution and lock games down with, Graveman and Hendricks at the end. That's the strength of the team at this point. That's something that, they paid up to have the ability to do. So I don't say necessarily they're going to play down to the run differential at some point, because that's just a given. But it does describe that this team doesn't have the ability to really easily win games, or, it puts them in a situation where they're having to measure out how much they use Graveman and Hendricks, and not just in every situation that would naturally call for them, because they don't have any of those easy games where they win by eight runs and, Tanner Banks pitches the last 3 innings because they're in control. And they need more of those games, and those type of games really show that they're regularly out-talenting the competition. Instead, they're playing these hard-fought games all the time, even when they're playing series against the Royals and stuff like that.
I was thinking of asking you about this last week when I was trying to figure out, we had a discussion inside the hallways of the Score about Luis Robert being on the active roster but not playing that first game back after coming off the COVID list. And then we really started to think about it here. It was me, Mike Rankin, Rick Camp. We were talking about it. I look at the White Sox minor league system right now and the top of their minor league system. And I'm going, they don't really have anyone that you would bring up to take his place until he did come off the COVID list. So I'm say all that, James, to ask you kind of a bigger picture question. Considering where I think the White Sox minor league system is, and if you disagree, you're more than welcome to say so, don't they now owe it to the major league product to really dig hard over the next 6 weeks to figure out how to make this particular White Sox team a winner? Because there seems to be a gap between the guys that have graduated to the major leagues and the next group of guys that's going to help them. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the strength of the minor league system, it being a weaker system, it was always kind of in their recent drafts. It's maybe, some of their international class of recent. It's in the bottom tier of the system. It's in a lot of, it's the reason why it's ranked lowly is that they don't have major league ready talent. They don't have somebody who, they don't have another top prospect in waiting who's going to become a core player any minute. It's really kind of a wait and see mode for a lot of that. So yeah, in terms of people thinking oh, this team isn't that good, maybe they should be sellers at the deadline or something like that. There's not really a pivot from where they're at. Everything has been kind of pitched towards the major league team and all their resources are up there. This is supposed to be a multi-year run with this specific group that's up here right now. So kind of kicking things down the road or pulling away. Yeah, I think they would need to be playing like the Royals. They need to be in last place or just have no shot of it to, shift the focus from right now. So I think you're right that everything should be contributed to right now because this is their window. And as bad as it's going in a lot of respect right now, it makes you kind of question things. I think as far as in season, it needs to continue to be all steam ahead because that's a multi-year plan to get to this point, to push all your resources here. That's evidenced by the fact that there's not somebody in AA or AAA beyond maybe a few names that have made themselves interesting this year to really take a place of a regular player.
James Fegan of The Athletic joining me here on The Score as we talk about the White Sox. Dylan Cease in 2 of his last 3 starts has been uneven. The start against Boston, he gives up 7 earned runs. The start against Tampa Bay, he gives up 7 walks. What are the White Sox saying, and what are you seeing happening to him in these last couple of starts where he struggled?
I mean, other than mechanical inconsistency, I would say, because it seemed like he had gotten a little bit more, it just kind of out of whack in terms of fastball command, which is something that I think can still kind of happen to him, even with a lot of the improvements and streamlining of his delivery that's happened. But he's always going to be kind of a guy with maybe a tick below average command who's just throwing some of the nastiest stuff that you see in the league at you. And, that's something that can fall out of whack for 2-3 starts at a time. Last thing I wrote about him is that he's throwing an even harder slider than before, which was kind of hard to imagine. He touches 90 with it now, but he admitted that his strike throwing with it was not very good yet. I think it's, the level of movement that it has. If you're throwing a 90-mile-an-hour slider with near 3,000 RPM, you don't need pitch-perfect command, and that's obviously the idea with him, but it still seems like he's kind of figuring out how to master it to the level that maybe he had some of his slower breaking balls for a stretch now. But I think you're kind of going to see him wax and wane a little bit over the course of the season just because that's the kind of pitcher he is. He's a big power guy, and hopefully he can get it around the plate enough to just be overwhelming.
What's real about the offense that we've seen with the White Sox over the last couple of games?
Vaughn's real. I think he's a guy who, especially the way you see him, the way he's working counts right now reminds me of watching him in high A, where they're just the opposing pitchers just didn't have anything that could put him away, and he could stay alive, and he could eventually get something that he handles and drives a lot, and works middle to right field in the way that him and every old school hitting guy who loves Vaughn to death will talk about. I think Luis Robert has looked a little bit more. I don't think he's there yet as far as his max potential, because I think obviously Luis Robert at full bore is hitting a lot of home runs, but I think the more he gets out from that COVID scare, that he's going to continue to be productive. And Jose Reyes really looks like himself recently, but I think for this team to be as good as it can be, and that's obviously one of the battles to face, is that you can make the argument that Jake Berger deserves more regular opportunities based on what he's doing, or Reese McGuire is hitting a little bit better. But I think for this team to really hit the ceiling that they want to take a step forward from last year, that so relies on Yasmani Grandal or Yohan Moncada being as good as we know they've been in the past. So I think they kind of need to continue to commit at least to working them out of what they're in to some degree, even while trying to win games in the here and now, and maybe giving some opportunities to guys who have played a bit better below them. But it's a real tricky balance because the best version of this team has those guys, hitting better than they are right now, and they kind of need to find it in some way, even while not falling too far below 500 without Tim Anderson. With
Yasmani Grandal, like it hasn't just been the fact that he's hitting 160. It's also yesterday. It's a fielding error, and in the game before that, it was a pass ball that he should have had. How do they go about giving him enough time to hopefully get back to just what he was doing the midway point of last year, and going, he might be costing us games? Like I understand that this is what at the time I think still right the biggest free agent contract that the White Sox have given out. It's not working for him, and for no reason. I'm not even sure I'm not sure what the White Sox do, James, with him, whether to let him play or to let him sit.
He talked to Daryl Van Schouwen and the Sun-Times in Tampa, and really kind of expanded upon something he had said to us at the start of the season, was that he's expecting to get better the farther he gets out from surgery, and that he's still kind of building up to where he wants to be physically to hit balls. It seems like a somewhat mirror of last season's process after the spring training knee injury. Of he's still not quite at the leg strength or the leg explosion that he wants to be to kind of hit for power that he knows he can. I think stuff like him not being the best defensive first baseman when he's rotated out there, or him having more pass balls than most catchers, that's kind of something that's in his track record. I don't think he's going to be a guy who probably frames better than he blocks, or keeps balls from going to the backstop. That's kind of the package that you signed up for. But I think they have to be somewhat invested, at least on a halftime basis, with McGuire, or continuing to get him some DH opportunities to get that out of him, with the belief that if he gets physically right down the stretch, that he's going to look like the way he's looked throughout his entire career over 10 seasons. It's been hard. It's been brutal stretches, and it might be costing games, but I don't think that they're going to get as far with Reese McGuire playing more than half the time, or Carlos Perez coming up from AAA, than they would with Yasmani Grandal looking like Yasmani Grandal. And it's obviously a very difficult process, but everything is pitched towards contending now with the group that they have. They don't really have like a serious plan B here, at least not down the line with all these guys that they're kind of banking on with him, with AJ Pollock or Yohan Moncada, or name any struggling White Sox player.
Is there anything that you're specifically looking for inside of the White Sox-Dodgers series, or something that you're excited about?
I think you want to see how Johnny Cueto plays against the Dodgers lineup, whether or not that's his what he's pulling off, the level of command he does, works against an elite team. I think you're kind of always looking to see how they hang against an elite team, or whether some of the things that have been successful, like Jake Berger or Danny Mendick hitting kind of well, and could extended opportunities. If those are things that really hang up against playoff teams, because maybe you file that way in the back of your mind when you have more players back. Are these guys who can actually help you, or when push comes to shove, you need to give Tim Anderson, you need to give the guys that you rely on all those opportunities against elite teams down the stretch, because this is not really the talent level that will play come playoff time.
James, as always, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for joining me today.
Thanks for having me.
That is James Fegan, he of The Athletic. Get yourself a subscription to The Athletic. It's great. And I believe if you're a student, they still have like a student deal. So get the student deal if you got an EDU email address. And it'll be, no, just get the regular one. But if you're a student, get a student one. Save yourself some money and get some great sports coverage. I know we spent a lot of time on today's show talking about the White Sox. I want to talk about the Cubs, but I want to talk about them in a very specific way. And I want to talk about them with you. The phone number, yes, Ray, we're going to take calls. The phone number is 312-644-6767. And before you pick up the phone, I want you to think about this question. What joy are you finding inside of this Cubs season? I've got a couple things that are on my list I will share with you. I look forward to your text and your phone calls. 312-644-6767 is the number. And when we come back, an ex-Cub helped a current Cub. I'll explain next on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Joe Kim Noah, I haven't seen a Bulls team that was as close as you guys were.
Someone on the Twitch, it was a while ago, has said that they're just not sure what the Cubs are doing. I think that that's fair. That you're not sure kind of where things stand. What is it that they're trying to accomplish? Well, I think that they're still in a bit of a teardown, but does that mean that you're not going to spend money on players that have earned it? If we look at, you can make the argument against giving the guys that were here money, and I'm pretty sure that the Cubs offered Rizzo more money than what he ended up getting. But with Contreras, and especially now that the DH is a thing in the National League, what are you better served by? Are you better served by having a player like that and knowing that that spot on the roster is taken care of, or flipping him at the trade deadline as you continue to try to start over? It's a wild thing, man. Like, to think about where the Cubs were and where they are. And thinking about, like, Cub fans maybe having to say goodbye again. Like, that, even though Jason Hayward has been a good Cub, a great defender, fantastic teammate, the offensive production is, like, completely tumbled, and people resent that he makes the salary that he makes. Jason Hayward will be a guy that when he comes back, like for the 10-year reunion in 2026, people are like, oh, man, I love me some Jason Hayward. But now they're like, get him on up out of here. But with Wilson Contreras, it's like, man, that's a good player. That's a good young player, or young enough player. And like he said, I've been in this organization for 14 years. That's wild. I hope that he gets what he wants and Cubs fans get what they want. But I think what they want and what they deserve, quite frankly, is you should be competing. Are you going to do what it takes to compete? You're the Cubs, like the new Cubs. You don't need to be taking 5 years to burn it down and build it back up. I think you have a right to be jealous and look at the Yankees and go, well, hold on. And look at the Dodgers and be like, yeah, that's what I want. I want them to keep spending money. Oh, there's a great player that's available. Let's trade for him and then give them money.
How is your relationship building with Seiya Suzuki? Because I know that there was experience with you, Darvish, and who had an interpreter on occasion. Suzuki's interpreter in games is noticeable, where there are all kinds of conversations where Wilson Contreras was in there, and just seeing how Suzuki appears, because he's a position player and not a pitcher, it changes the dynamic a little bit. What has it been like, and how do you see him growing into a role as a teammate?
Yeah, I've been calling Sam my best friend. I'm really trying to establish that I'm his best friend here. He is hilarious. He is so funny. His translator toy is awesome. I think maybe they're going to catch me in the dugout one of these days. Whenever Say hits a home run, I'm picking Toy up and putting him on my shoulders because he's the happiest dude in the dugout. But he fits in super super quickly. The way that he played right field, I thought, with three completely different weather days at Wrigley, three different wind directions, different sun patterns. I thought that was super, super impressive. And his plate discipline against three really good pitchers, I thought, was outrageous.
When you say he's funny, what would describe his sense of humor? Is it goofy? Is it witty? What? How is he funny to you?
Yeah, I mean he's got a lot in there. He can be a little goofy at times. He has really good quips, and it's funny because the delivery comes through Toy. So, he'll make a joke to Toy, and then before Toy can translate, he has to let out a pretty hard laugh, and then he'll finally get to the joke for all of us. So there's an element of suspense there too with the delivery.
Wrigleyville fans are awesome, great food. It's tough to beat.
Cubbies. The Cubs Minute on the Laurence Holmes Show.
It's Game 5 of a 5-game series between a couple of old rivals, the Chicago Cubs and the St. Louis Cardinals. Hayward hits a ground ball, left side, base hit. Corner around third, heading to the plate. Here comes the throw home, not in time. Hayward going to second. He's safe there. Cubs lead 2-0.
Men at second and third for St. Louis, 2 away, and the dangerous Nolan Arenado at the plate. He grounds one up the middle and through for a base hit. Edman scores around third. Coming home is Goldschmidt, no throw. He will score. It's a brand new ball game. 2-2, Cubs and Cardinals.
The 1-1. Line drive down the right field line. That's going to be a fair ball. Bouncing against the sidewall. Wisdom comes in to score. It's a double for P.J. Higgins. Cubs lead 3-2. And the 0-2 pitch. A looper into shallow center for a base hit, and that ties the game. A run-scoring single by Lars Nootbaar, and this ball game is back to even, tied at 3. And the 1-1. Line to center, a base hit. This is going to give the Cardinals the lead. Rounding third and scoring is Gorman, and St. Louis leads by a score of 4-3 in the 11th inning. Line drive down the right field line, trouble. That's going to drive in a run. It's a base hit. Bader scores. Nootbaar goes to third on a double by Donovan, and you can hear the Cardinal fans at Wrigley. It is now 5-3 St. Louis. And the Cardinals come from behind and beat the Cubs here at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, I thought the Cubs had this one. I was watching this game once the NBA game got less interesting. I was like, oh, let's see if the Cubs can pull this out. And it looked like they had it. And then you give up 1 in the 9th, 2 in the 11th, and you lose 5-2-3. There was some good that came out of the game. Justin Steele, 7 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs, only one of them earned, 3 walks. Speaking of Justin Steele, and I promise I'm going to get to your phone calls in just a second, Justin Steele was very fastball dominant in yesterday's game, and a lot of first ball fastball opportunities for him. The reason that he was is that John Lester had watched a couple of starts and told Rossi, you know what he should do? He should be trying to establish the fastball earlier in counts and be working on fastball command. Well, that's pretty cool to have someone like John Lester be able to scout what you're doing and say, this is how you can improve. And then Justin Steele deserves a lot of credit for taking that advice and using it. Here's what Rossi said after the game about Justin Steele's start and his fastball command.
He's kind of a four-seam slider guy, right? He's got the breaking ball. It's his, too. I think the thing that stood out is just the location of him was a little more down, had some angle to it tonight. He's usually trying to go four-seam middle, and the misses have been non-competitive. So we made an adjustment trying to go in a little bit more. And I thought the fact that there's that many fastballs was a good job by him and Wilson of noticing there wasn't a lot of good swings, a lot of soft contact. Wasn't, I think we can trick ourselves into going to other stuff because you feel like you've thrown too many of one pitch. And I thought they did a good job tonight of recognizing, sticking with what's working. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thought process.
And it seemed like tonight he didn't really have any rough innings. I mean, it was pretty consistent.
Yeah, really, really consistent. I think that has to do again with like Wilson setting up, targeting his intentions of where to throw the ball. The misses that are usually non-competitive were actually in the strike zone or a little bit up and away. Gets more swings on that. Just a very consistent Justin Steele. That's what that's what kind of what we know is in there. And he did a nice job tonight. When we were really short in pitching, and he gave us a huge outing.
A very big deal and a good outing for Justin Steele and for the Cubs, even though they didn't win the game. Now, look, you probably listened to the show in the last segment when I teased that we were going to do this topic, and I want you to know that I am not endorsing like the Cubs tearing it down and rebuilding, and I do have some big thoughts on a team that brings in the type of revenue that the Cubs do, that has the money. I am leaning towards, hey, you should be trying to compete every year. So I want you to understand that that's where I'm coming from, but I do understand where they're at right now, and they're trying to build it back up. Everyone hates the term rebuild. I think that it's a fair thing to say about what a franchise is trying to do, and quite honestly, the approach of being truthful about it and transparent about what it actually is, to me, is significant. That being said, there are a lot of little things, like when you're watching this year's Cubs team, and right now they're fourth in the standings, they're behind the Pirates. So you're not really looking at necessarily wins or losses. A split with the Cardinals this weekend would have been fun. What I look at is, are you growing players that you expect to play a significant role in when hopefully your team is good, along with Wilson Contreras continuing to be really, really good? I look at Christopher Morel and the way that he started off his career and go, man, that's a pretty dope thing. And when last week when I asked Rossi about it, and he kind of said, hey, who are we to say what his path is? Maybe he's the next Mike Trout. And of course, I turned a side eye to that, because who else is Mike Trout? Although Mike Trout is in an 0 for 27 skid right now, as the Angels have lost 11 in a row. Coincidence? Probably not. But yeah, I'm sitting there listening to Rossi and I go, right, he's Mike Trout. But it's still fun to see him play with that level of enthusiasm. And as I've watched over the last couple of weeks, like, that's been one of the things that I've been watching for. I watch for Wilson Contreras, and I'm watching to see some of these, like Efros to me is fascinating. Justin Steele is a fascinating player, and how do you go about developing him? There's a lot of stuff in there, even though the overall is not very sexy right now. So I thought that we could talk about that. Maybe it's something that's caught your attention too. Some of these younger players that are succeeding for the Cubs. 312-644-6767 is the number. Ray, I'm supposed to take a caller named Roach. Is that correct? All right. Hello, Roach. You're on the score.
Hey, what's up, Laurence? Yeah, just to comment a little bit on what you were talking about. Yeah, before the season started, I had a very low expectations, mostly because they were going to have guys like Anderson Simmons playing short who can't hit if his life depended on it, and you have like 30-year-old rookies in the corner infield. But now you're starting to see a little bit of the young guys at the major league level, particularly the pitching, like you mentioned, Steele, Thompson, Killian, Swarmer. If one of these guys turns out to be anything near to an ace material, then you start cooking with gas. You start to see a little bit of a form to the team, something that I really didn't see before the season started. So I'm finding myself enjoying this season a little bit more than like 2018, which is odd to say because, again, we suck, but you're starting to see these young guys perform a little bit, and there's a different type of joy that comes with like a rebuild year and seeing guys develop versus, like I'm sure you guys are going through it with the Sox, seeing the team that is supposed to be a World Series contender sort of struggle. There's a different kind of joy and different kind of frustration that goes with the two. But yeah, I'm finding myself enjoying this season a lot more than I thought before the season started.
I appreciate the phone call. Don't judge a book by its name. If its name is Roach, it's a very good phone call. Justin Steele and Keegan Thompson are really interesting. I'm intrigued by Thompson because that's one of those guys where you go, ooh, what is he? What is he? Is he someone that you're going to put in your rotation long term, or is he an eighth inning guy? And seeing how they try to figure out that is fascinating to me. Same thing with Justin Steele. I think Justin Steele has got some stuff. And if he gets a little bit better command, especially fastball command, he could be a problem for teams. But yeah, looking at these younger players, I appreciate you all trying to make lemonade. Lemonade is a popular drink, and it still is. And you're out here trying to make lemonade with this. And that's good. But that doesn't mean that you can't still hold the organization to a higher standard. I guess we're making a delineation between rooting for the young players that are on the roster and even guys like Patrick Wisdom and Frank Schwindel, but understanding that you're trying to get to a different place if you're a Cub fan. Let's go to William on the south side. Hey, William, you're on the score.
Hey, Laurence, how you doing today?
I'm good. What's on your mind?
Well, I feel neutral about this team because even though they're not admitting it's a rebuild, I know for sure it's a rebuild. I see a lot of these players being sold for better talent.
I think Will Sell just died on us. But I got his point. I think neutral is probably where a lot of Cubs fans are. And that's because you're dealing with the kind of the negative feelings of, is my team doing everything to try and win a championship this year? Versus, okay, I see that there might be a couple of pieces that could be a part of a winning team. Like you're more involved with watching a player like Nico Horner and some of the progress that he's made this season as a defender and a hitter. I think it's a big deal that he's playing shortstop. That they're looking at this as, here's an opportunity to figure out some development for a player. We're going to let him play shortstop, even though we brought Anderson Simmons in to play shortstop. Now I'll go over there and play second base because you're not our future. You're just kind of holding a place. And then Nick Madrigal came back, and you know how I feel about Nicky two times, but whatevs. Tim's out in Flossmoor. Hey, Tim, you're on the score.
How's it going, man?
Things are good. What's up?
Oh, yeah. Listen, I was watching the Cubs games the other day. I've been a Cubs fan forever, but I stopped being a Cubs fan because of things that went on with Madden and Epstein and all that. And to make a long story short, I was just watching the Cubs, and they just constantly shoot themselves in the foot. So basically, the Cubs are not going anywhere. I don't know why everybody has high hopes on nothing and nobody. They shouldn't have never hired Ross as a manager. And somebody's got in Ricketts' ear and told him that, hey, you don't have to play anybody or buy anybody or hire anybody. You'll make a lot of money. That's all I have to say.
I'm not sure what was that caller's name, Roach, too? No, I'm not sure what. He's not happy. I get not being happy with things. I asked for phone calls, and damn it, I got some. Most of them were good, though. That's a step in the right direction. I don't have a lot of time to talk about this, but I'd like to take at least a couple of minutes to discuss it. Draymond Green should have been kicked out of the game last night, right? I heard them discussing it on the broadcast where Mark Jackson and Jeff Van Gundy were discussing with the official on the set, I forget who it is, about the idea of not, even though the situation with Jaylen Brown and Draymond Green probably called for a double technical, that they didn't call the double technical because it would have been Draymond's second technical and he would have been disqualified from the game. And I feel like I am someone that does look into like, well, it doesn't have to be like strict letter of the law, but there maybe should be some interpretation. I felt like they was trying real hard to keep Draymond in the game. And look, if I were an official, Draymond's ass would get run. Because he never stops. And I know that it's part of his thing, and I think it's partially what makes him so great. Like, there's a lot of AJ Pierzynski in Draymond Green. So I can appreciate it. I can appreciate that that's his thing, that he's out there doing the thing. And last night, I think the thing worked. Whether it was Grant Williams or Jaylen Brown, those guys got out of sorts. But they should have kicked him out of the game last night, right? You were watching it.
I mean, he gave him the shove.
Yes!
He started the whole thing. Like, he tripped over Jaylen Brown, but the shove was very clear.
Yes.
There's no way to get around that.
And we all know that he's been known to kick people in the ding-ding. Like, Draymond is an echo of the whistle type dude for sure. But the way that he talks to officials, when you watch Game 3, just watch his interactions with officials. You know how sometimes like you'll see a guy get mad, like you'll see LeBron, for example, like get mad and be like, "Man, that was a terrible call," and then he'll be like, "All right, next time, pat the ref on the butt and then keep it moving." DeMar DeRozan on the Bulls. Sometimes they would let him and Zach would sometimes let the ball go back down the other way because they're arguing with officials, but it isn't constant. Like Draymond is constantly berating officials, and they seem to give him extra room. And I didn't understand last night, while after being berated and getting a technical, when the opportunity came for them to get him up out of there, they didn't take the opportunity. It was double technical was right there for them, and they didn't take it. It's unbelievable. This texter said he's Pat Bev to the 10th power. Oh, yeah. There's no one. And The Rock means no one. There's no one better at this particular skill than Draymond. Chris Paul's close. But even Chris Paul does the politician way of talking to officials. He's looking to get the next call for the next time he kicks someone in the ding-ding, because he's known to kick people in the ding-ding and punch them in the ding-ding. He does it a lot. But I'm telling you, in Game 3, just watch Draymond and the officials. Like, just watch that part of it. Man, I'd have them running out of here. And if you're thinking about doing some betting, on Game 3 or the NBA Finals, I would suggest that you check out what's going on with all of the folks over on the BetQL side of our company, especially what Trista Crick is doing. She's going to go live tomorrow at 4 p.m. our time to break down the finals. You don't want to miss it. Trista's takes on all things. Maybe she can get you right when it comes to betting on this series. So you can check her out tomorrow at 4 p.m. And the only way to listen is on the Odyssey app. But yeah, man. This texter says he reminds me of Rodman. No, it's not that. He is like, it is constant. There's not another player that does that. I don't know how the officials put up with it. I really don't. Take a break. Back after this on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports morning show.
Are the Cubs living up to expectations? They've been a lot more interesting to watch over the last couple weeks.
Right.
The Sox.
What are the Cubs, though?
Congratulations on retirement. I guess the obvious question is, what makes now the right time?
I've known for a while. I think just kind of wanted to get into the off season and sit down and make sure that it was right, and it is, and wanted to get through the holidays as well. So I guess there's no real great time, but this is as good a time as any. John Lackey told me a few years ago, he's like, when the work outweighs the pleasure of pitching, it's time to kind of evaluate the situation you're at, and that's where I was at. The work in between the starts was just getting too hard to keep up with just the little nicks and bumps that were bothering me through the years. And
John, I know this is at this point the definition of out of your hands. We stopped counting the numbers now on the day that you're officially retired, but what would the Hall of Fame mean to you?
Obviously, it would mean an unbelievable amount to me. I didn't play the game for that reason. I think that's another reason why, I know it's time. I've never played the game for numbers. I've only played the game to win and contribute. And if I was just continued playing, I would only be playing for myself and padding those stats, and I don't want to do that.
The numbers are virtually identical in both places. Would it be a Cubs hat or a Red Sox hat?
Hey, you know what's great about that whole deal is they get to pick for you now, so I don't have to pick if that happened. Somebody asked me that. It was earlier today, and that's a hard decision for me personally, just because both places meant so much to me at different points in my career. The people that I've met along the way in both organizations, kind of same thing. So that's why I say that. I'm not trying to be politically correct in that whole deal, but both organizations meant so much to me, and both cities meant so much to me that, if it was to happen, I was kind of hoping they could do one of those fan hats where you can pick both teams.
Yeah, there you go. Two bills, a bill on the front and a bill on the back.
because they were honoring my guy Dan Roan. Channel 9 had put together a bash, and it was wild because you see like so many people that work in sports, especially like sports television. So you see like I ran into Shiverini and was talking with a bunch of people at Channel 9 that my guy Mike Lowe, Patrick Elwood, shout out to Patrick. I know he listens to the show and I appreciate that. Talked with Barry Cronin. I saw Brian Hanley. Man, I haven't seen Brian Hanley in probably 5 years. He looks great. And I was so happy to see him. He was probably like, why are you smiling? I was like, I'm just happy to see you. But I got to tell you, the number one guy on my list. And, my guy Ben Bradley was there, and I was hanging out with him. He like screamed out my name as I walked in the room like I was Norm from Cheers. I'm like, geez, could you take it down like a half a notch? But I look up as I'm walking into the bar, and I see a man with a familiar gait and a black golf cap and a pair of shorts. And I said, that can only be one person. And that one person was Barry Rosner. And let me tell you that running into Barry Rosner, I only got talking for literally 30 seconds. But running into Barry Rosner put me in such a good mood. I know it's my birthday, but if you're on Twitter, you should say what's up to the Roz, because guess what? It'll make you feel better too. Shout out to Barry. Congratulations to Dan Roan. I'll talk with Parkins and Spiegel next here on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports.
You spending Christmas in Chicago, Bill?
Listen, I got to start working on my wife. Like actually today, I said to my college boy, he's like, "Oh, this is fantastic, Dad. I remember what you told me about Chicago and the Bills, and we're going to go there for Christmas." I'm like, "Slow down, buddy. Slow down. Let's clear it with the War Department first."
That doesn't sound like a firm no.
No, well, I'm going to tell her. I'm going to say, "Listen, you're going to have the greatest Christmas ever. It's going to be in Chicago. I love Chicago. She's never been. My boys want to go, and it's the Bears and the Bills. I mean, come on, that's going to be a game."
I think we need a noon kickoff, Bill. Come on,
we definitely need a noon kickoff. That is absolutely the way to go.
If it's a noon kickoff, you're at O'Hare by 6 p.m. That's
how I'm thinking. No, listen, we're in tune. I got to tell you something. I shut the door on this when I found out when it was, but I'm starting to get excited about this conversation here.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's what we can do. We need to help, Danny. Let's put together a little portfolio. Some audio visual stuff, some pictures. Michigan Avenue when it's all lit up with Christmas trees.
Great shopping.
Right. It's incredible shopping. We'll see if we can get some deals for restaurants. Our boss has just texted in. We have a relationship with the Bulls. The Bulls are in town. How about tickets for a Bulls game in the suite at the United Center? Bill, can we sweeten
your
the
wife
pot?
an NBA fan? Does she like regular season NBA, Bill?
She does. She yes, but she's football is her number one.
When ball clubs, or when teams are recruiting people, they put together these pitches. This is, Danny, what I think we need to help with here, putting together a recruiting pitch for Bill's family.
Listen, I like everything about this conversation. If I can talk her into this is going to be amazing. Now, listen, I'm depending on you guys to come up with a nice little brochure. You know what I mean?
Yes, there's nothing more romantic.
This has got to be like, going to community college. I mean, look at everything that it has to offer. I mean, come on.
trip. I'm out of here anyway. Peace out. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
I feel so like unworthy of that particular version of Happy Birthday.
That's for Martin Luther King.
Yes.
Yeah. By Stevie Wonder.
Yes. It's
Right.
Specifically for
Yeah.
the king. Not for me, but yes, it's very nice of Ray and the production staff to play that. That is very, very nice.
Here's a song about Mother Teresa. Next for you.
Right. Here's all of it. But yes, this is a very uplifting version of the Happy Birthday song too. Yeah, see, it's not for me.
Remember all that stuff you did that was just as valuable as what Martin Luther King did for society?
I do. I remember being a civil rights leader
Yeah.
and reverend and all of those good and theologian and scholar and all that good stuff.
All that stuff.
Ivy League professor. Like all that stuff that
FBI's got a big old file on you, man.
That I would not be surprised about. but yes, that thank you, Ray. I appreciate that. The voices that you hear are those of Parkins and Spiegel. They're in the building. What's up, boys?
Happy birthday, Lawrence. Greatest man America has ever created and produced. Lawrence Holmes.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Lawrence
It's
Holmes
either
Day.
Dr. King or Dr. Holmes. I'm not sure which.
Wait, hold on. So let's see, where are we? First Monday in June. All right, of course, it's Lawrence Holmes Day.
Yeah, obviously.
Sounds like it. Like just well, you know, what'll end up happening then they'll just be the mattress sales, and then people will just mix
Right.
the mattress sales from my day in with Juneteenth, and you know it'll just end up being a whole thing.
Oh God, yeah. Have people co-opted Juneteenth?
Oh, Spiegs. Man,
I saw one thing, but I
It's
couldn't
a great
tell.
time to buy an appliance.
I couldn't tell if it was a fake meme or not. The thing that I saw.
There have been Juneteenth meals that have been served, or it's a tricky thing. People are trying to learn, so I want to try and give them grace.
What's a Juneteenth meal? It's exactly
sushi.
what I'm thinking
Sushi.
of.
Yeah.
I mean,
traditional?
that'd be a much better choice, Danny. It'd be a much better choice. But yes, people have they've learned about this thing, and they do want. I applaud the people that are trying to be like, hey, this is because honestly, Juneteenth as a day should be a national holiday. Like it should be something that we as Americans are very proud about. But as what happens with whether it's Lincoln's birthday or President's Day or Martin Luther King Day,
mattress sales.
It just people end up doing stuff with it. It's like, oh yeah, we used to take that very seriously. I mean, think about how serious the debate about a Martin Luther King Jr. holiday was.
Oh yeah, it was a big deal.
Where you had states that were like, no, we're not doing it.
Yeah.
And now it's like, oh, it's a day off and a day to get a mattress.
Yeah, no, I've always, sometimes every once in a while people will say, hey, happy Yom Kippur. And I'll be like, that is not a happy day.
It's a day of atonement.
Yeah. Basically, I'm apologizing for things all day long, and we're remembering, some terrible, terrible things. But I mean, happy Yom Kippur to you too. I mean, really,
right? And to you,
and also with you.
I just Googled it because I couldn't remember what store it was, and you certainly don't want to falsely label this. There was at a Walmart in Florida.
Oh, no. Yeah,
on the anniversary.
I believe it. I believe it.
You can just stop right there.
Lawrence, this is like so ridiculous though, man. A Walmart in Florida on the 15th anniversary of the September 11th attacks.
Oh.
They had stacked the
not in the towers, Danny.
In
please.
2 towers.
Oh my God.
For Coke Zero. With the banner over it that says "We will never forget."
Oh God!
And then they had regular Coke and Diet Coke, like the red and the gray, made up as like it was an American flag behind the towers.
Oh my God!
With a big sign that says $3.33 for a 12-pack.
Okay, so
we will never forget.
Don't you remember
Coke
when the Onion did their fake September 11th promo? Oh my God! It's a fake Subway promo, and it's 2 foot-long subs for $9.11.
Oh.
You will never forget this deal. And the picture is 2 tall Subway subs subs, and it shows like some random dude literally flying in towards the towers to eat the Subway subs. Fly on in for September 11th. Like they just
At least
went,
that's the Onion.
That's the Onion.
This is one of the biggest companies in the
America,
world.
right? And you're right, in the world. Like how does this? How many levels do you think this went through?
I don't know.
Because you think it has to be the managers of the store, right? So did it go high enough to like the regional manager?
Right? Did Coca-Cola sign off on it?
I'm sure Coca-Cola said no to something like that. And then you got to imagine like the person who's stocking and stacking.
Right. Who is the person that got crates of Coke Zero products and was like, you know what, this would work?
And I wonder if there was even one soul that said, this is a terrible idea. We shouldn't do this. And they were shouted down.
Yeah. They were shouted down. And then it went viral on the internet and they were like, I told you it was a terrible idea.
Oh, that's awful.
It's terrible.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrible.
So I was just walking through the offices of our fine sister station there, WBBM, and they have a little candy basket of stuff that they bring and have for each other.
Yeah, they sometimes have like Oreos and stuff in there too.
I know, and occasionally I've said, hey, do you mind if I have one? And they're always like, of course, please. You know, you're the score, of course. So I just grabbed this. I had never seen this. The individual Rolo. Snack size Rolo.
What?
It's 3 Rolos side by side by side, as opposed to the traditional log
tube of
the
Rolos.
tube of Rolos stacked on top of each other. This is a small snack size Rolo with 3 side by side by side. That is the first time I've ever seen that item in my particular life.
I love that.
Right?
Oh, so I got to ask because
Yeah.
I noticed that it's empty.
It is empty.
So, and I noticed that I didn't get a Rolo.
There were 3 of them in
And
there.
so I would think.
I just had one and I threw the other 2 out.
From my memory of Rolos, like,
Yeah.
I felt like I needed the whole tube. Like, do you feel satisfied, or would it be like a Pringle, like because you only have 2 or 3 Rolos?
No,
I feel like that might not be enough Rolo.
I think actually it was great.
Really?
I think 3 felt very representative of a Rolo's experience.
Okay.
And I did eat them individually. I felt like I had a 3-bite experience, which is not normal for a snack size candy bar, right? That's usually a 2-bite kind of experience for the most part.
Yeah, or 1.
Yeah.
Just pop a whole mini Snickers in there at once. Okay.
So, Laurence, I'm offering that just for our listeners' edification.
That's good to know, actually. This is a good little pick-me-up. He also does a great job on MLB Network.
Rolo?
Yeah. He's doing a great job. It's fantastic.
This is Robert Lopez, right? See, I got it. Took me a little
Good
while.
job.
Thanks, buddy.
You got that.
Appreciate
I was like,
that.
Sierra is doing a nice job. Sierra Santos.
Are we
She's
back?
doing a great job.
She's doing a great job. Just
Are we
nickname's not Rolo.
we reconvening now after Broadcaster Roulette? I saw Mark Brady, the fine television producer, tweet a picture of him and Len Casper back together again as they did a game. I don't even know what game they did and for who they were working together, but like it was Casper on TV over the weekend. Amin and AJ doing Cubs Cardinals on Saturday night with Benetti gone for 2 days. It was chaos. Boog on radio, but up the dial last night. It was confusing.
I had this experience a couple weeks ago when I filled in for Chuck, where Ozzy was the only constant. It was Lynn and Gordon on the call and me hosting pre and post with Ozzy.
That's
It's
not
just
the team.
scramble everyone around.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you're a big market, you're a big city, and your broadcast talent is elite. You get scooped up for other stuff.
It's a slight inconvenience at times to
It's a disaster,
to
Danny.
the audience, but overall, it's a huge net positive. Right? A disaster.
It's another problem in my life you don't have empathy for.
I mean,
Like it's a pretty good thing that like you can go from Jason Benetti to Lynn Casper.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
It was good.
It's pretty good.
Like that works out really well.
I was actually fine.
Yeah, you survived.
I was totally okay. Yeah.
My mom helps my dad find where all the games are, and she did text me, and she's like, "Where's the Cubs game?"
Yeah.
She and I was like,
on Saturday.
Yeah, I was like, it's on Fox, and she was like, Fox Sports 1? I was like, no, like regular Fox.
I gotta
NFL. That's what we should call it. We should call it NFL Fox.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, man, like I was at that game Saturday night, the vibes were really, really good. And I know that they're not a good team, the Cubs, and they lost. And I left right after Patrick Wisdom struck out in the bottom of the ninth. Had a lovely night, and I missed the 10th inning debacle, which worked out well. As far as I was concerned,
They did a great show, 10th inning debacle. They were really, really great at Shubas.
it was an extremely satisfying evening of baseball on a beautiful night with Caleb Killian's debut and Christopher Morel getting a couple of big hits. When Morel got that hit in the 6th inning to tie it at 3, and Contreras is right behind him, there's an energy between those two right now.
Speaks, I was saying it yesterday on Twitter. I think if they stick around, that you could have, you could have an Elvis Andrews type thing going on here, where you have the veteran player and the young kid. But the problem is that I don't know if Wilson's going to be here.
No,
he's not going to be.
I don't think he's going to be. But so for right now, the vibes between them are pretty cool, and like the whole atmosphere of the weekend, I know it was very undersold and underpopulated, and that is a massive issue that will get discussed. And of course, they lost the series, but still, the vibes were good, and I had a good time, and I think a lot of people did.
I'll be
this
honest,
weekend.
like, I know you think that I have been fairly cynical, pragmatic, whatever you want to call it, about like this current version of the Cubs. I find it tough to get excited about. Like we've talked to Jed about it. Like I'm honest with them, and like, man, you guys right now are a product of your own success. When you have the 5 winningest years in the history of your franchise, spend record money, transform the ballpark, and win the World Series, it's tough for me to be like, yo, the Myrtle Beach team is killing it.
The Pelicans are awesome.
Like it's hard for me personally, and I think a lot of Cubs fans.
Hey, PCA homered at South Bend for the first time.
But I got to say, Cubs Cardinals, some pretty clean baseball. Enough likable young pieces where you're talking yourself into Morel mattering, certainly Thompson and Steele and
There's
Killian.
there's Matt Swarmer with 2 quality starts in a
Right,
row.
like, this was probably the purest like Cubs weekend so far this season. You care about the opponent. You respected the product that they put out there. There were enough young things to get yourself excited for. I cared about the results this weekend. I did.
It's interesting. It's interesting because to me, there's the backdrop of the future for every single thing that I watch with them.
Absolutely.
And so that lens is kind of always there as some intrigue. But I guess that's what I'm feeling is that level of it too for this particular weekend, because it doesn't bring that to you. This season has not brought that kind of feeling to you on a daily basis, like this game matters and this result matters and all
because
of
it
that.
Doesn't.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. But overall, it's interesting. So you felt it a little bit more this weekend. And I saw enough of the future and felt enough of the future there to have it feel kind of tangibly exciting and positive.
Wait, do we win the lottery? Since you saw the future.
No.
Oh,
no.
man.
That'd be sweet.
Sorry about that, man.
That'd be sweet.
I can say the Bears are going to go 7-10, though. I can. That's
okay.
what I saw.
All right. So
I'll take the under. I'll take the under on that one, too.
Well, that was one of the things I talked about on the show today, and I took a couple phone calls on it, that you have to now like look at the Cubs in a different way, because now there's all the evidence you need. Like, oh, well, they're not going to be competitive. Okay, cool. So where do you find the joy? And I think that there's at least enough to make a Cubs fan go, that's interesting, or that player's interesting. And the development of Keegan Thompson is something that I'm fascinated by. What do you turn him into? Is he a guy, a rotational starter, or is he a high leverage reliever? Because I think that both of those things are viable options for him.
It's funny because Thompson really wants to be a starter.
Of course he does, because that's where you go get paid.
Right. But he has said all the right things, and he even like segued back to saying the right things after his good start over the weekend. But he loves that people are hurt and he has to pitch right now in the rotation. He's like, "Yep, this is where we are for a little while. Thank you very much." But of course, I'll do anything.
Guess I'm gonna be stretched out.
Exactly.
Look at me getting my arm ready.
Yeah.
I'm impatient, man, with it.
I understand that too, Danny.
Like I agree with everything you just said. He's a piece that matters. It's exciting. how they are doing it with like the pitching infrastructure, which they're hoping to be able to actually draft and develop internal pitchers, which they did exactly 0 times in Theo Epstein's regime, right? Like all of that matters, but it still is harder to care, and you're seeing it. Like, I'm not the only one. Like, they didn't top 32,000 fans for a single game for a 5-game Cubs-Cardinals series on a weekend in the summer with good weather.
Beautiful weekend.
Like, 32,000 with Cardinals fans there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, so we're not the only ones who are noticing this. So we can talk all of the things that you guys are saying about the baseball side of it's true. Morel's streak is remarkable.
It's really insane.
Like, it's a great story. It's a likable story, but
he's an energetic player, too, and I think that lends itself to kind of where they are.
It's likable.
Yeah, very much so.
Absolutely. But it's just, it's different now. Like, we would be talking about Morel and Thompson and Steele and Killian and Swarm. We'd be talking about them differently if this was 2014.
Yeah. Oh, and you were picturing everything else that was coming, or you're hoping that everything else was coming.
Like it to me, and maybe not for everybody else, but to me, it is all through that lens of, man, the bar is just higher now. It is just a simply higher bar.
No, it absolutely is. Things have changed. Things have changed. And I watched it happen to Red Sox Nation with my father and old friends after they got there. And then we've watched it happen with this Cubs fan base. Absolutely.
Doesn't mean you're not excited about Caleb Killian's debut. You are, or Crow Armstrong, right? You're excited about all of it. But like in order to say good player or good trade or success or like really traffic and hope, I just personally think you need to see more. But but like I say all of that and then say, hey man, it's an entertainment product. And when I was watching this weekend, I was entertained.
I too was entertained, and it'll be very interesting to see what happens in terms of how they greet next spring. You know, because how they greeted this spring was openly saying to everyone, we're not going to be that good, and that's okay. Because we're doing a build. We're calling it a rebuild? No, we're whatever you call it, blah, 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 all that stuff. But to openly greet the spring with like, that's not the way they're going to greet the spring next year. I don't think they're going to be able to market themselves with that. They're going to
have to win the offseason next year.
They're going to I think they're going to hit next spring as a hopeful team on the rise with dreams of contending, and they'll make moves to do it, and that'll be part of what they sell as they greet next spring.
I hope you're right. You know, I go off Vegas numbers for like preseason expectations. They were real low last year. They were real low this year. And while I assume they will have another big signing or two, like they did with Suzuki and Stroman, and Bob Nightingale, we'll talk about it, reporting that they're going to land one of the big shortstops, and this year would have felt different if they would have landed Correa, certainly. I look at all of the pieces that they have here. You see a bunch of like high-end talent, because those are the types of things, like you need 4 or 5 guys there to be like, that's a blue chipper. That's a guy who can win a Cy Young. That's a guy who can hit 40 home runs, to like put together a roster and say, yeah, this team can win 85 or more games.
No, I don't see that right now.
I don't either. And so it's tough to acquire multiple of those guys in one offseason.
I see a lot of people auditioning to be extra pieces and kind of, auxiliary things like that.
But you need your core.
Yeah,
like you need a core of stars to have preseason expectations, or at least a core of high upside guys.
Nick Madrigal.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, see?
That guy.
That was some weak ground balls he hits.
Oh, it's some weak ground balls he hits, and some weak ground balls that he lets go off the glove and go into center field, too. And some bad base running moments. I mean, you know what he is. You know what he is.
And he did the thing last week that annoyed the bleep out of me. And watching him do it for the Cubs did the same thing. There's a play at second base. The ball gets there before the runner.
Yeah.
He doesn't go to tag. He lets the guy slide in instead of understanding there might be a little bit of contact. Young man, you got to get your face in there.
Yeah.
You got to. And put the glove down. Just like, that's that same BS he was doing at 35th and Shields.
Imagine watching that guy in college and being like, that's a number 2 pick. Is it number 2 overall?
It's frustrating. Number 4, maybe? I thought 4.
Top
maybe
5.
Maybe he was number 2, but I thought it was 4.
Maybe it was 4. Either way.
You know what bothers me?
But looking at the overall, it's one thing to look at the contact skills and think the bat can grow.
Yes.
But if you watch a few games, the instincts didn't look magically better than this at Oregon.
He's a one-tool hitter. It's
crazy.
And I think that people, like, they created this kind of, he's so smart. And like, why? Why do you say that when you're watching him play? Like, it's almost like they had to create a narrative about him as a player because he was a small one-tool player.
Yeah. So
it's like, he's got a good glove. No, he doesn't. He can't throw really either. He doesn't run the bases well, and he doesn't hit for power. What does he do? Well, he's got bat-to-ball skills with weak contact.
I mean, how different is this White Sox thing if they don't flat-out miss on Carson Fulmer and Nick Madrigal and Zach Collins, although he did turn into Reese McGuire. But it's like, I mean, that's 3 first-round fails. And can you imagine having blue chippers in 2 of those spots? Carson Fulmer should be Walker Buehler, you know.
That would help.
His teammate from Vanderbilt. They took the wrong guy from Vanderbilt in that draft. Whoops.
Whoops and daisies.
Whatever. Happy birthday. I should have brought you a Rolo. Should have brought you an individual Rolo from up.
Happy birthday, Mike.
There
Thank
it is.
you very
That's
much.
how we do it.
Yeah. And you didn't even bring up Luis Gonzalez. You know, National League Rookie of the Month.
Oh yeah.
Or
I forgot that.
Or the guy that grew up in their clubhouse that they didn't draft.
Alec Thomas?
Yeah. You know,
there have been some misses. There have been some misses.
I love the deadpan Danny. There have been some misses.
Yeah, there have been some misses. There have been some misses. That's true. When you put it in a list form like that, it does really crystallize the number of misses. Still, hey, TA was selling you hope, man.
He was.
He was selling you hope.
I thought he was really good. I enjoyed talking with him, and I just like him. It's one of those players that makes it very easy to root for. Is him.
Yes, absolutely. I hope he's
right.
I hope he's right.
And I hope that he's healthy.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I hope he's back soon.
Because they could use him, but thank God it's burger time. Thank God it's burger time, man. Because burger time went out here and won a series.
Yeah, he did.
And Andrew Vaughn, man.
Andrew Vaughn's a beast.
Those guys can hit. Unfortunately, the high-profile guys can't. But,
yeah,
you know,
the Grandal thing was on display this weekend.
Hey, what a
too.
check swing, though.
Oh, that great excuse me 2-run single.
Hey, he shows up at the box scores. He drove in 2 and got a hit.
God. Liner in the scorebook, boys.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
You know what? You're a liner in the scorebook, Laurence.
Hey, what? Yeah.
You're a hard line drive into the gap.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Stretch that double into a triple the rest of your birthday, sir.
I'm going to do my best to do that. I appreciate the birthday wishes. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Yeah, man, have a good day. We have Zach Miller, former Bear, friend of the show, on today at 4 o'clock, and just a ridiculously long list of hilarious audio. So we will get to that and all of the baseball from the weekend, of course, as well. So have a good one, man. Happy birthday. Tanny's open, kicks us off. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports morning show.
Are the Cubs living up to expectations? They've been a lot more interesting to watch over the last couple weeks.
Right.
The Sox.
What are the Cubs,
been a
though?
train
Do
wreck.
we know yet? They were competitive. Are we there where competitive series against a playoff team is...
But as far as Nick is concerned, I believe that he was overdrafted at first round, 4th pick in the draft. I think that that's too high for him because I think he is an adequate, at best, defender. I thought he would run the bases better. He didn't. He's a really good hitter who's not going to be impactful. Because of his size, everybody wanted to liken him to Pedroia or Altuve. He's not going to be Pedroia or Altuve. That's not the way he swings. But I think he's a very useful player. You like him in the lineup. He's going to get on base. He does that very well. He doesn't strike out. He makes contact. I think that part of it's all good. I think he will get better from where he is now. But like I say, when you're 1-4, you got to be a stud. Nick is not a stud. Nick is a good player,
But again, you're going to have some situations defensively where you're going to look and say, you know what, the arm isn't all that good. The judgment might not be great, but those two guys for Kimbrel, I think is a pretty decent return because look, everybody, the fan of every team, you know what they want to do? The White Sox fans, they want the Sox to get Shohei Ohtani, and they want to give up Lopez, and they want to give up Fry. Well, it doesn't work that way. You gotta. If you're going to get a good player, you got to give a couple of guys back. There's a lot of Sox fans that think the Sox gave up too much. I don't think they did. I think it's an equitable trade for both sides, and I think that's what you saw. A lot of guys took their assets down to the last minute, and maybe they didn't get quite what they would like. But the market, you only get what the market will bear. So we'll see how it pans out. You can't evaluate a trade on the day you make it.
The last few years, we were always playing for that last game of the season, playing to win the last game, be in the playoffs, and win it all. Now, over these last few months, I mean, the focus has shifted, but it's still on winning. You know, you still have to come into the ballpark every single day, and that's what we're trying to keep around here is that winning culture. You know, the focus is obviously these young guys, they're trying to develop themselves and learn their place in the big leagues, but as a group and as a whole, we're coming into the ballpark every day. And that task is to win that game, you know. So that's really what hasn't shifted. So, no, I mean, obviously we're not getting all the results we want right now, and we know where we're at as an organization. But we have to, as players, we have to keep our focus on the field, and that's always to try and win, no matter what.
Did you talk to Jed after it all went down?
I didn't talk to him one-on-one. You know, it had to be so tough for him, honestly, making those decisions. You know, you get, honestly, even at that level, you get so close with these guys. We've all been together for years and years. And so that it's a really, really hard thing to go through. I'm sure there'll come a time, you know, he's been so busy and you don't see each other a lot throughout the season. That's more of kind of a spring training or off season thing. So I'm sure there'll come a time where we'll be able to, you know, sit down and kind of go through everything that happened. But he knows that that's not a concern of mine. I have complete trust in everything. I love being here and I like focusing on my job and really the product on the field and these young guys that we have around us.
Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Caleb Killian. This is the first prospect acquired at the deadline for your core guys that you gave up, who you're now going to see on the big league level. Fans are going to get a cookie. Theo didn't want to give you cookies, and Caleb
I was shaking my head at the notion that we should make baseball decisions based on giving our fans cookies. We're cooking the whole meal.
Nobody came up until they really thought they were ready.
I love the quote by Theo Epstein. He says, look, we're not going to toss the fans candy.
Now, because of necessity and the difference in philosophy, fans are going to get a cookie every once in a while, or an amuse-bouche, perhaps, an appetizer of sorts. Caleb Killian is an amuse-bouche, if not a full-on cookie.
It's Caleb Killian making his big league debut. Love his sinker, love his cutter, working on a slider, occasional changeup, but he's got to locate down. He gets a ton of ground balls.
And now the 0-2 pitch on the way to Edmund. Swing and a miss. So far, so good.
The first man he sees in a big league uniform, it's a strikeout for Caleb Killian.
Cookies are good.
Yeah, man, cookies
I
are
like
delicious.
cookies.
Yeah.
I like cookies.
I like cookies. Yeah, of course you do. And you know why? Because you're a bunch of yuppies.
But the problem is, it's like, oh, we're going to have cookies for dessert, right? That's exciting. But, oh, is it going to be oatmeal raisin? Is it going to be chocolate chip? But, like, what if it's just a bland sugar cookie?
Give me some of them cookies. Got them cookies, boy.
Spread the wealth, man.
Cookies. Can't eat those no more.
Man, I'm excited about the cookie. I'm looking forward to the cookie. I think even bad cookies are good. You know, they really are.
Of course.
Called strike three. A delayed call by the home plate umpire, Edwin Moscoso.
Caleb Killian's big league debut closes after 5 innings.
Standing ovation from 39,823 Cookie Monsters jogging to the mound.
Cookie.
Look to the cookie lane. Look to the cookie.
1, 2, 3. And here we go, Jim. Here we go. Here we go, Jim. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
It's a pretty good cookie.
I thought so.
It was pretty good.
It was kind of good.
It was a pretty good cookie.
Yeah, it was fun to see a big, tall Texan out there on a Saturday night, giving me Matt Clement feels or Mark Pryor feels or, vintage.
Yeah, people saying it was the biggest call up and start since Mark Pryor. Let's slow down.
That's a reach.
Let's slow down.
Homegrown pitcher. It had the feeling of a homegrown pitcher getting called up, and
I was excited for Adbert Alzolay.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were. A lot of us were, and I think that's when we had the conversation. Biggest one since what? So now this one is clearly the biggest one since Adbert Alzolay.
Right, but I'm just like I saw that going around. I was like, Mark Pryor. Mark Pryor was like a national news story.
Yes, number 2 pick in the draft.
Yeah, that was not. Caleb Killian was the extra piece in the Bryant trade. He's an 8th round pick. I mean, slow down with Mark Pryor.
But
ridiculous.
He's gotten better since he's here.
I know,
because the infrastructure, blah blah blah, is good.
I'm just saying. Let's keep it was a cookie. It wasn't a whole factory of cookies.
If I wanted the best cookie that I could possibly get in downtown Chicago right now, where would I go to get the best cookie possible?
I don't know, but I can't trust your cookie opinions because you like the Oreo thins.
Well, yeah, no, but I'm talking about like a homemade.
I know, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look.
I'm not your guy for this.
You're not. No, you're not. You're not fat enough. You're not nearly fat enough for this request. You don't look like you've enjoyed food much in your life.
I enjoy food.
I know, but there's no proof.
I'm skinny fat. No, I know. There's no proof.
Like downtown Chicago?
Yeah. Here I am.
So 3 blocks away is Magnolia on State and Washington or whatever.
It's very solid.
West Loop, Stephanie Izard's new sweets place, Sugar Goat, I'd say would probably be your next best bet.
Yeah, there's a lot of goat spin-offs now. The Sugar Goat.
I've seen that stuff on Instagram. It looks ridiculous.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, it's second only to Christina Tosi's Milk Bar that hasn't made its way to Chicago yet.
Okay. All right.
Solid cookie from Manny's.
You know what?
Who doesn't grab one on the way out?
Every time. They do the glaze, and then they do like different designs every single time. I'll get my boy. It's for you, or I'll get one for Christine. Here, that's a Happy Mother's Day cookie. I know she doesn't like those. So.
Why is this half a cookie? Why does this cookie for me have multiple bites taken out of it?
This one's totally going to be available late night. Oh, babe, I just had half your cookie. No, you can have the rest. Okay, thanks, honey.
That's very nice of you.
Yes,
that's very considerate.
Not in a good
so are you
person.
contending that Caleb Killian is in fact the best cookie in Chicago right now?
No, because he's gone.
Yeah, right.
They sent him away.
Yeah.
And brought him up for a cup of coffee.
Speaks is just like waiting for Mitch to email cookie drop 305.
Yeah, right.
Send cookie love, please.
I respect that.
Seriously.
He's fishing for free
I
cookies.
mean, Mark Grody mentions Carson's one time. All of a sudden, we got ribs. How many times I got to talk about cookies to get a cookie drop? Come on, Mitch.
Should I just claim I've never had a cookie?
Yeah, but
I've never. You know what? I've never had a shellfish tower.
I would believe that. Looking at you, there's no proof.
I've never had surf and turf, Mitch. We should really make that happen.
You don't know what it's like to battle your weight.
I don't.
Danny, you don't know what it's like.
I don't know what
comes
it's
Mitch.
like.
Jesus Christ. With a piece of paper.
Yeah.
No, Mitch, that's a bag of popcorn. That's smart food.
Looks like bad popcorn.
This
too.
is ready. Thank you, though.
Congratulations. Thank you.
I'll consider it.
Put it in the snack drawer.
Yeah.
Put it in the snack
You know
drawer
what this
with
is?
your jerky.
This is a new snack item of consequence available for somebody who answers the mob challenge.
Yeah, no, wait, what's going on,
It's not going
mob?
well.
M.O.B.
It's not going well.
I feel like the mob must sit in the 500 level. We got no mob members down by Pink Hat Guy or M&M Coke Guy. We got no mob members who sit in the first 2-3 rows of stadiums.
Those are expensive seats. They could walk down, you know?
What are you laughing at? Share with the class.
When Danny goes,
No, it sounds like you said M&M Coke Guy. He's just doing lines. George Jacobs just doing lines off the dugout.
Yeah,
thank you very much. Thank
that
you.
is an interesting spin on how that guy has such great seats.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure
M&M
it's
Coke Guy.
The Coke King of
Sniffing away.
Chicago.
pretty sure it's the successful national limo business.
Yeah, it's more likely.
Pretty sure that
it's a
that's it.
transportation.
What do you think they do in the limos?
Yeah, it's possible.
M&M's and Coke.
Just saying.
It would explain a lot, actually. You know?
Careful. Just saying, a good idea here is a member of our show is
Yeah.
going to get a snack item of consequence and $200 and a bobblehead if you get an MOB sign on TV. But now I'm feeling desperate, continuing to ask for it.
So
So we'll have to up the stakes.
You know, we have a texter, part of the mob, who is an Oreo informant. He's a longtime listener, and he's got close.
He works at a factory.
He
of
works
some
in a
sort,
factory
right?
of some sort. The Oreos are involved, and he tweets or texts as a subject matter. Expert Speaks is right. The snap of the Oreo thins are amazing, and it's a better ration of cookie to filling in the composition of the cookie. And I'm with the Oreo informant. I have inside sources here. You know,
The
Just gonna have
Oreo
to bend.
informant has no idea what he's talking about.
Oh my God!
I don't care. He's like the umpire in the softball league.
Mike Lewis.
Mike
Yeah,
Lewis.
that's right, I
He's the
forgot.
Mike Lewis
Screw you, Mike, by the way.
of cookie sources.
Yeah, you have the Odyssey. I can't believe you have the Odyssey to challenge both an Oreo informant and a softball umpire.
I mean, the guy blew a call, and that guy has no idea what he's doing.
Is it Audacity? I was fitting in an Odyssey plug just an extra.
That's your opinion, and your opinion stinks.
Yeah,
no.
that's right. Yep. Yes, it does.
How is an Oreo thin better than a double stuffed Oreo?
Because that's too much. Because you have one of those, and then your tummy's like, you know what? That's enough. The thins you can eat more of. It's got better staying power. But trust the heavy. I mean, just trust the large.
No, Oreos invented in 1912. They went on their Oreo way for 100 years. And then all of a sudden, thins. No, thins are better.
We need thins.
Yeah.
We need thins in 2021. The creation of the thin. It's ridiculous. And you just said tummy. Reminded me of that episode of The Simpsons. Really. Tummy? It's like stomach, gut, crap factory. When Nelson's going to beat him up for saying that my tummy hurts.
Yes.
Classic. But anyway, yeah, you stick with your thins. I'll have my double stuff, and I'll be very comfortable with Populous over here.
And at some point, well, I'll circulate around here in Chicago and find the best damn cookie in town. For the weekend, it was Caleb Killian.
For the weekend, it was Caleb Killian.
Just
you're
for the weekend.
going to report back.
I will.
We have some news, all over the place, but we will start with the majority baseball here on the show. But Phil Mickelson has joined the Live Tour.
Wow!
So that much awaited announcement of when or if he will ever golf again. He has released a mealy-mouthed, multiple hundred-word statement. Again, apologizing for actualing Khashoggi's death and the murdering of.
Hey, we all make mistakes, Danny. He
Yeah.
made a mistake with his statement. Everybody makes mistakes. Kind of like when you kill a journalist.
Yeah, but he did say that he will be joining Live Golf. We're sure it'll be for 9 figures. We don't know how much.
So he tried to just sort of wait and withstand and let some other people get bad press at the debut of the thing, and now just hop on quietly.
He just kind of thought that maybe he could hide behind Kevin Na when you're like one of the most famous golfers in the world. So Phil officially to Saudi Arabia Golf. He'll be playing in London this Friday. Claims he still will play the majors, though. Good luck with that. Kevin O'Connor reporting the Bulls have interest in Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, man. I was looking at this just before the show, and I want to talk about this with you because I have Robert Williams envy as I watch Golden State. There's also been reports of Mitchell Robinson interest, the soon-to-be free agent, probably big man for the Knicks. What do the Bulls look like if they have a big like that instead of a big like Vooch? That's a fascinating question.
And then the last piece of news, just crossing since we've started, Dallas Keuchel's found a home. Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
So good luck.
Enjoy that.
Yeah.
In Arizona.
Should we send like Arizona radio a Goodfellas treatment for him? Because he's going to make, 4 or 5 starts, and then they'll be done with him?
Well, here's the thing. The stubbornness of Keuchel, which we talked about, and the reason he wasn't changing, maybe gets challenged because it's his old pitching coach there. It's his old pitching coach, Brent Strom, from his days in Houston when he was at his best. It could be that Brent Strom is one of the guys, or maybe the one guy, who can look at him and say, Dallas, you can't just do that anymore. You have to change. Let's figure it out. Like, I'll help you figure it out, but you can't just be that same guy. So, I mean, everybody needs to get humbled at different times in different ways. I would think it's too late for Dallas Keuchel, but maybe that's the one guy to do it. So we'll see.
Certainly possible. We have a ton of audio that's just making us laugh a lot today that we will be playing throughout the show. So we'll get into that. But balancing an exciting Cubs weekend, disappointing Cubs attendance with optimistic reports of the future. The complicated nature of this present Cubs season for Cubs fans continues. It's next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. An Odyssey station.
This segment's brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public.
When you say the resources that this team has and being in a major market and now having their own television network and wanting to compete every year, I don't know where any rebuild or reload, whatever term you want to use, whatever the next phase is going to be, how important is it to you professionally as a Cub that this team can be a contender next year and the year after that?
Yeah, I mean, I firmly believe that this team can contend this year. I think, obviously, what we've done in the last 2 weeks hasn't put us in the best position, but I think we're good enough. I think we have the people. I think we have the players to compete. But whatever the decision is and whatever happens, I think that it is, it's critical that this team is competing year in and year out. I think that's what this fan base deserves. It's what this fan base has come to expect, and as a player with the organization, that's what you expect. You expect when you come to spring training that you're going to compete to win a division, to be in the playoffs every year in and year out.
Carter, I think you come into a situation where there's urgency, not only next season, but every season, and there should be. This in Chicago, it's a big market, and people like us are holding Tom Ricketts accountable to behave like a big market team should. So in that context, when you look at the task in this offseason, what's your understanding about how aggressive the Cubs plan to be in free agency?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm at day one now. Yesterday was day 0, so still trying to get an understanding of where we are and where we want to go with our off-season plan this year and off-season plans, in future years. That word urgency, I totally agree with you. and aggressiveness, I totally agree with you. I think that's something that it was clear to me from day one in the process through these interviews is that, people here are aggressive in trying to bring winning baseball to Chicago as often and as quickly as possible. Sometimes those decisions on the surface don't seem that way, but they all have that underlying understanding, like this is so that we can win our next World Series as quickly as we can. And I think that we'll think through our free agency process in the same way this offseason. Jeff talked about in his offseason presser about spending intelligently, and I think as painful as that is to hear for fans that want to say we're going to spend unintelligently and spend free willy. It's something that we have to do because we know that those are the decisions that help us to best put ourselves in position to bring those unbelievable moments to Chicago over and over again.
Wins it by a score of 5-3.
Pretty entertaining 5-game series, Cubs and Cardinals. The attendance numbers I thought were a big story, like with the dynamic ticket pricing and pricing it as if this was Cubs Cardinals on a summer weekend in Chicago. But clearly people are not buying it. Now listen, they're 8th in attendance in baseball. Right? It's not like it's a bad thing or an embarrassing number or complete no-shows, but
I mean, you know what that place feels like when you go in and it doesn't feel packed and you look around and you go, man, this is Cubs Cardinals? That's what it felt like on Saturday night. I have to admit that, of course.
Yeah, because it...
And did it look that way on TV last night?
Yeah,
as well, right?
It didn't look full. And you also... How many times have people like us said, well, they just, they take it for granted. There'll be 40,000 people there every night. 40,000 people every day. Tourists come. It's a destination. It's not true.
No.
32,000 for Cubs Cardinals when the weather is great. That's the type of thing.
And that's announced, too.
That's announced.
That's announced sales.
Well, because you were at the makeup game, right? The doubleheader?
That's what was striking on Saturday night. Like, I had a great time, and it was a lovely atmosphere, and I love going to the ballpark. But, yeah. The afternoon was the makeup game.
Because that's when you would expect attendance to be low.
Right.
Yeah.
That was a 6:10 Saturday evening, glorious night on a beautiful weekend Cubs-Cardinals game.
So that in conjunction with what Jed said to us of, yeah, there's more urgency because of our previous success, and there's going to be reinforcements coming. Not this year, right? But because they're not going to be buyers. Obviously, they shouldn't be. They will be sellers. They will trade Wilson Contreras and others. But they are not going to be able to sit in the executive suites and look out at 30% vacancy or more, 30% announced vacancy, and be satisfied. They know that they're going to need to put more star power on the field. And that's why, as much as I love Morel or can get excited about pitching infrastructure or whatever, like are there guys that are currently here or even close to being here that can be stars, can be the next Rizzo, Bryant, Baez, right? Bryant, an MVP. Baez, a top 2 MVP guy.
Sure, they're trying to do it in a different way, man. You know,
but you need stars. You need stars.
They're guys who are coming are further away. They are further away. So some of the people that they're going to be deciding on and keeping and working with are stopgap material, or you're hoping that you find some post-hype sleepers that you can change and make better, which they are doing with some of them and not with some of them. But they're going to have to buy a bunch of free agents and let some of those kids slowly come up and augment. So, no, they do not have those core studs on their way very, very close.
And so that's why, as of now, right, this is not like a writing in its stone, texting the bookie, ironclad prediction, like Tony La Russa's 0% chance that you guys can hold against me. But like, as of now, would I bet that next opening day, they actually are going to be ready to be contenders? I bet against it. Because even if they sign, like Bob Nightingale was reporting and quoting a GM, like they're going to get Bogarts or Correa or Trey Turner. Like the Cubs will land one of the big shortstops that's going to be available this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
And you need multiple of those guys. And you just don't sign $500 million worth of contracts in a single offseason. Like you need multiple high-end guys.
All right, well, let's think about some of the best case scenario stuff here, like with how that works. So let's say they sign one of those shortstops, and we'll pick who later on. We'll pick. I know which one I'd like. So, and I'm curious as to which one you would like. But so let's say they sign one of those guys that makes Nico a second baseman. Or makes Nico a rover.
Yeah, he makes him Ben Zobrist.
Okay.
Right. I mean, hopefully is good, but you know what I mean.
Something like that.
Yeah.
In the rotation, they feel good about, let's say, 3 spots from what they have here among cheap kids.
Oh, so you're not including Hendricks? Because like Hendricks and Stroman are in the rotation.
Well, unless Stroman gets traded in July, which is entirely possible. That he's a flip. It's possible. But the ERA is high now.
Right, the ERA is high, and there's 2 more years of control on him, and a bunch of teams weren't that interested in him because of the other stuff.
He just had a really crazy good run over the last 4 or 5 starts before this.
No, I know, but I just... As of now, am I betting on Marcus Stroman being here past the deadline? I would bet on him being.
Okay, so you'd bet on Marcus Stroman being part of your rotation next year.
Oh yeah, as of now, I would bet on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you got 2 guys. Maybe it's Thompson and Steele. Maybe it's Killian and Steele with Thompson as a long guy. Something like that.
I think Steele and Killian, you're hoping are in your rotation opening day next year.
Okay.
Right? You're hoping that those are 2 of your 5. Yes.
Okay. So you're going to add a shortstop, and you'll have to add more. You'll add a couple different position guys, and you'll be filling in around with Wisdom, who can play third and can play a corner, probably Happ in the final year of his control. And then I don't think they're going to sign Happ to an extension. So you'll have Happ in the final year of his control, a more comfortable Suzuki, a representative catcher in Yan Gomes. Maybe it's Morel in center or Morel as, part of your guys. But this is kind of a revelation here with Morel. But so signing 3 real good players who are free agents to be starters, that's not out of the realm of what certain teams do in an offseason when they really start to spend, like the Rangers just did.
No, it's not out of the realm.
Like when Heyman says,
but you just were saying it though, right? Like Hendricks, Stroman, Steele, Killian. What's that rotation projected to be in baseball?
Give me a real good number 1 in the front of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Give me a real good number 1 in the front of it.
So we need a $200 million pitcher and a $250 million shortstop and another piece to replace. Maybe you don't replace Contreras as a catcher, but you got to replace Contreras' production.
Mm-hmm.
And, so are they spending $500 million in contracts this offseason?
It's possible.
I'd bet against it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's possible because I just think that they're going to want more of the young core to be here when they do that.
Yeah, but sometimes I think you're thinking of the young core like the last young core, like they're going to wait for everybody to be ready. And that's not what they're going to do.
Right. No, and they won't have the luxury of doing that.
Yes. And the attendance of a weekend like this is part of why they won't. For better or for worse. Like, you can kind of, I keep saying reverse engineer as I talk about Jed's plan, which so many people are having trouble kind of grasping and feeling. They're middling it. And part of why they're middling it is because they don't want to suck. They don't want to be like greeting the spring by saying, all right, gonna be bad again. But stick with us, everybody. Stick with us. That's not what they're going to want to try and be selling next year.
No, they shouldn't, because it was a hard enough sell this year.
Yes,
and
it was.
You could argue that the sell was not bought. So yeah, I agree they are going to spend. They spent last year on some guys. Like, you want to say your guy? Which of those shortstops you want? Can I guess?
Sure, you can guess.
My guess would be you would like Bogarts.
No, I'll take Turner. I'll take Turner.
Okay.
Who's a year younger than Bogarts, way better defensively, crazy fast as well, and can steal bases with growing power and just a smoothness about him. So between him, Correa, and Bogarts, yeah, I'll take Turner. And that's your batting champ from last year, who is very high again.
Turns 39 next month.
29.
Turns 29, yeah, 39.
Big difference. 39, not interested.
A long-term deal for a 39-year-old would be surprising.
I think so.
He turns 29 next month.
32 steals and 28 homers last year, and the numbers are very good this year.
Yep, 820 OPS, 128 OPS plus.
And just a very, very solid overall player to stick right there at the top of your order and let him be great. And he could get even better.
A career high of 28 home runs. Never been above 20 any other season. It's kind of surprising.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're going to have to pay. I mean, we'll see, but I don't think you're going to have to pay what Correa is going to get. I think
2021 was a great year for Trey Turner.
Yeah, it was a great year.
That's a very good year.
Yeah, and he's about to win a title as the third best hitter in the first three spots of the Dodgers lineup.
Yeah.
Behind Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman.
You're going to have to pay.
Oh, my God, look at that.
This. Oh, thank you. Double stuff
ones.
for me and thins for Speaks for Mitch Rosen.
For those of you not on Twitch, Mitch Rosen has entered the studio with cookies.
Wow.
And I haven't had chocolate milk in a long time.
Thank you.
This is great, Mitch.
Look at you. Oh, my God.
you.
What are those? Fig noodles?
Oh, they're delicious. For shame. Yeah,
Wow.
okay.
Thank you, Mitch.
This is lovely.
He walked across the street. Did he do that himself? We have no budget at Odyssey for somebody to make a walk for Mitch Rosen?
Isn't that what Ryan Porthos hired for?
I believe it was.
That's what I was doing.
It used to be your job, and now Porth goes and gets cookies and milk.
He walked across the street.
That's adorable.
It is love right there.
I mean, this is not as exciting as when we drink bourbon on air with Dave Wanstead, but I'll have some cookies and milk with you.
You need Wani? You need some Wani to do it?
Yeah, Wani and alcohol is more exciting. Do you dip your Oreos in chocolate milk?
I never have before.
I'm willing to try.
Well, for Mitch, you know what? Whatever he would have brought us, I would have dipped it in.
You're not embarrassed to be handed those Oreo thins?
I'm not. No, the thin is an excellent cookie. I do kind of wish they were golden, but I'm not going to complain. I wouldn't dare complain.
Mitch, he wants golden Oreo thins.
No, this is a lovely gesture, and we'll crack these at the break, damn it.
All right.
Taste test.
We'll get some of the ridiculous audio from the weekend as we go as well. Zach Miller at 4 o'clock. A baseball story that is just sadly predictable. Next on The Score.
Dan Bernstein, middays 9 a.m. to noon on The Score.
You can't take your eyes off Christopher Morel right now. You can't. He's too much fun. Just enjoy it. Make sure you take the time to enjoy, because baseball will come for him too. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope that this is just the start of something and he ends up being one of these improbable stories.
The Dan Bernstein Show, 9 a.m. to noon on Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
I don't even know how to set this up because I don't know what we're about to hear.
Tell us, Rick.
So this was on, a game that everybody was watching. It was the TSN broadcast of Raptors Pacers, which the Raptors were up by like 1 million. And it was the weird game where they were delayed by over an hour because a speaker got set on fire. While
celebrating his birthday.
So there was like an hour delay. So this is a blowout. Everybody's a little slap happy, and this ensued on the TSN broadcast.
You've had a lot to keep track of.
Well,
tonight.
we're news people now, so I have to. I got to make sure I'm providing accurate, concise information, right? I felt like a TV anchorman for a while there.
142 left, 92-67.
Was that a movie?
Yes, it was.
Be classy. San Diego, who was it, right? Ron Jeremy, is that right? Ron Burgundy? Anchorman. Ron Burgundy. I don't know. Somebody. Ron somebody. Ron somebody. Ron Howard. What did I say? Ron Burgundy, right? Be classy, San Diego. And he had the crazy jacket. Who did I say? Ron who? I don't know. It's late.
Stop! Oh, no.
I don't even know what Ron
Anything
said.
after 1979, Jack has not seen, okay?
I did see Anchorman.
You did?
Well, be classy, Seattle. San Diego. Somewhere on the West Coast.
How did you find this?
Someone posted a clip on Twitter, but it was only like 30 seconds of it. So I was like, I have to try and find more context. So I hit up Ye Olde League Pass. And
so who's laughing?
That's Matt Devlin.
Okay.
Who's the play-by-play guy on TSN, and that's Jack Armstrong, who was not sure of which Ron he was referring to.
What did I say?
That laugh.
It's a great laugh. And aren't they the same team that was bitching about Jim Boylan calling the timeout on Christmas?
Yes.
Right? Or Super Bowl Sunday. That's
Super
what it
Bowl
was.
Sunday,
It was
yes.
Super Bowl. They wanted to get out of there. They were just absolutely clowning Boylan for calling the timeout.
Yep.
And a timeout here from Jim Boylan. What are you doing? No, Jim, seriously, what strategy are you talking? It's a
Down
25-point blowout. There's 1:04 left. It's Super Bowl Sunday. I want to get out of here. First of all, I didn't want overtime. What strategic adjustment are you making stuck 25?
Jack.
Come on, man. This is just, look, come on. Really? Do you really need to run a play here with
20. I want to get out of here to go home and watch vintage porn.
Stop! Oh,
The first name. The first name he thinks of.
Ron Jeremy, is that right?
Oh, it depends.
We're going to have that one for a while.
Oh my gosh, that's good.
This hour is brought to you by Team Hochberg. Visit their website, 56david.com. It's 56david.com.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Good vibes, babe.
Afternoons on The Score.
1, 2, like you wanna.
1-1. Fly ball to left. This should do it. A.J. Pollock makes a catch. White Sox win. They take the series, and they're going to head home feeling a lot better than they did a couple of days ago.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show, afternoons on The Score.
White Sox needed a series win in the worst way. They did it with taking 2 of 3 from the Tampa Rays. Len Casper there on the call for NBC Sports Chicago. How your Oreo Thins over there? You happy with them?
Yeah, very happy.
Sorry I opened my double stuff during your FanDuel read.
I didn't hear it. I was so obsessed with the fine folks at FanDuel and trying to do right by them.
Yeah,
as a professional.
My bad. As a Rivers guy, I was trying to sabotage it.
Clearly.
I was really just trying to get to the double stuff as quickly as possible, and I forgot I was in a radio studio.
Yeah, Danny turned into the guy in the movie theater who's trying to open his snack quietly, but it just prolongs the amount of time you have to hear the noise.
Oh, my God.
It was brutal.
My bad, guys.
He knew it in the moment, though. He knew it.
Yeah, I did. I all of a sudden realized, I was like, I can hear it in my headphones. Who's that making all the noise? Oh, it's me.
My grandmother died when I was like 12, and I remember, and I remember at the funeral.
And I have
Bubba.
And I have syntax issues.
Well, yeah, there was no syntax.
That was just a weird transition.
It was just a weird transition.
Got it. All right. Sorry. Continue.
I mean, granted, it's an awkward, potentially brutal transition that could derail the entire show. Oh. Sure. But, you know.
Well, I'm in. I'm in. Go on. Sorry.
And I remember she had like a distant cousin's wife who we were all told that she never liked, but still came to the funeral. And that woman ate candy one by one, slowly opening the cellophane package throughout multiple eulogies. I remember being 12 and realizing that is the most disrespectful thing I had ever seen at that point in my life. Multiple candies and loud cellophane during eulogies. How dare you besmirch my grandmother like that?
I want you to know that what I'm about to say in no way is intended to
besmirch my grandmother?
To besmirch your grandmother.
But you're about to. Uh-oh. This is not
I kind of respect the petty.
Oh, my God.
That is the most...
That's too far.
That is the most, like, old person ingrained in their ways thing I've ever heard. This person, I hated them for 60 years.
I'm going to
now
the funeral.
They're in the ground. I am going to just enjoy this with front row seats and eat my candies.
Don't respect that.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying I would like to do it myself. I'm just
but
like
you're
old
giving
people who they're just so set in their ways. Like, they're gonna. What are they gonna do? They're so old.
They should change. They should stop being mean and terrible. My grandmother was a lovely person.
I'm sure she was a lovely person.
Doesn't sound like you are.
Little Werther's Original. At that point, it's part of your health diet.
Right. Maybe it wasn't even disrespectful.
Right. It could have just been a diabetic schedule that she was on. It's entirely possible.
Wait, so you are such an optimist that you believe that people can always change, even in their 90s?
Often.
Even in their 90s?
I want to believe that people can change. But then I see stuff like the story that came out of Tampa Bay.
This story.
And I wonder if Jason Adams really is somebody who can be enlightened. Maybe he can be.
It's not.
Maybe.
It's not a funny story.
Oh, no, it's not.
But it's an absurd. The story is so absurd that I do think that there is places to find humor in it.
It's not fun. This is not fun.
So if anyone, like even the headline, most but not all Rays show their LGBTQ plus support.
What the hell, man?
Like, oh, really? We couldn't get everybody on the Tampa Bay Rays to wear the patch, the rainbow patch for Pride Month to show their support. And they're like, oh, yeah, no, we said that we were going to do it, and then we didn't realize that this would be an issue, so it sparked some conversation.
Yeah, and what did Kevin Cash said? There was some really good, productive conversations. Doesn't sound like it.
I don't know that there were, because and see if you can tell what's the common theme among Jason Adam, Jalen Beeks, Brooks Raley, Jeffrey Springs, and Ryan Thompson.
Yeah.
Lacrosse players? No. Bunch of whites. And these guys,
we're the worst.
So they say, like, all right, listen,
hashtag not all whites.
We're gonna wear the Memorial
I
Day.
said they were all guys named Ray.
Yeah, we have one back here. We had a very productive conversation with our Ray back here.
Oh, you did.
He's very pro gay rights.
Most of the Rays on board.
Yeah, most of the Rays were on board.
That is the Diaz difference, baby.
Yeah, it is. These 5 Rays, in particular, Jason Adams, Jalen Biggs, Brooks Raley, Jeffrey Springs, Ryan Thompson, not on board with wearing the patch.
Yeah.
And so they the poor PR person for the Rays is like,
wait, I have to deal with this. Do you guys want to say something?
like, all right, the media wants to know why you chose to take a stand
against this patch
on the rainbow patch. And so, what was it? It was Jason Adams.
Yeah.
He was the elected representative to explain why they opted out. Because he didn't want to, quote, endorse the, quote, behavior of those in the LGBTQ plus community. So here's the quote.
Yeah.
A lot of it comes down to faith, to like a faith-based decision, Adams said. So it's a hard decision because ultimately we all said what we want is them to know that they are welcome and loved here. But when we put it on our bodies, I think a lot of guys decided that it's just a lifestyle that maybe, not that they look down on anybody or think differently, it's just that maybe we don't want to encourage it if we believe in Jesus.
Yeah, that is looking down on anybody. That is exactly looking down on
who's
people.
encouraged us to live a lifestyle that would abstain from that behavior, just like Jesus encourages me as a heterosexual male to abstain from sex outside of the confines of marriage. It's no different. It's not judgmental. It's not looking down.
Yes,
it's just what we believe the lifestyle he's encouraged us to live for our God not to withhold. But again, we love these men and women. We care about them and we want them to feel safe and welcome here, end quote.
So here's my question. I
got a lot of questions, so go ahead. Yes, yours.
Is there anybody in a baseball organization when something like this happens, and I understand that maybe it shouldn't be the manager, because that's a lot to ask for a manager, but I don't know.
A few $1 million a year.
Yeah,
You can handle it.
somebody to pull Jason Adams aside and say, Jason, it's not a lifestyle. You understand? It's not a lifestyle. People are born either gay or not gay. People are born heterosexual or not heterosexual. It is not a lifestyle. Like, you can't just choose not to support ALS because you don't support the lifestyle choices of the guy who decided to get amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Like, it's not a freaking lifestyle.
Yeah, that's a good place to start.
So that's where you start. Like, so can those conversations happen? Can the Jason Adams and a Brooks Raley and others be enlightened to that very scientific, easily proven truth? Is that possible?
I don't know whose job that would be. It would seem possible. I got to say, when I saw the story, I was sadly, because my opinion of humanity right now is at basically an all-time low. I was not surprised, right? I was thinking, oh, okay, if you took any organization where you have a bunch of people, if you had to wear uniforms, and one day on the uniform, it was going to be something for gay rights during Pride Month, I think any organization, sports or otherwise, would have some Jason Adams, Jalen Beeks, Brooks Raley's, Jeffrey Springs, and Ryan Thompsons of the world. So I wasn't necessarily surprised. What I was surprised with, and I would still like an answer to this, and I'm not sure, I apologize, I didn't see it before the show. If someone has reported on this, I missed it, I would love to be pointed in that direction. Option? They had a choice?
Why did they have an option?
Could they have worn a Chicago White Sox hat if they wanted? Could they have
opted out of the ALS patch?
Or the Memorial Day patch? Or 4th of July? Or option?
The camo hat?
Like the Tampa Bay Times article said, somewhat semantically, it was an opt-in exercise. But Rays officials would have preferred full participation, but also felt it was important to give players and staff the choice, viewing it somewhat semantically as an opt-in exercise. Are they all? Can someone opt out of camo hat day? No, I don't like this.
Apparently, there has been dissension in the Rays clubhouse about other things, as they've had autism awareness nights, a racial equality night.
Well, right, but so someone had issue with autism awareness night.
I'm not sure which one exactly. Gun violence awareness. They've had occasional dissension within there, and
there were people that were pro gun violence and anti and pro. I don't know. It's ridiculous.
I know.
It is just a ridiculous thing.
I mean, There are ways that you can look at this, and I've seen a lot of people doing it. I don't know enough about the Bible, frankly, Old Testament or New Testament, to get out there and be the one to point out the biblical fallacy of this, as a lot of people have. Like, you know what else is in the Bible? This and that and all those kind of things and everything like that.
Have you ever talked to a woman while she's ovulating? Have you something with shellfish?
Right.
All of the like this. If you actually took the Bible as a literal piece of text,
Right.
Yeah.
Or whether this, or whether Jesus actually said this stuff, which he didn't apparently. Like, I don't know.
I don't know either.
But I do know a ton of people who have figured out along the way of their lives that they are gay because they were born that way. And so still treating it as a lifestyle and allowing that to be a component of the conversation is just, it's insane to me that we're still at a place in this country where people can call it a lifestyle. And I don't know if that's, how would Don Zimmer have dealt with it? Danny?
I don't know. Because this is actually an interesting text. If we want to look for a little bit of nuance.
I would like to look for nuance.
This is actually an interesting text. Honestly, that's not that bad of a comment on it. Just typical dumb religious views, but actually fairly respectful compared to what would have been 20 years ago. There is some truth to that. The problem is that's like, well, then don't you have it good enough? I disagree with you. I still don't choose to understand. I still hide my bigotry behind my religion, but I'm going to say you're welcome here. Whereas 20 years ago, I would not have. Like, the point really isn't like for begrudging acceptance. It's for just acceptance and knowledge and understanding.
Right.
And so
this is standing in the way of acceptance. Literally standing in the way of acceptance.
Yeah, it's a wild thing. It's like Chris Sale opted out of Throwback Night. Yeah.
Yes, he did do that.
That is an example. You know what? Those guys, he got, suspended? Right? Suspended and fined?
For cutting up the jerseys?
For cutting up the jerseys and refusing to wear the uniform?
He kind of damaged the whole promotion of the day. All of a sudden, they were wearing the 83s, right? They were supposed to be wearing...
does this not? Does this not damage it?
I think some of them didn't wear it, and the rest of them did.
5 of the 25 didn't wear it.
Yeah.
And then this became the story. But like, I'm with you, man. I would love if we could be in a place where we'd be like, oh, really? You're still doing your research? And we could just call that for what it is, which is stupid and uninformed. Oh, you're still doing your research?
Yeah.
You're still hiding behind your precious Bible with your anti-gay rights thing?
I don't like demeaning religion. I really don't. Like, I have a lot of faith. I know, but I have a lot of respect.
I don't either, for the record.
I know, but people who are like
this time when
it's
are
used
using,
for this.
That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm demeaning.
Yes,
that is what I'm demeaning. No, it was be religious, pray to whoever you want. It's of course.
And if the Bible and faith gives you a spirituality that makes your life better, then good for you.
I don't feel like I need to tolerate your intolerance.
Yes,
that's kind of where I come out.
Yes. It doesn't give you an excuse to be intolerant, and that's what this is. It's just, and so it's very unfortunate that it would get to this point, and then to have a baseball team end up splintered like this and have to publicly allow some of these jamokes to make their statement, and they have to muddle through the promotional event. It's unfortunate.
But
it's not productive conversation if you ended with, these guys just are going to be intolerant over there in that corner, and we're going to be tolerant over here.
We had conversation about it.
It was super productive.
And the result of that conversation was they said no.
They said, we're gonna go ahead and be bigots over here. We'll go ahead and do that.
It's crazy.
All right.
It's crazy. It is a crazy, that statement was like, oh, okay, that's where you landed. Good for you. Good for you. But yeah, man, 2022.
Welcome to it.
We're still here.
Yeah.
Still here. You're my optimist. I'm your rational thought provider.
I know.
You're your optimist.
I
my
know.
Optimist. And I am telling you, man, I am.
You're struggling.
I am well past struggling. Like, I am losing it. Like, I can't read anything.
I do believe,
without seeing people, and I'm just like, I hate you. I hate you.
I do believe that Jason Adam if he sat down with, God, so many different specific people that I'm thinking of right now, some that I'm related to, some that were college friends and roommates, and so many people who I've known have talked about, yeah, no, of course I felt it in my personality my whole life, and I wasn't sure what it was, and then I figured it out. For some people, that's when they're 8 or 9 or 10. Some people, it's when they're 14 or 16.
Yeah.
Some people, it's when they're 20 or whatever it is. Like, I do believe if Jason Adams sat down and had a conversation with somebody like that, if he was willing to have the conversation, he'd end the conversation realizing, oh, yeah, I'm wrong. They are born that way. See, I do believe that that's possible. That's the optimist in me. That's what I got for you right here today. Is it enough? Is it helping?
It does nothing for me.
I need Jason Adam on an episode of 60 Minutes with Anderson Cooper like I need air to breathe.
Right?
Yeah.
I need Anderson Cooper breaking down homosexuality to Jason Adams.
Let's do it. If you're Jason Adam and you're willing to put yourself out here, if you're really willing to go on record this, then you're entering the conversation. Then good for you, frankly. And I don't want to just ridicule Jason Adam. I want to say, all right, thanks for saying that. Now you're ready to go next level with it.
Texter says false. They shouldn't be forcing this down teams' throats. What's this? Pride Month?
Yeah, accepting gay people in society.
Well, because we've seen it. We have seen the backlash when people protest again, use the anthem or are perceived to be protesting the flag, even when they're like, no, I'm not protesting the flag. I'm protesting the symbolism of this country and police brutality. Like we've seen how people be like, no, you can't do that. Can't do that. We all stand. We all stand for the anthem.
Mm-hmm.
Stop.
Well, certain parts of certain bits of bigotry are still allowed, and some are not.
Yeah.
You know, nobody's going to opt out of Jackie Robinson Day. We were joking about it. Nobody's
Josh
going.
Donaldson might.
Well, 20 years ago, would somebody have opted out? Would somebody have felt comfortable opting out of a Jackie Robinson Day? You know what? I don't feel like wearing 42. Tell you what, I'll take the day off, or I'll do whatever. I mean, maybe that would have been more of a conversation.
It's just crazy that it's allowed. That's the thing that I found actually interesting about the story. I didn't know that it was allowed. When you have a uniform, your uniform hangs in your locker. You put the uniform on.
I don't know that I've ever heard it. I don't know that I've ever heard of anybody.
That's what I'm saying.
The patch.
And so there was we had productive conversations, and 20% of our team opted out of what? The pride patch. Oh, okay. And that was just accepted? That was, you were just like, yeah, this is where we ended up. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
All right, I'll do what I can to help you with the vibes and the optimism. Yeah, you seem to be in a rough spot.
How do you read the news? How do you?
There's your problem.
Have you interacted with humans recently?
Yes.
Oh, they're the worst.
No, I disagree.
No.
I talked to a bunch of them yesterday on Hit and Run. Some very nice people.
A lot of negative vibes.
Well, that guy. Yeah, I know. I didn't talk to him.
All right, well, we can do some fun audio from Hit and Run then. We need some funny audio to lighten the mood back up. Oh, there were some gems. There were some gems. And then Zach Miller at 4 o'clock. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, middays noon to 2.
One of the biggest stars in sports, Tim Anderson. What gives you hope that things are going to turn around?
You know, on this show, David Robertson, especially our producers, big White Sox fans, we openly really like the 1976 White Sox throwback jerseys. You know those ones with the big collars? Not everybody liked them, of course.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting because I remember those jerseys. They made news one time. Didn't they, David? They made news?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, where were you? Where were you when this was going down with the slicing of the jerseys? We've never had the opportunity to talk to somebody who was there, David.
So I was a little late to the clubhouse. I was late to the party on that day. But I will say that those were a tough jersey to wear, and Chris Sale would not have looked very flattering in that dress. So I came in. Obviously, there's a buzz about the clubhouse, and I look around. I'm like, hey, these uniforms are all cut up. So, it's going to be interesting. What's going to happen? But a few things happened. I think Chris got in some trouble for that one. But being the veteran I was, I came in, immediately knew what was going to happen. Grabbed my jersey, balled it up, shoved it in the back of my locker because I knew later on in the year there would be a right opportunity and a chance to ask Chris for an autograph and maybe some choice words on the back of my jersey. So that's what I did. I hung around till the last week, and then, just kind of snuck it back out and got Chris to autograph it and put some choice words on it for me. And now it's up in my house. And it's a great little keepsake to have. It's a good little story to tell people.
David, you're telling us that you have a cut-up throwback White Sox jersey signed by Chris Sale?
Oh, that's right. I sure do.
Oh, that is
Can
such
we get a picture?
That is such a baller move, David Robertson.
That's a one of one. Can we get a picture? Like, that is the coolest piece of memorabilia we've ever heard of.
I'll have to send it to you on the download because the words on it.
Oh yeah, what's the?
What does it say?
Can you give us the general gist of the inscription? Ugliest jersey I ever saw.
Something like that. Yeah, a little bit more choice than that. He just didn't like these jerseys. And I love Chris.
Yeah.
That was a good one. I couldn't believe that happened. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, no one had. Oh my God,
that's amazing. We always assumed that it was awkward to pitch in, like the collar rubbed against your neck in a weird way, but it wasn't that. It was just the aesthetics of that thing, huh?
It was like a dress.
How many pieces is your jersey that you have signed cut up into?
No, it's only one. It's like a gown. It's open back.
I see.
It's a great hospital gown.
I see.
Oh, that's amazing.
Incredible.
Didn't know you had the air horn in you. You're like the Michael Winslow of baseball play-by-play guys.
Wow.
You know?
Yeah.
You did the Vuvuzela, too, which we thought was pretty good.
The air horn was okay.
Oh, I thought the air horn was really good. Actually, my favorite thing about the air horn is JD's response. It's so
dismissive.
No.
Yeah.
There was affectionate approval of the air horn. He admitted. He said, "That's a pretty good air horn." That's good partnering, isn't it? From Jim DeShays right there.
There's always good partnering from Jim DeShays, 100%.
What other sound effects do you have in the arsenal?
That's a good question. It's a good question.
I feel like I could give a really good vuvuzela if just given just some time to warm up, and I also I do a decent one-line Sean Connery impersonation. That's kind of it.
Well,
hold on. Okay,
no, it's a good point.
Please.
Give me a ping, Shelley. One thing only, please.
He does these impersonations.
Really
I
good.
swear, you would think it was the real people.
Yes.
It's not bad.
It's really good. May I suggest some Untouchables? Is that actually a decent adjustment? You know what I mean? Like, is that a good sign long term that that's the adjustment, is to challenge him right down the middle of the plate?
Are you really asking me if the adjustment is to throw it right down the middle?
I am. I'm asking if the adjustment is to challenge him more, because that seems to be what they're doing.
Right. God.
Boog, I'm going to ask you a different question.
You guys just stink today. I mean, you just stink.
I think I've been great. I was going to ask how you grade Spiegel.
You've been kind of stinky too, Danny. I'll be honest with you.
Really? Well, our audience thinks you're being very difficult.
You're being difficult. We've had a great show. For your information, it's been a really good show.
Okay.
Maybe we're bad now.
Our
it's
audience
possible.
is biased, but yeah, they're on team
right.
Parkins and Spiegs on this one.
Because they're live tweeting the interaction?
They text.
Yeah, we have a text line.
Constantly.
Yeah.
The text line.
Boog is either a tough interview or there's something else going on. Love you guys always, though. Boog is being difficult.
I've been on the show before.
Yeah.
I don't know what I did a Sean Connery impersonation. How am I being difficult?
Well, so how are we bad if we got you to do a Sean Connery impersonation?
Well, you didn't get me to do a Sean Connery impersonation. I volunteered a Sean Connery impersonation.
I had the audacity to ask about what I perceived. I'm sorry that my sports thought was bad, Boog. I'm sorry, it's beneath me.
Should they keep throwing it right down the middle, Speed? Yes, I think that's a bad sign.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You know what? You listen poorly. You listen poorly, sir. You're busy.
Jim.
You're busy talking. You have thoughts for America, and you want to share them.
Recycle.
Wasn't it over the weekend where we had an entire pyramid and one of the red shirts went over and just blew it up?
Yeah, they blew it right up. So not here. Got booed. This cup snake thing feels very Wrigley-like.
Of course.
Very Chicago thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
It's a participatory event. We're not passive. Uh-oh. No, here we go. That red shirt.
And here's the controversy. Listen, we love fun, right?
A snake of cups.
The snake of cups. The snake of cups.
A snake of cups from Carl Rabbit.
Oh man, I love David Cohn with boy, this feels very Wrigley-like. That's where you are, Dave.
Snake of cups.
Or a cup snake.
This looks a lot like something that might happen at Wrigley. Nailed that one, Dave.
Coming to you live from the friendly confines of Wrigley Field.
Way to go. That was quite a snake of cups. The snake of cups. Those guys last night having some fun.
And here's the controversy about cup snakes. Listen, we love fun,
I
right?
love it.
Snake of cups.
Snake of cups.
I'm forever thankful to Crane Kenny for clarifying that. Sometimes I wonder whether they like fun. Wonder whether we like fun.
Well, normally we only do fun at the 40 segments.
Yeah, I had
the
fun.
segments at the end of the hour.
I had a little bit of fun, even in the story we just did. I had fun in transition. I had fun.
I know.
I'm having a lot of fun today.
That's weird.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, you're breaking the rules of radio.
I'll do what I can.
Yeah, no, but you're always.
Guys, I hope everybody knows that I consider this fun.
Thank God.
Biggest lie told on the score in 2021? What do we think? Not sure.
Sparring with you?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you meant it. I loved it, but regardless. You're always in a weird position when you're an executive for a baseball team and you have to come on the radio and clarify and say, guys, here's the controversy. We love fun.
Well, look,
it's not a great place to be.
Honestly, the pyramid that was destroyed by the red shirt last week.
Oh, I love that guy.
That guy sucked.
That guy sucked, man.
Yeah, they all do.
What are you doing?
My uncle works security out there. He sucks too.
Just because you're wearing a red shirt, you got to go over. I know there's a ball game. Yeah, they're watching the game, and they're having a good time.
Danny, why do we like that guy?
We love that guy
why do you guys?
Because, first of all, anyone who destroys people having fun en masse, that's funny. But the fact that he's an older guy, also funny. And then the fact he just slowly, methodically walks over there and just boop, he tips it all over. You gotta love that guy.
That looks like what? 45 minutes of work? Something like that?
That's exactly why it's funny to topple it over.
But if you're there, if you're part of the thing, what if you helped? What if you went and fetched 10 cups and brought them over?
I gotta say, if I'm out at a ball game and someone's like, hey, help me get this cup snake together, I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm not touching your gross cups. Get out of here. I'm trying to watch a ball game.
Oh, that's so true. The hygiene issues going on.
I don't even care. I'm not a germaphobe or whatever, but just it's gross. Get it out of here.
I wouldn't want to participate really in it either, but I'm fine that they're doing it. It's just drunken, stupid behavior.
Yeah, but
it's hilarious.
It's like, I mean, baseball.
But that guy was funny because
the red shirt.
He was funny. He was totally. He sucks, but it was funny.
No, it doesn't suck. He could have been gone over there and be like, hey, guys, I need you to take that down. Could have done that. That would have been kind of lame, but he just knocked it over. The issue solved.
Did you see the guy who interrupted the proposal at Disney World because the video was going viral this weekend because it happened at a location at Disney that was roped off or something? This guy, they were on a platform with the castle behind him, most magical place on earth, whatever they call Disney World.
Yeah.
And the guy's proposing. He has the ring out. He's getting ready to get down on one knee. And the Disney guy runs in between the bride-to-be and the proposer, snatches the ring box out of his hand, and comes off of the ledge or the platform or wherever they were where they weren't supposed to be.
Oh, God.
And interrupts the proposal. That is the boss level. That guy, the vendor at Wrigley or the security at Wrigley, he wants to be that guy at Disney.
But here's the thing. If Crane is saying they like fun, and there is that thought process from the top, then why are they getting in the way of pyramids and cup snakes? Well, they don't appear to be getting in the way of cup snakes, right?
I assume...
The pyramid's even less of an obstruction and an issue that's going on. Yes, there's a ball game, but there's a little downtime in a ball game. Sometimes the product needs a little help.
A lot of downtime in a ball game.
I know. Sometimes the product needs a little boost. That's why they have conversations. That's why they have broadcast booths.
Yeah.
And that's why if you're there, you should be able to build a damn cup pyramid in the drunken bleachers if you want to.
I agree. I think that what they might take issue with is the drunken bleachers. If they're like, there are kids out there. We have season ticket holders out there.
It's a poor choice, but
you should be bringing kids out there. Unless you want to grow up fast, which is fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not a place for kids.
I know, but that's their stance, is that they've heard from their feedback. They have season ticket holders out there, and they're like, it get a little too rowdy. It's like, yeah, it's the bleachers. It's a party. So I'm all for it. Speaking of baseball, you had a baseball show this weekend.
I did.
Hit and Run. You rudely counter-programming my television show. Didn't like that at all. But
editor's note: I existed before the television show.
Yeah, that's you. And you start. What's great about your radio show
is that you can drive to and from the television show
and hear it while you're still doing the radio show.
Don't you love that? Don't you love living your whole life? I used to have that sensation when I was doing middays, doing 9 to 1. You remember that shift, Danny? The Spiegel and Parkins show.
Yeah, totally different.
And then we'd leave and like drive around and live a life, go run some errands, maybe go work out, do 10 things, and the afternoon guys are still on the air.
yeah, it's a long time.
It's a long time.
These radio shifts are really, really long.
Sometimes
TV is
that way.
really, really short.
Very short.
So yeah, you were my to and from entertainment on Hit and Run, but I gotta say, I came in to a call when I was leaving the television show, and I was a little confused because the first thing that I heard, like you turn the car on, the score pops on, and basically you said, so can you explain a picture if you're blind? Or something to that effect. It was odd. Let's hear the call from Hit and Run.
Mark is in Rolling Meadows and is now on Hit and Run. Hello, Mark.
Hey, how you doing? It's Mark Pankey.
Hey, Mark.
I'm a real big fan of yours. I'm blind. I'm cerebral palsy, and I have multiple sclerosis. But enough about me, Matt. I love you on the show on Hit and Run.
Thanks, Mark. I appreciate that.
Is there any way that I can get a picture of you?
Oh, of course. Absolutely. Here, hang on. Talk to Sean, our producer, and give an address, and we will send that. But is Mark still there? Let me pick up Mark. Hang on.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hey, Mark, hang on 1 second. I have to ask.
This is where I came in.
Yes.
The picture. So you're blind. So tell me about the picture.
Because I have like posters on my walls.
That's awesome.
I'm in my room, and I listen to the score a lot. To Pat Hughes and Ron Coomer.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
And I've got a poster of Wrigley Field, and I've got a Cubs hat on right now. So.
There you go. Hey, Mark, thank you so much, man. Thanks for listening. Glad that we are here for you, and that we are part of your life in that way. That's really, really cool. We'll get your address and send you one out for sure.
It was beautiful.
All right. Am I a terrible person?
No.
No.
For asking the blind guy why he wanted a picture.
Why does he have so many posters on his wall?
It's a reasonable question. He answered it.
He did answer it.
The score is there, and that's great. We've heard from many blind listeners, especially, Pat Hughes has heard from hundreds, if not thousands of them. He tells those stories all the time.
Well, that's one of the magical, wonderful things about radio.
Paint the picture of radio, right? Theater of the mind. Of course, that is a beautiful, beautiful thing. But you know how sometimes we do some like weird things or we get into some odd places on the show, and I say, like, I like to imagine someone hearing the show for the first time tuning in right now.
That was you.
You got to believe me when I said the first words were, pardon me for asking, but you're blind and the picture like that.
Hey, Mark, hang on 1 second. Right, I have to ask. Yes. I have to ask.
Yes.
The picture. Yeah.
Those are the first words I hear.
Do you hear? There's a slight giggle in my voice because I'm super uncomfortable, but I think this is a respectful question. I think it's
are we.
I was like, am I? Hey, Mark, hang on 1 second. I have to ask.
Yes.
The picture. So you're blind. So tell me about the picture. I know.
What happened to hit and run?
I'm going. I was in trouble. I was in trouble right there.
Oh, no.
I was like, what a sweet guy. What a lovely thing. So happy to be there for him and part of his Sunday mornings.
Of course, it's genuinely like when I hear the whole thing.
But I was also curious.
First 20 words, man. I was like,
you never know what you're gonna walk into.
I had no idea, and I was gonna sit there. I didn't even leave the parking lot. I was like, I need to know what the hell is happening here.
Now, here's the thing. I think we should send him actually a picture of me, not a picture of somebody else. Okay?
What, you didn't send the picture?
Not yet. Not yet.
Did you get the address?
Yeah, I think Sean got the address.
Oh, God. You're not sending this guy a picture now.
No, we're going to send him better stuff.
Okay.
We're going to send him a signed replica of Pat Hughes' scorecard from Game 7 of the 2016 World Series.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, that's
Hughes.
Okay. I love that.
We'll send him
that's
that.
Fantastic.
Right?
Yes.
And that's Mitch's idea.
That's a beautiful idea.
When he wasn't out there getting us cookies.
Mitch is doing a great job
He's doing
today.
a great job.
Does a great job every day, but
he's right there.
That's very good.
So for Mark, we'll take care of that and help him cover the walls with some stuff that he enjoys.
There was another moment from the show that I did not hear when you had Scott Efros on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you get all these players on the show. I'm always listening to Hit and Run. You always have players on the show. I did not hear this, but you relating... Like you related to Olin Kreutz over being a center, you relating to Scott Efros is something that I would like to.
No.
I would like to hear how Spieg's trying to relate to the Cubs side armor.
Scott Efros of the Chicago Cubs. I had a moment as a kid, Scott Efros. I had a moment, I think I was 13, where I was throwing, and I decided to throw sidearm, and I had a moment of thinking like, oh my God. I think it lasted about 20 minutes. I thought, I'm gonna make it to the major leagues. I'm gonna do it because I thought I was Dan Quisenberry or Kent Tekulve. Like I just had that. I had that feeling, and what I noticed, or what I felt like I noticed, is as I fell off to the right side, as I was pitching right-handed, I felt like my ball had this natural cut back to the right side, like it looked like a screwball or something, and that's just what it felt like. But I didn't know what the hell I was doing. But as I'm looking at you. He's giggling. He's giggling in there. He's relating with me.
That was a really strong.
There's a couple in there.
That was a real strong coon dog.
See, he's got this changeup that cuts in on right-handed hitters because it acts like a left-handed slurve. So that thing that I thought I was seeing when I was 13, he actually does. So I was trying to get there. I took a very long and ridiculous route to get there. Though
that is amazing. Scott.
Oh, God. I felt like my ball had this natural cut back to the right side, like it looked like a screwball or something. And then...
Amazing. Amazing.
That's a very willing interview for Scott Efron.
Really willing interview.
Yeah, he was trying to be a good partner in the interview process. He was trying to help me out.
But he actually was a good interview partner because he had a story about one of those side armors right after that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did with Steve Cishek. That Cishek was the guy who helped him out. No, it was cool talking to him.
Peoria Matt, Scott, remember that time I threw sidearm? That was awesome.
That's taking the Chris Farley thing to a different level. Not even doing it about Scott's life, doing it about my life. To Scott.
Trying to relate to the big league side armor with you as a 13-year-old thinking that you were going to make it to the big league.
I know you love hosting solo, and you're very skilled at the monologue and skilled at driving a solo show. I enjoy hosting on Sunday mornings very much, but every once in a while, you get in trouble and you look off to the side and you're like, where's my partner? And you don't have one. You guys ever notice that? When you're hosting solo?
How would have Danny responded in that moment? He would have gave me crap about throwing sidearm.
Danny would have buried me.
Yeah, I would have not been a helpful partner.
Absolutely would have buried me and tried to bond and identify with the recipient and we would have dealt with it later.
Hey, Scott, I mean, I bet a bunch of people came up to you and said, hey, they did something at 13 that you're doing as a peak professional athlete. That's it's totally the same, right?
Yeah, the Parkins move would be like, Scott, can you believe this guy? Completely immediately sell me down the river.
Yeah.
It's true.
Oh, so I mean, I don't know if you wish I was there or not in that moment. I just decided, well, let's bring it back in drive time.
This is me and my conversation with Dale Earnhardt Jr. Yeah, Dale, I was learning to drive at 16, and I made my first ever left turn. And I really thought I was driving like you when you make your left turn, and I made a left turn. I felt so much like you, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
We're practically the same.
Exactly right. Hey, Zach Levine, one time I hit a three-pointer from NBA distance. I was like 1 for 12, but I knew what it was like to be you. What are your thoughts on that? It's great interview technique.
The fact that you said you did it for 20 minutes for sure.
That's the truth.
Yeah, I'm
Shane,
called up.
Did you ever have a moment in your life, any of you guys, I know Danny didn't, did you guys ever have a moment where you thought, I think I'm going to be a professional athlete? That was my moment right there. I had 20 minutes, one glorious afternoon on a little league field thinking, this might happen for me. I think this is going to work.
It happened to me about a week ago. We got a package from George Bliss.
That's right.
At the 16 and Softball Association, and he said that one of the big teams is going to scoop me up. So that's when
That was your moment.
But it was validated by George Bliss.
Okay, well, that's big.
Yeah.
That's the head of the 16-inch softball, the SSAA.
No more wearing the SSA cap when I'm out grocery shopping. Sorry, ladies.
Did you do it?
Wedding ring here. I know you see the SSA cap here, but come on.
Hey,
please.
am I the only one who got an overnight email from George Bliss about the SSA
No, you are not.
softball Class A national championship?
No, you are not.
I was like, how did I end up on this?
Congratulations to the Pharaohs of Washington Park, by the way.
I agree.
Congratulations.
And the game was played at Oaklawn Centennial Park. Congratulations to Cliff Perry, the MVP for the Pharaohs. Is that
He's
one
good,
of the
man.
major teams who might scoop you up?
Yeah, this is like the highest. I don't think I'm ready for them yet.
Okay. I mean, they're pretty good.
I like how you said as an aside, like, I know Danny never had a moment where he thought he was going to be a professional athlete. Like, yeah, what a dig.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm going to be able to recover.
Did you ever have a moment of that?
No. I mean, I had dreams of being, the Steve Kerr or the John Paxson of the Bulls.
That's
of
what I'm
course,
talking
I
about.
had those dreams,
Okay,
but I never thought I was going to make it.
Well, but forgive me, but so did you have when you're 8, 9, or 10 and you're shooting shots?
Yeah, well, of course. But again, I was like, I could play in the NBA.
Yeah.
But then,
I was like 13. I should have known better. I was old enough to know better, but still thought I might have just figured it out.
I'm going to tell Scott Efros about this. Zach Miller coming up at 4 o'clock. Something that I have been arguing for all year had its basically worst case scenario over the weekend. It's next on The Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Here comes the 1-2 to Contreras, drilled in the air, deep left field. Back is Yelich, that ball is gone. Line drive, home run, Wilson Contreras. I barely had...
Stoney, 25 years ago today, 1976, you wore shorts for the first time. White Sox wore shorts in 76. So 8-8-88, as you mentioned, first night game, 8-8-76, White Sox in shorts. Which one is more important in baseball history, you think?
Oh, I think quite obviously the lights. I didn't wear the shorts. I was injured with the Cubs at that point. So that was a rotator cuff injury in 76, and I was headed to become the first free agent ever to leave the Chicago Cubs. That was the first free agent class. That was the winter of 76. That had the stars of Reggie Jackson and Don Baylor and Bobby Grich. It had a lot of stars in that first class. I was a reluctant free agent, but that's when I went back from the Cubs to the White Sox and became a member of the Southside Hitmen in the 77 season.
But wait, there's
yeah,
more.
I'm an idiot. My bad. There is pictures of you in the shorts though, out there.
No. There
No?
couldn't be. I might have gone to the beach that day. No, I don't have any. I never wore the shorts.
Oh, God, it's so good. Because do I have that right? No.
No, I didn't have that right.
But there are pictures of you in the shorts, and he goes, no. You were Viscurgeon. He was Al Michaels.
Yeah, this is why I can't really hammer somebody who gets something horrifically wrong in an interview.
Speaks is hiding under the desk. Speaks told Steve Stone that he wore shorts.
There is pictures of you in the shorts, though.
No.
Do I have that right?
No.
All right, so
No!
I'm your first contestant.
You are the first contestant. Do I have that right? No.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
It's good teammateship.
So here's my. Oh, come on. This is what this show does. What picture do you have of Steve Stone in a uniform wearing shorts if it never happened?
Yeah, he's not wearing shorts.
That was the problem.
He's wearing baseball pants, but they only go to the knee. He's got the high socks, and my brain tricked me. I was looking for confirmation that Steve Stone indeed wore the shorts. So for my Google image search, I saw something that looked enough like shorts for my brain to go, yep, he wore them.
Was this photo like those optical illusion photos in the mall back in the day where you could stare at it for hours and see different things?
Is it a blue dress? Is it a yellow dress? There's no way to know. Can we play it again? Because texters are pointing out another understated thing. Did you have 1976 as being 25 years ago?
Yes.
Okay, that would be 45 years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, well let's just hear it again.
Stoney, 25 years ago today, 1976, you wore shorts for the first time. White Sox wore shorts in 76. So 8/8/88, as you mentioned, first night game.
Oh man! And so you were so humiliated by it. You texted Steve Stone last night.
I texted Stoney. Yeah.
God, you are in your own head. I forgot about the Billy Hamilton, Brian Goodwin thing 2 seconds after it happened.
But here's the thing: I texted him to thank him because
that's not true, Danny.
It's definitely not true. I was wearing a jersey at the ball game. I'm lying right now to cover up my insecurities.
I've got really thick skin.
Yeah. No, you're right. I just told a lie. I just told a huge lie. That's true. That is very true.
Right? We all get up in our own heads about certain things.
Of course.
You know what
I would have texted Brian Goodwin if I had his number.
So I texted Stoney to thank him because if you hear, he saves my ass. He turns it into a good moment because he tells a story about leaving the Cubs as a free agent. So he turns it into mildly compelling radio as opposed
he's a
to
pro.
the complete cluster bleep that it could have been and embarrassing me any further. He left that for my partner to do the next day.
Oh, it's so good. The thrust of the question, even if the premise was correct, was what's more important, you wearing shorts or whites?
Yeah, exactly.
I miss a lot on Hit and Run. I should be tuned in more regularly. This show is great.
Hey man, I'm solo, just flying.
I like it.
Trying to land the plane every couple of minutes.
That's really enjoyable.
Center, and the Cubs take a quick 3-0 lead.
Patrick Wisdom with the home run. Pat Hughes on the call. We'll talk to former Bear Zach Miller coming up at 4 o'clock. Friend of the show. He's been drinking with Shane. Big music guy. He's got a new single that's going to be released on Friday. We just love hearing stories and catching up with Zach Miller. We'll do that in 10 minutes.
Yeah, he's impressively transitioned to the rest of his life when the football career got cut a little short. Tough to do. So, love talking to that guy.
So, that'll be fun. We've done this a few times, including last week when Cubs third base coach Willie Harris was on the show. Said, man, you were really good when you were mic'd up during Cubs Sox. Would you be willing to do that every game?
Mm-hmm.
They might not go to you every game. Maybe they will, do some like after the fact stuff, like in a rejoin or package. But if you were mic'd up every game and there was a crazy play at third or a send stay call or something that they wanted some insight on, Boog could buzz down to you. You could hit a buzzer back and say, "Yep, I'm willing to talk," and they could interview you during the game. Would you be willing to do it? And he said yes. We've had incredible moments this year of mic'd up players, manager interviews. They're trying to push the limit of players in games talking to broadcasters.
Yeah, just off the top of the head, Kike Hernandez, before he made a big throw home, predicting that what he was going to do if the ground ball came into center.
Yep.
Francisco Lindor fielding the hot shot for a double play.
Yep.
I mean, Joey Votto, conversational for a whole inning. It's been great stuff.
So I'm just like, baseball lends itself to it. Push the envelope. Keep going. Do it as much as possible.
Had a local last night.
It didn't go great. This is pretty much the worst case scenario, and Carl Ravitch and ESPN kept sticking with it for some damn reason. Listen to the dysfunction and the technical difficulties with ESPN and Patrick Wisdom.
Patrick Wisdom before the game, he now has the earpiece in. He's standing there at third base. Was that a little weird listening to yourself in your own ear?
Yeah, it's a little strange. It's always weird to hear your own voice. I guess you guys are used to it, though.
Yeah, sadly, it's the people that say, "I don't want to hear that voice," that turn the volume down. That's the ones we got to worry about.
Or you got a face for radio. I heard that one, too.
That's right. Edmundo Sosa leads things off here, and that pitch from Steele misses away.
You guys see it?
Well, thanks very much for doing this. So are you a guy that will talk to your pitcher a lot?
Say that one more time.
Will you talk to your pitcher a lot during the game, encourage him?
Yeah, encouragement for sure.
Nice to have Nico Horner back in short.
Say that one more time.
Nice to have Nico back in short.
Oh, there we go.
It's nice to have Nico back at shortstop.
Oh, yes, yeah.
So you're playing the same position that Nolan Arenado is playing. As a third baseman, what's your opinion about what you've seen from him historically? Is he one of those guys that your position that you're amazed by?
I mean, I caught a little bit of what you said. It's going in and out. You asked if I learned anything from Arenado.
Not really
from
learned,
watching
but
him play?
you share the same dirt tonight with one of the current great third basemen.
Yeah, Arenado. I love watching him play.
All right, so Patrick, we've all seen the dancing video that you've got out there.
Sorry, you guys are cutting in now. We're gonna have to do this again.
Okay.
Technical difficulties. I hear like every other word. You're like a CD that's skipping.
We're watching you dance.
Oh, watching me dance.
On the ground. There you go.
Hey, I made a play with you guys in my ear.
There you go. Making plays, talking, dancing your way into that dugout. Patrick Wisdom, all sorts of action at third base.
Hold on a second. I'm with the guy. Can we? It's like going in and out.
We'll fix that.
We took the earpiece out. So you can't talk to me, but I can talk to you. Maybe you can put up signs and ask me a question. We gotta look up there.
You got to speak up.
I can't believe they stayed with it for as long as they did.
I can't believe that he brought it to the IT guy to try to get it fixed. What a sweetheart.
Such a nice guy.
Incredible. Even when there's no earpiece, he's like, why don't you guys hold up some signs? I'll just talk. He's really trying to make that work. He is a sweet guy, Shane. You've talked to him. We've had him on this show.
So that's
damn handsome.
That's basically the worst case scenario. And they stuck with it for an inning and a half.
That's how much time there is in the game.
That's how much time there is in the game. And he's still, even with technical difficulties in the earpiece, able to make a play.
I'm impressed that you had the audio up.
I watched a lot of baseball this weekend.
I can tell and I can see it. Well, you're a big TV guy now.
What's Jason Hayward doing getting that at bat in the eighth, by the way? My God.
I got music here. I can't hear you.
I watched a lot of baseball with audio up this
But last
weekend.
night you had basketball that could have had the audio up.
I'm aware there was there was
Finals.
a blowout, and I believe that Patrick Wisdom incident happened during halftime. Or at least it began during halftime, and then I was I couldn't look away. I was like, they're staying with it? I couldn't believe it. And so I couldn't turn away.
Luckily, the NBA game ceased to be important to watch after the third quarter.
Yeah.
good
I
third quarter,
disagree with people lumping it in, though, with bad playoff basketball.
Oh, my God. It was a great first half.
Yeah.
And then a legendary performance in the third.
Yeah. So people are lumping it in. I don't agree with that. It was a blowout, but I did not think it was really bad basketball. Zach Miller, former Bear on country music and much more. Next on The Score.
The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
We're delighted to welcome in Crane Kenny, the Cubs president of business operations, and let's make an announcement that will shock the world.
We're really proud to say today we're going to be coming over to The Score this year, hopefully seeing as great baseball as we did in 2015.
Whether you're a day one listener or a brand new listener on the Odyssey app,
Zach, you said you started writing when you got hurt, and it was obviously a very serious, gruesome injury. How dark of a place did you get to in the aftermath of that?
The darkness was early in that stage, right? I talked, to a couple people. I think those first probably 4 days were the turning point where I had the woe is me issues. The why is this happening? All the questions and things that were running through my mind. And then I just got to a point where I had to accept what it was, So after those first 3 days, I knew that it wasn't going to go away, and I had to kind of accept what was going to come from it, and that was really it. But I go back to I got some sad songs, right, and I got some things that I've written that are inspired by not directly that impact, but the lingering effects of it, the things, they start and stop and things are going to go away, and understanding that nothing lasts forever, in a sense. So it's a weird dynamic because to have that happen has fueled this other fire that I got. And I don't know if it would have trickled into what it is right now if that didn't happen, in a sense.
That's interesting. So you don't know that if you're taking music that seriously, if your football career would have ended more naturally.
Right. And it's more so because lingering effects of where I'm at physically, I don't want to say limit me, but there's things I can't do. Coaching was a huge thing that I wanted to do. Before I got hurt, I figured when I got done playing, I'd go right into coaching and still be around the game and do all that. But it's not it's difficult for me to be up and coach and do all those things from a physical standpoint, just where I'm at, for that extended period of time. So I don't want to say it pushed me in that direction, but it definitely kind of led me down that road just with how everything kind of happened.
This hour is brought to you by Team Hochberg. Visit their website, 56david.com. It's 56david.com.
Parkins and Spiegel Show Flashback.
Zach Miller with us, Parkins and Spiegel on the Score. Congrats on the music. How long have you been at it?
I mean, I got a guitar when I was in college, and I thought that was just like something to do in the meantime, but I probably really didn't start creatively, really intently starting to write until I got hurt, to be honest with you. I got some sad songs, right? And I got some things that I've written that are inspired by, not directly that impact, but the lingering effects of it, the things, they start and stop, and things are going to go away, and understanding that nothing lasts forever, in a sense. So it's a weird dynamic, because to have that happen, it has fueled this other fire that I got.
I'm torn up, so I burned out every single road left in this town. From time to time, I run the city while ducking out the back way, no face hat down. I'm torn up, so I burned out every single road left in this town. From time to time, I run the city while ducking out the back way, no face hat down. If you could see me now.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show, afternoons on the Score.
He's got a new single, comes out Friday, All Gas, No Brakes. Former Bear tight end, fan favorite, friend of the show, drinking partner of Shane Reardon, and all-around good guy, Zach Miller, with us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Zach, how have you been, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're good, man. I'm looking at this picture on your Twitter feed and your IG of him. Look at this one, Danny, like with the acoustic guitar on the strap, on the back.
He's a good-looking guy.
I know.
I know.
He's got the hat backwards. He's got the red Solo cup. This is like, whoo! Where's that picture, man? That is a good look in front of a big crowd.
Yeah, so you're talking about the album artwork for the next single?
Yeah, for All Gas, No Brakes. Absolutely.
So that was actually, I was opening for Randy Houser. First time I'd ever been on like a proper stage in front of that many people. Man, I had no idea what I was doing or what I was getting into. But that was one of the first like bigger shows that I'd ever played. And I thought that was a pretty cool shot to kind of encapsulate this next song that I had coming out. So that's why I chose it for the artwork for that.
That's awesome. Yeah. So what did that feel like when you get there in front of the big crowd and you got that energy all coming at you from all those people?
It's cool, man. Honestly, it's the closest thing I can get to what I used to know. You know what I mean? Like playing ball and being in front of those crowds and that type of adrenaline rush that I used to get from sports and competition. This was and I didn't know it. Like I didn't know that it would turn into that. I didn't know that it would ever come close to it. But where I've been so far, like it's the closest thing I could ever get to feeling that again.
How close does it come?
It's a close second. and I always thought when I was playing, honestly, I was like, well, I would give up all my athletic ability to be able to just, I'm talking like sing, like a true vocalist. I would give it all up to feel that type of feeling. You got an entire stadium singing your songs back. I would give that all up to have it. Obviously, I haven't been to that point. I haven't had an entire stadium sing my songs back. I haven't had that type of feeling, but I don't know, man. The athletic part of it, the competition, and the camaraderie that you get with the team, I would say music is a close second.
Wow, so that's interesting, isn't it? That like you spend the athletic career thinking that the grass might be greener if you were the big rock and roll star, the big country star, and now you get the taste, and that's instructive, isn't it? To take into the rest of your life, probably.
Oh, for sure, it is, and just like you said, like. Everybody always kind of has this vision of like what's on the other side, right? Yep. Is the grass greener? And it's given me kind of that perspective to appreciate what I have going on right now, like current value. What are you doing
what do you love about what you're doing? And then having the taste of both has really given me that perspective to really enjoy where I'm at and what I'm doing in the current day.
I really didn't want to talk at all about like how your career ended. We've done it before with you years ago now at this point, but I guess you kind of made me curious. Like, you seem very happy, at peace, feeling differently about it. Like, how long from injury and realization of end of athletic career to like this current place of happiness and gratitude, how long of a period of time are we talking about, Zach?
That took me a while. I mean, you're talking, so October of 2017 was the injury.
Right.
And, the first thing is acceptance, right? Like, you got to actually accept that this is real life. Why are we currently at where we're at? But it's you go through the rehab, because when that happened, like the hope was I'm coming back to play, honestly. Like, that's just where my mindset was, because I wanted to attack my rehab that way. I knew if I would give up at that certain point that the rehab wouldn't be as aggressive. I wouldn't get back as close as I possibly could without that end goal or that hope. So it took me a while after I got to a point where I plateaued in my rehab and was like, all right, there's probably the chances are getting slimmer. You're talking 18 months of rehab. The next year staying with the team and trying to figure out how I'm going to navigate through all that. And then getting into the point where, like, I started to write. I started to feel like, okay, I'm having fun doing this. So it was probably, I'd say 2.5 years, 2017, 18, 19. I retired in April of 19, I believe. And then I think I played my first show in 2021, May of 2021. So 2.5, 3 years maybe before like music fully gave me something that I was used to feeling. Like I don't want to say that I didn't have any good moments in between there. Like, it wasn't like that. Obviously I got a great family and support system to lean on, so that wasn't the case. I had 3 years of figuring out what I was going to do, but it was like finding what that was going to be. So it was probably 3 years, I'd say, before I figured out that music could be a thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a journey that you had to go on. And right, I don't want to paint a darker picture than it was because of your support system and your family and all of that. But right. Have you ever played the mental exercise of like where you think you would be mentally if you hadn't found music, if music hadn't worked out?
Oh yeah, I mean, and that's I'm like an eternal optimist, right? So
right.
I'm always looking at like the good side of things, but there's been times where I've been like, all right, what am I doing without this? Because there was the immediate impact of what I had to go through with the injury and the things I needed to lean on to help me through that. Like, if those things linger, because I know they've lingered with a lot of other guys in my position, the outcomes aren't good. And I realized that, and it's probably a good thing that I did realize it, and it's a good thing that I got a support system and that people were there to back me up. But I've definitely seen the other side of the coin and take some self-reflection and things like that to say, all right, I don't want to go down that path, and I don't want to be that person. But music has definitely helped me not go that route.
It's awesome that you feel that sense of gratitude and connection to having found something, man, because you're right. People look for stuff, and it seems like every couple of weeks we get a story about, whether it's Marion Barber from last week. You played with him, right? No. Did you guys cross over? I thought maybe you did.
So no, we were never on the same team. Obviously, he was playing at the same time. So, I mean, We're in the league at the same time, obviously follow his career, but we never crossed over when I was in Chicago. But at the same time, we're a year apart, same age, and things like that have been happening to, guys that have played in the NFL and kind of been down the same path. It's a scary thing, man. Like, you wonder why and how all these things happen, but we live in a crazy world, so that's why I told you I'm trying to be the eternal optimist and focus on everything that I can make good or that can be good around me instead of focusing on, anything else that really doesn't fall in line with it.
Yeah, well, this is good. It's good that we're talking to you today. We need you today. We need optimism today. Danny's struggling. He's having a tough moment, and I'm usually the optimist and the good vibes dude because maybe it's because I'm a musician too, and like I can feel some of that what you're talking about. But even I'm struggling. So you got to help Danny. You got to help Danny.
How do you read the news and be optimistic, Zach? How do you do it? How can I be an informed citizen of the world, read the news, and still be optimistic? I struggle with it.
All right, so you're blending. You can't be an informed citizen of the world. I don't watch the news. Honestly,
that was my first mistake.
There it is.
Like you can't protect your peace and watch the news at the same time. It's virtually impossible.
Wow.
Okay.
So, like, honestly, when I was playing, I didn't read sports media. Like, I didn't follow the sports media. I didn't do all that because it's not all going to be good for you. And it's not like I'm turning a blind eye. Like, I know that the world is a dark place, but at the same time, I'm trying to protect my peace. Like, I'm trying to be as happy as possible every single day because they're like, we got a short time on this planet, and I'm trying to have as much fun and as much happiness as possible. So, problem number one, watching the news.
Stop with your...
I'm overread the news guy, but yeah, I feel you. Yeah, okay. Stop reading the news.
I don't know if that was helpful, Zach.
I just love you guys. Well, your first problem is informed citizen of the world. Oh.
Don't be informed at all.
Don't be informed at all, and you can be... listen, I don't mean this as an insult, but basically what you're saying is you can be like blissfully ignorant, right? You can choose to
like now you are completely an ignorant human. Now, at the same time, like it's a dark world, right? But
yes.
My wife's like, "Hey, did you read this? Did you see this?" And I'm like, "If this is a sad story, I don't want to hear it." Like, "Oh, you gotta hear this." I'm like, "Is it sad?" It's like, "Well, yes." I'm like, "Oh, then don't read it to me." I don't even want to hear it.
I bet there's a lot of couples that have that kind of. That's my relationship with my wife. She doesn't look at stuff. And then every once in a while I'll send something. But there's probably a lot of couples like that. You need each other to balance out a little bit.
For sure. Yep. It's all about balance. Now, don't get me wrong. I know that we're not in a solid place as a society and as a humanity. But listen. What was it? Was it Monday? What is today? Monday?
Yes. It's God, you don't even know what day it is.
The coin, bro. You cannot start your week off like this. It's got to change. You got to find a song that you love. You got to crack a beer that you love. You got to kick your feet up. Go sit on the porch, listen to the birds chirp, look at the sun. If it ain't sun shining, you got to appreciate the doom and gloom that comes with this thing, but you got to flip the coin. We're not starting off Monday on a bad side, all right?
All right. This is all gas, no brakes. Comes out this Friday.
Do you take United Healthcare? Because I think Danny owes you a copay.
That's right.
After this session, Zach.
Zach Miller, former Bear, is our guest. Yeah, this is good.
First session is free.
First session is free. That's good. Apologies for another serious question.
What are you doing?
Well, no, I'm genuinely curious here because have you reached out to Tariq Cohen? Do you know?
Yep, I've talked to Tariq a couple times. We just through text message and just right when his injury happened, it was more so
the first one or the more recent one.
No, his first one.
Okay.
When his first one when the ACL happened.
Okay.
Was just more so of trying to see where his mindset was at and just let him know that it would be okay to what he needed to do to attack it, how it would be to be back. Because honestly, Tariq has been one of my favorite players in the NFL as soon as he got to the league because I got to see what he could do, not only from just like his position standpoint. Like you could move that guy all over the place and he was so dynamic. And I fell in love with the type of player that he was and what he would be. And so we communicated a bunch of times after the ACL, and I haven't really talked to him much since the Achilles. Shot him a text just to let him know, like, hey, if you need anything, hit me up. But other than that, it's just been kind of, hey, thinking about you and grind to get back to what you need to do. But those are unfortunate things. So you never know, why the ACL was lingering. Things like that. Obviously, was trying to push to get back didn't happen, as quick as everybody thought it would be. And then you have the Achilles pop up. So, like you said, we talked about balance earlier. I think that's a key, and he was trying to find that, but obviously just didn't work out the way that he wanted.
You mentioned Zach Miller, former Bears tight end, and a couple other teams as well, that when you were playing, you did not read the sports stuff, did not pay attention to people criticizing the team. Was that true for your teammates? Is that because we all remember Mitch Trubisky saying, that got to get these TVs turned off around here and that stuff. And that came from the coaches, it seemed, to Mitch in that regard.
Yeah, and I think I can't speak personally, for all my teammates or whatever, but I just know that I didn't pay attention to it because I just didn't want to hear it. I was locked in on what we were trying to do as a squad and what I was trying to do personally. And if you watch anything from the outside, like very few things are gonna be positive. Everybody trying to pick it apart something. But the problem was, like, inside the facility, you got sports talk stuff on, and so when it pops up, you're like, shoot, where's the remote at? Like, we're just trying to have breakfast as a group. We're hanging out, doing whatever, just watching, NFL Network or ESPN or whatever network is on there, and something pops up, like, oh, gosh, maybe this shouldn't be on right now because we got to go to practice. We got to figure out what we did, good or bad, from the previous week, and these guys are all trying to pick it apart and figure out what they should do and tell us how to do it better. So it's just something that I just kind of stayed away from.
Zach Miller is our guest. All Gas, No Breaks, his new single out June 10th. Saw you were at Bears Care over the weekend.
Yes.
I heard it was a great event and a lot of money raised. Cool that you were there and are still a part of the Bears family. Any interactions with the new coaching staff or Justin Fields or anything that stuck out to you that our audience would find interesting?
Yeah, man, I did get to meet Justin for the first time coming off the orange carpet, as they call it. So that was cool because I'm a fan of his. I love his game. I love the dynamic part that he kind of brings to the football field. So I'm excited for him. I think all of Chicago all of our fan base is excited to see with the new coaching staff and new management how things go in regards to him specifically, right? I mean, you got your first round pick, your franchise QB that we all hope and plan for him to be for the next, decade or whatever it would be, right? And so it's cool to see him. I just told him, like, hey, man, I'm a big fan. Can't wait to see you guys on the field. I didn't get a chance to meet Ryan or Matt at all, which was hopefully we'll cross paths again later down the road. But it was cool just to be involved in that. That foundation does a ton of good for underprivileged people, underdeveloped parts of our community out there in Chicago. Obviously, the cancer research that they do. So it's cool to still be involved in things like that and be welcomed with open arms and just be back around the fans, man. Like it's just a special thing to still come back and have people tell you stories from the good old days and the glory days that I lived there. So all around good time back at Soldier Field for the Bears Care. Was
Cole Kmet there? Have you talked to Cole at all? Local kid, Arlington Heights. Big year for him. Big year for Cole.
Yeah. Yep, I've talked to Cole a bunch. Him and I, we've done a couple events together. We talk via text message, phone calls. The last time I FaceTimed him, he ignored me, though. So we had an issue on that one.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
I addressed it with him Saturday, and he told me he was in meetings, and I was like, all right, bro, it's fine, but I get it. But, yeah, Cole's – I'm excited for him as well. Like, I think that what year is this for him?
3.
It's year 3. It's a big one because you still see some tools, but he needs to connect with Justin this year. They need to find a groove together, don't they?
Yeah, and that's the year that this happens. Like, I remember – just me personally, my first couple years in Jacksonville, I was switching positions, so it took me a little bit to understand the position and kind of grasp that whole change. But I felt like that 3rd, 4th year, I started to turn the corner, So I feel like that's definitely on the table for him, and I would expect nothing less, honestly. Another year for Justin. I know it's a new system and it's whatever, but like I would expect that connection to be a pretty big part offensively. So excited for him to take the next step and really probably turn the corner because he's got all the tools. You see it. You see the way that he moves and the strength that he possesses. So should be pretty fun for a tight end in that system. So hopefully he has a great year.
So the single is All Gas, No Breaks. Where can the audience hear it on Friday? What do you want people to know about it?
Man, so it'll be available Friday on every streaming platform. We've talked before. I'm from the old school, right, when Napster was still around. So it'll be available Spotify, Apple Music, iTunes. It's on Pandora. It'll be on Napster. Believe it or not, Napster is still up and running. No joke.
Wow.
But if you guys could pre-save it, that'd be cool. I got a link in I think all my Twitter, my Instagram, TikTok, all that stuff. There's a link on there. So if anybody's listening, you can go pre-save it or buy it on iTunes. It'll be pretty cool. But it's coming out Friday, and it's going to be it's just a summer jam. It's a fun summer party, and hope you guys like it. I love it, so I hope it transitions into some of the listeners liking it as well.
Well, we hope we'll push it out on social media. We hope they check it out. I mean, you haven't sent along our Mitch Trubisky album to Mitch, though, yet. So
I actually did.
Oh, you did?
I did send that to Mitchell.
What did he say?
And I'll tell you what I got. I got the laughing. I got 3 laughing emojis.
Oh, that's good.
And the I don't know if I can say this. Laugh my ass off. LMAO.
Yes.
Yeah.
So and it was separate text. So I don't know if he listened to him or not. I sent it to him. I said, hey, I got some guys of mine that they hopped in the studio and they basically made a good old ode to Mitchell Trubisky, and I said, you got to hear him. So here they are, and I sent them his way, and that's what I got back. So
okay, so we have confirmation that Zach Miller got the Mitch album in Mitch Trubisky's hands. Now, that's what we asked for last time, but obviously, Zach, we're coming over the top with another ask.
I'm still trying to process this, that the subject of our concept album is aware of us. This is very, very meta. You know what I mean?
At some point, maybe you, a professional musician, get Mitch to call in. We play a song. No football questions. We just play a couple songs for him and get him to react live on the air. How do we feel?
All right. So you just want live reaction of the songs that you
yes.
guys create.
We will not ask him a single football question.
No, we just want to.
We'll play a song
because we lived that season with him. We wrote songs as the season progressed.
We'll tell him, okay, this was before your first start. We play the song, and then he tells us what he was feeling before his first start and his reaction to the song. Then we'll be like, okay, this was after year 1. Play the song, same thing. No football questions, just reaction to that place and time and the songs.
Deal. I mean, I'll for sure put it in his ear. There's no reason not to.
Right?
Okay.
I might call in and listen to that show. I kind of.
You come on in.
You can host it with us.
Yeah, you host it with us. You can
or
be
not, whatever.
You could transition. You could speak music and football to Mitch as we try to do the same.
Yeah,
we need you.
But yeah, that's so. Whenever he wants, any day, any time. It's been our dream to have Mitch Trubisky critique the Mitch album. So if you can, you're the only guy who can make it happen because it's no PR department is going to make it happen.
And we'll see what he says. But I'll definitely shooters shoot. I'm a shooter. I'm gonna let it fly and be like, listen, man, this is what we gotta have happen, and we'll see where it goes.
All right, all gas, no breaks. It drops Friday. Pre-order it. All those things.
Danny, do you want to go ahead and book your next session with Zach now, or you want to do it off the air?
Yeah, man. I got to just start texting you. Like, stop reading the news.
I'll send you all my rates now that after this one's
Perfect. Thanks, Zach. Be well, man.
I appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Zach.
That's Zach Miller.
He's fun.
Love talking to that guy.
That was the best. I saw your heartbreak. Oh, I can't be informed. Yeah, that's not going to work. Okay, thank you. All right,
yeah. Your first problem was being an informed citizen of the world. Oh, okay.
That's your problem.
Yeah, I knew I was doing something wrong.
Yeah, that's one of them. That's definitely one of the things you're doing wrong.
Plenty of things wrong. a member of the show.
Yeah, I want to hear about this.
Over the weekend, got hit on by a toll booth attendant and then ended up pushing a broken car through the streets of Wrigleyville.
I'm so sorry, Tanny.
So I won't tell you who it was, but we will live vicariously through the youngest member of our team next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score.
Just want to give a shout out to the Twitch stream right now. Twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. There's a triple box set up with Pi Oh My and as well as you two hosts.
This is the dumbest thing ever.
Well, if Pi Oh My deserves its own Twitch box, then I think that is more than fair.
Because, look, there's no way Chris Tannehill, there's no way that Odie's going to let him, actually put that up over the mantelpiece in their home. So, what does Tanny do?
Do you hang it under these monitors?
What does he do with that?
Well, and
it's such an anti-gift.
Tanny's background that he does for when they do Locked On Socks and stuff is so well thought out that they're that's not a small piece to be able to try and find a quick spot for in there. That's a space taker.
Tanny's background for the Locked On Socks podcast
is
one of the best backgrounds I've ever seen. It's Tanny and Marcus Spears. And I had never seen Tanny's background until Sox Fest, because we did the 108 big podcast. And I was like, what? Everything you do is excellence. Just everything. It's perfect. Just everything Tanny does at work. That's just who he is.
Those people are jerks. Ergo, Tanny's a jerk.
Yeah. How dare you not appreciate this, Pi Oh My.
Trying to figure out the logical progression here. All people who do X are jerks. Tanny does X. Ergo, Tanny is a jerk.
He tries and succeeds.
Okay, got it.
Everyone told me I was going to lose, that it was really easy to shatter an apple or split an apple with your bare hand. I didn't believe that to be the case. I gave Shane 3-1 odds, $20 if he can't, 60 from me if he can. Phenom, Sean Anderson in for Tanny. Can you examine the apple, please, to be sure that there are no marks or nail bites or anything that he hasn't already dented the apple?
Like a pre-cut apple?
That's what I'm worried about here.
Wow. He's looking clean.
It's a clean apple. Okay.
Could you examine his hand, make sure there is no blade embedded in his hand or anything like that?
No blade and also no sticky stuff. And he's not wearing a hat, and I'm not going to ask him to unbutton his pants. So
okay.
We're looking
You
good.
can if you want.
670thescore.com.
I got 2 apples.
You got 2 apples.
I think I'm going to do it 2 ways. That's how confident I am. All right, so I'm going to do the first one with one hand, all right?
Okay.
All right. Oh, wow.
That was pretty easy.
I can't see it. I'm in the ad part of the Twitch stream.
And then I'm going to do this one.
He's right there.
Oh, wow.
That was also just incredibly strong.
That was crazy. He just grabbed the apple with 2 hands and just broke it apart.
And the first one I did with 1 hand. We'll have video of that on
You
replay
did?
if you want it. Yeah.
Yeah.
My Venmo is Shane Reardon, by the way.
Yeah, what type of apple was that?
I did 2. I did a Gala apple or a Gala apple, whatever it is,
Yeah.
and a Fiji.
A Fiji. Neither of those are as good as a Honey Crisp, so it doesn't count. Sorry about that.
Now I'll send you the 60.
And there's a swing and a foul ball, and Reardon makes his 3rd catch right up against the screen. No tag. Tell you, this kid's got the nerves of a cat burglar, as that's the 3rd time running right up against the screen. That time he slid, and he makes a spectacular catch, and here's Jarrett. Now the runner.
softball.
Our boy is a reference point in the broadcast annals of 16-inch softball.
Last time I saw that, it was Shane Reardon in a media game.
It's like how when you see an outfielder make a great play running backwards towards the wall in center field, catching it over his shoulders,
Willie
you're
Mays
like,
style.
yeah, you think of Willie Mays.
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
It's very similar. That's how Gio thinks of Shane when he sees somebody sliding into the fence.
She pops it up to Reardon. It's been a busy man as he gets a foot out on the pop-up.
Gets a foot out.
I love Gio, man.
He's a very busy man.
What's a foot out?
So
Put out. I thought he said foot out.
I believe it would be put out. You're a baseball guy.
I'm a baseball guy.
You drove to Detroit this weekend.
Yeah.
Partied in Detroit. Looked like a great time.
Really good time.
That party looked wild, man.
Oh, it was.
You know
Let me
some
tell
people.
you.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
All right. Well, see, we can share any of the details of that if you want to, but
It's a Christmas themed party in June for my friend Julia, who hosts afternoons at B96. She relocated. She lives in Detroit now. Her and her boyfriend were in Mexico for Christmas, got COVID, got stuck, couldn't come back, and had to quarantine, so they missed Christmas. So we threw her a Christmas-themed birthday party.
Got it.
Ton of fun.
That explains a lot,
In the
frankly.
80-degree heat pool party, we had ornaments in the pool, we had a Santa, we had everything.
I thought you were going to be Santa and dye the hair white.
I thought I was going to have to, and then they hired one. Yep.
it looked like a great time.
It was so much fun.
It looked like good old-fashioned
Just getting hammered in a pool.
early 30s, no kids debauchery. It looks great.
Good old, that's a guy with 2 young kids.
I was super jealous of all that Instagramming that was happening. It looked like a great time.
I think that's cool. I painted my basement.
Right.
That's right.
We had neighbors over on the deck, and they went home at 9 p.m.
Sounds pretty good.
Hey,
actually.
why'd they stay so late?
Yeah.
Don't they know?
It started at 7.
We were drinking from noon until 4 o'clock in the morning. So a little bit different weekends for us.
Little different. Yeah. Little different weekend. But I got to be honest, like that looked great. But I remember that.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
Okay?
Driving to Detroit?
No, but just like, early, young debauchery, all that. Right. Got it. No problem. Got hit on by a toll booth attendant?
Yeah, this is it. And I know what that sounds like. Like, it
Fake.
sounds fake. I know it does.
There
Believe
aren't
me.
toll booth attendants anymore.
But
Yes,
there
are.
are.
Yes, there is. There's one in a batch of like 11 toll booths. There'll be one.
Exactly. So that's what makes this even more improbable. So when I was going there, first of all, back up. I don't have a car, so when I need to go somewhere far, I just rent one, right? No problem. Couple $100 for a weekend. That's great. So I don't have an iPass. So that's the reason that I'm going through the tolls. You have to pay in cash. Don't have an iPass. On the way there, I go through this toll, and there's a very cute girl working the toll booth. And we made like hard eye contact. Like there's obviously like a mutual interest there.
You thought she was into you.
With the toll booth worker. Yeah, which is great. Equal opportunity. I'm sure she's great at her job.
I read this in Forum when I was a kid. I read it in Penthouse Forum, I do believe.
What's the obvious mutual interest? You said it's like obviously there was mutual
Danny,
interest.
We looked
there.
at each other, our eyes met.
She was working at a toll booth, so obviously she wants to be with me.
Yeah, no, that's
she
not
had the
it.
way she handed me the change. She could have given me nickels. She
He said
just
they
gave
had
me
hard eyes.
shiny
It
new
was
quarters.
elongated eye contact where it wasn't necessary. That's a sign if there's ever been a sign. That's it. Elongated eye contact with the girl working the toll booth.
I was owed 65 cents. She just gave me 3 quarters. That means something.
No, I paid with my debit card.
Okay.
So
That's
I drive off,
true wealth.
drive off into the sunset, and it was early, so sunrise, and think I'm never going to see her again.
Sure.
Lo and behold,
On the way
she
back?
must switch sides right by the Indiana the Skyway.
Not that there's anything wrong
No,
with that.
no, of course not.
Yeah.
She must switch different sides of the highway often because, damn it, I'm driving through and she's working the booth again.
Wow, that's
It's the
kismet.
same girl.
That is kismet.
It seems impossible.
But
I know it does, Danny, but it's legit.
On the way there and the way back. This is days later.
Yes, days later.
So you're driving back from Detroit days later. You get to the toll booth. Same person from the hard eyes is there.
Same girl, and
What
she
happened?
says,
You remember her at this point. Do you think she
Yeah.
remembers you?
Maybe. I don't know. But I
Okay.
for sure remember her. One specific tattoo going up her forearm. I remember
Sure.
that.
Oh, yeah.
And all those track marks. But she says to me, You came through on Friday, didn't you?
So she remembers you.
Yes,
Oh, wow.
she went first. You came through on Friday, didn't you? I said, yeah, did Friday morning. She said, so you probably live in the area then? I said, yeah, I live on the north side. She's like, would you want to get a drink sometime?
Wow.
Yeah. And I told her I was dating somebody, even though I'm not.
Why?
I didn't want to go out with the girl who works in the toll booth.
What's
I know
wrong
it's not.
with you?
It's not nice.
What's wrong
It's
with
not
you?
nice, and I'm going to get myself into some trouble saying that.
People
I
have
bet,
all
but
different
I
kinds
didn't know
of
that's how the
jobs.
story was going to end.
As they scramble and they
Of
scuffle.
course, I mean,
She's
dating
got
somebody who lives
dreams.
in Indiana.
She's
got-
there's the
you don't-
distance there.
She might not live there.
You'll complain about being lonely for the rest of our days
Exactly.
here on the show.
That's part of the
won't-
bit,
yeah.
Tanny.
That's exactly
part of the
right,
bit.
Tanny. You never know where you might find love. Love in a toll booth is a great
I don't like you
Aerosmith song.
discriminating against people who work at toll booths.
No,
Indiana,
that's-
I'm fine with, but toll booths
I
is
just
just
need
a step too far.
a little bit more drive.
No, dude, that's not fair. Wow. You know what's funny about that? My dad, notorious good guy, my dad used to say when I would get like a bad grade in something, he'd say, "You want to be a toll booth collector, Matt?" When I was a little kid. Is that what you want to be? He's like, smile when you give back the change, Matt. Smile when you give back the change. You're really trying to make it hurt.
How do you know
Leave a
she's
mark.
not researching a role in a movie and she's an actress and a movie star?
How do you know she's not putting herself through school? She's got 3 jobs.
I'm sure she is.
It's a government job, right?
I'm just being as transparent as I always am.
No, it's good. It's good that you are.
I'm not going to lie to you. We wouldn't have much in common.
Wow. You don't know. You don't know.
I don't know.
I think
No, I mean, radio producer is it's
impressive.
Yeah, no,
executive radio producer, please. You have a senior audio producer here and an executive.
We would
producer
never
here.
question the SAP. I mean,
no, that's
the SAP is established.
Never. Wow.
She's telling her friends, "Oh, thank God that radio producer didn't ask me out
take
for
me
a
up on
drink."
my offer.
That's right. That's exactly right. No, we need to find her. We need to find her. If you're out there, if you're driving down by that, which toll was it?
It's the first one. Coming back, this interaction
The
happened
Skyway?
the last one before you hit the Skyway.
Okay.
It can't be hard to find this person.
No,
probably not.
No, I bet we have commuters
Attractive.
listening now who know her and remember the tattoo. If you're driving through there, tell her we would like to sponsor a date.
Okay.
Shane, are you open to it? If me and Danny sponsor a little night out, some dinner?
It sounds
Not
like
really,
the answer is
no.
no.
Yeah, not
he
really.
lied to her and said he was seeing somebody.
That's
Yeah, not really.
terrible. That's terrible.
I don't know. But so maybe this is the karma then. Maybe the trip home is the
Oh,
karma.
yeah, and then there's this, because after you get back into the Chicagoland area.
Yeah, so I'm on Lakeshore, exiting onto Irving, and the car that I'm renting starts like violently shaking. The little indicator screen says, turn engine off, oil level low. So I didn't do that because I didn't want to get stuck on Lakeshore. As I'm getting off at Irving, car shuts itself down. Starts shaking, shuts itself down. I got out of the car and had to push this thing 3 blocks west on Irving to Sheridan, right around the corner of my apartment. And I call the guy. I'm like, dude, I don't know what happened. It's parked over here. I'm sorry. It's not going to be in the place where you wanted it. It's the Get Around app, if anybody knows that app. He's like, oh, yeah, I took the thing for a long trip Memorial Day weekend, saw the check engine light come on, didn't think anything of it. And then he put it right back on the app.
Oh, boy.
Ready to be rented. I could have been stranded with the toll booth girl.
Well, which would have been good.
Yeah, that would have been.
I think you're right. I think it is karma for you being an anti-boothite. Is that what we call this?
Yeah, boothist.
Yeah, maybe
he's a
boothist.
I'm a toll boothist.
You're very. I'm shocked at your level of toll boothism. It needs to go. You know what?
It's generational, too. That's learned behavior.
Let's get a patch.
See what my dad said.
What did your dad say?
Here's the other question, though. So
Man.
you drove to Detroit with the check engine light on a rented car?
Yeah, that's correct.
You're America's friend.
That's correct. Because I truly believe that about 50% of Americans right now are driving with their check engine light on.
Oh, dude.
You truly believe a lot of things. That's idiotic. 50%?
Yeah. I'd say
50%.
half of Americans that drive are driving with their check engine light on.
A lot
of the time, it doesn't mean anything.
I don't think it's that high, but it is. It's definitely. It's probably above 25. Like there's because there comes a point, especially if the car is a little bit older, you're thinking, there's nothing wrong. It's just some issue that they want. Yeah, they want you to
big
get
car
there.
got in cahoots with big window, and they came together and made this light. 25%.
Sometimes they turn off on their own, and then the problem went away.
Yeah.
If you hit that dashboard hard enough.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was an interesting weekend.
Sounds like it.
Pretty wild.
I think there could have been love there in the toll booth.
Maybe.
And a great song. What a song Zach Miller would have gotten out of it next time he told him that story while you guys are drinking.
I'd like to interview this
Yeah,
woman.
I don't know where the whole Shane is drinking buddies with Zach Miller came
It happened
from.
once. You guys did shots
together.
Did shots at Joe's on weed.
You are the only two people who I know that have the Miller jacket.
Yes,
the
you have
Mitchell and
the
Ness Miller
Mitchell and Ness
jacket.
Miller
Yeah,
jacket.
that's true.
You've done shots together.
Sure.
You got him on the show. You like music.
Yeah.
He sings music songs.
Okay, deal.
Tanny really likes that jacket. I think Tanny.
Everyone loves it.
You said
It's a good-looking
when he was wearing it at the Sox game. There's a bunch of guys being dudes coming by, just like high fiving with the jacket.
Well,
right?
those are not my favorite guys being dudes. My favorite guys being dudes were the ones that like Shane didn't even acknowledge them looking at him and saying, "Oh, sweet jacket." Like they just made the comment, but Shane just kept it moving and didn't even acknowledge them.
Oh, yeah, that's-
this happened at least once. And
Man, so
I watched the whole interaction. Like, oh, this guy's trying to give Shane some props on his jacket. Shane just kept it right moving. But the jacket is so sweet.
Yeah, that kind of that kind of vibe that he's giving off there. That I don't need your praise about my jacket. That's the kind of thing that gets you noticed by toll booth attendants. You know what I'm saying?
The jacket is so sweet.
I was wearing it yesterday.
Were you really?
No.
Well, you know,
So close.
Even after Shane ignores the people that want to compliment his jacket, they're still like, all good. It's just a sweet jacket.
I'd probably ignore the compliments
Him
too.
ignoring me doesn't change the fact that that's a sweet jacket.
Is it ignoring if I don't see they're doing it?
No,
Yeah, exactly.
that's not noticing.
Do you believe in fate?
No, I don't believe in fate.
Like you don't believe there's like a one or anything like that? Okay, neither do I, but
No,
I
I
was just
don't.
curious if you did because
Yeah.
running
Because-
into the same toll booth attendant
Yes.
on two separate trips and then her asking you out and you finding her attractive and her having tattoos.
You know what I'm thinking of right now? The interstitial parts of When Harry Met Sally, where they go to the old couples on the couch and they tell their origin stories. And Shane's could have been, I was taking a trip to Detroit.
Yeah, it's
And I
possible.
saw her on the way there. And then I saw her on the way back. Like, that's a really good intro.
I had to see a girl about a toll.
A lot of people texting in saying they're driving right now with their check engine light on. Stop texting and driving and get your damn oil checked. It's dangerous out there. Absolutely absurd audio next on the score.
Odyssey is your home for all the audio that matters to you. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app today to listen to the score in Odyssey Station.
This segment's brought to you by Amco Transmissions and Total Car Care. Amco Transmissions, your total car care expert, offers up to 12 months, no interest finance.
Did I tell you guys about the excuse I got from my Uber driver last week?
No.
He
Why would
was
an Uber
picking
driver
me
need
up-
to give you an excuse? Because he was late?
Well, because he was on the way. He was on the way to pick me up to take me to the airport.
He doesn't want to date
And-
anybody right now. It's not just you. It's just he doesn't want to date anybody.
Yeah, that's it. He ghosted me. And I'm looking at the map. You know, I'm watching him, and
it's
he's
not
on the way to my house.
Mhm.
And then he makes a detour, and then he goes up north, and I live south. And I'm like, where's this guy going?
Uh-oh.
And then he picks me up. We're in the car for a minute or two. He wasn't too late, but he was a little late. And he said, hey, you probably noticed that I was driving out of the way. And I was like, yeah, I saw it. And he goes, I'm sorry. I trusted a fart and the fart won. And he had to stop at his house to clean up, and then he got in the car, and I go, oh, well, it doesn't. I'm like, I go,
That's
so
too
you-
fast. That's too
I'm like-
fast.
It was, I don't know how he did it. And I said, so you're clean now? And he goes, do you smell anything?
Oh, my God. First of all, that's not an excuse. That's an actual thing. Second of all, that's not something you do and keep your Uber customer on the hook. Stop, pull over, do a thorough job. Like, I would assume you got to go inside.
I don't know what he did. Yeah, it was a nice excuse, though.
No, it isn't. It's a terrible. Just immediately pull the car over, please, sir. Like a minute
So
or two.
you don't think it cleaned up well?
No. How could you? You cancel the customer. A note to all you Uber drivers out there: if this happens to you, go ahead and cancel the customer. You'll get another one. You know.
Yeah.
It's down to Boston and Golden State in the NBA Finals. Don't miss all the latest storylines, drama, and hot takes. Trista Crick is going live at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central to break down the finals as only she can. You won't want to miss Trista's takes on all things Warriors and Celtics. She's live tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central, and the only way to listen is on the Odyssey app. So that's tomorrow of Trista Crick, right during the show.
Why are we promoting it?
Yeah, it's a good question, Shane. I'll let you ask it. It's a good question.
Let me just say that before you at home pick your Trista Crick, we'll pick ours. Or the other way around. Before we pick our Trista Crick,
you at home select
you at home select yours. Thank you.
So Trista will be live tomorrow at 4 o'clock Central on the Odyssey app for all things NBA Finals. Speaking of the NBA,
yeah.
Our friend and yours, David Kaplan, the king of Chicago sports media, has a television show. It's very cool to have your own television show daily in the city of Chicago. And we know you live TV, live radio, open mouth, say things.
The great Danny Parkins.
Thank you, Cap. You're not always going to say exactly what you mean, but maybe he did mean this when talking about Zach LaVine.
Maybe they do indeed want to offer LaVine a max deal for $212 million. I have been told there are some in the organization that wonder, does Zach have enough of the dog killer mentality to take them where they want to go? Others believe he does.
Oh, no. It's an interesting question. Mark Eversley's sitting around with Billy Donovan. He's like, do you think if we asked Zach LaVine to kill a bunch of dogs, he could do it?
Dog killer mentality.
Now,
we want some dog killers here. Bulls would kill dogs. Bulls kill dogs.
I'm surprised you are not running to his defense, because I feel like there is an unspoken comma in there. Like he's attempting to say, it doesn't have that dog, comma, killer mentality.
Why would you ever structure a sentence
mentality.
that way?
No, you wouldn't.
No.
You shouldn't.
Gap is not getting the benefit of the doubt here.
No.
Absolutely not.
It's not nearly as funny.
Don't you hear the punctuation? Am I the only one who hears the punctuation?
Dog killer mentality.
No, I think he's saying it with emphasis.
Yeah. He wants him to have some Mike Vick in him.
There's a Shar-Pei over there. I hate that thing.
Not good, dog fans.
Dog killer mentality.
Yeah, it's just wrong.
Could you imagine Arturis just sitting around when they're like evaluating the player and the personality?
We must find out whether Zach has a certain
dog
killer mentality.
And Billy
So
Donovan's like, I don't think he could harm a fly, much less a dog.
We brought in some dogs as Zach.
He was just petting them.
Yeah, he was too nice to the dogs.
He was too nice
so
to the dogs.
we couldn't
Get the Chicago Bulls cool again.
Dog killer mentality.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man.
Arturis made a deal with a vet, and he's just sending Zach over. Like, some dogs have to be euthanized. Let's see if Zach can do that, and then maybe we'll sign him.
Oh, God, it's so great.
I had one yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, I said wide-eyed and bushy-tailed. It's not wide-eyed, right? It's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
I think it's more bright-eyed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
who cares?
You could have a bushy tail and wide eyes.
That's not.
It's a manure type of situation.
I saw like a little rabbit with a bushy tail. His eyes might be wide or bright.
Wider eyes.
That's very close, very similar, those things.
I got to be honest with you. Dog killer mentality.
Dog killer mentality.
It goes pretty high up my rankings. It's not Vinny Goodwill. It's not all-timer, but that's pretty damn good, man.
Yeah.
Just I'm looking right into the camera.
I don't know if I'd want to sign a guy if he had that mentality.
That's what I'm saying. It's a real character problem. This
agree.
Bulls team was likable.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, we got some dog killers on the Bulls.
Dog killer mentality.
Think Rudy Gobert is a dog killer mentality?
Ah, God.
That whole thing is a mess. Utah is splintering and falling apart because Quinn Snyder, I think, wants to be the next Greg Popovich.
Yeah.
Right? He wants to be the heir to Popovich down in San Antonio as possible. So Donovan Mitchell might be out there. Rudy Gobert might be out there.
Yeah, I don't really want either of them, to be honest with you. But
it depends if they have the dog killer mentality.
Obviously. Spiegs normally is the optimist, and he's losing it for one of our baseball teams. It's next on The Score.
I'm going to have, poker face.
Dog killer mentality.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports morning show.
Are the Cubs living up to expectations? They've been a lot more interesting to watch over the last couple weeks.
Right.
The Sox.
What are the Cubs,
been a
though?
train
Do we
wreck.
know yet? They were competitive. Are we there where competitive series against a playoff team is satisfactory? I don't think so.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5 to 9.
Jerry Krause tried his best to get me to be in a Bulls uniform on several different occasions. It just never worked out.
What's the one that you think of first? I mean, we know the one that we think of first because it was legendary, but then there's the others that have come out. So tell us about Jerry trying to get you.
Yeah, well, the legendary one was trying to trade for a 18-year-old high school kid for Scottie Pippen, which was, to me in itself bizarre. I remember the night of the draft. I get a call at 12 o'clock at night, and it's my agent. He tells me it's for the Bulls. I may be traded for Scottie Pippen on draft night. I was like, oh, my gosh. Like, it was just such a surreal feeling that I possibly could have been a freaking Bull and teaming up with Michael Jordan. But at the time, I thought MJ, when they did nix the trade, I thought it was MJ that did that. But I got close to a reliable source and said it was Jerry Reinsdorf that did it.
It's funny. Jerry Reinsdorf came on our radio station after that story made the rounds, and he was like, "No, it wasn't MJ. It was him." Like he felt the need to go first person. Like, and Jerry Reinsdorf does not do interviews anymore.
Right.
And then the free agent recruitment.
See, that's the thing. When you said the legendary time, I thought you were going to say for us because we knew about it. Was when Benny the Bull and everybody, there was a small band playing Sweet Home Chicago. There's the Lovables cheerleaders. Yeah. When everybody meets you at the airport. Was there any part of you at that point? So that's a few years after the draft then, Tracy. Is there any part of you at that point that thought, this is ridiculous? This is over the top?
No, I didn't think it was ridiculous. I actually was very appreciative that he went, Chicago Bulls went above and beyond of trying to recruit me. I mean, I loved every bit of it. It's just they were recruiting against Orlando, which is where I grew up. To have that opportunity to play there, and then it presented itself at that time in 2000, I couldn't pass that up. So that was the only reason, why I chose to go home.
hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Caleb Killian. This is the first prospect acquired at the deadline for your core guys that you gave up, who you're now going to see on the big league level. Fans are going to get a cookie. Theo didn't want to give you cookies, and Caleb
I was shaking my head at the notion that we should make baseball decisions based on giving our fans cookies. We're cooking the whole meal.
Nobody came up until they really thought they were ready.
I love the quote by Theo Epstein. He says, look, we're not going to toss the fans candy.
Now, because of necessity and the difference in philosophy, fans are going to get a cookie every once in a while, or an amuse-bouche, perhaps, an appetizer of sorts. Caleb Killian is an amuse-bouche, if not a full-on cookie.
It's Caleb Killian making his big league debut. Love his sinker, love his cutter, working on a slider, occasional changeup, but he's got to locate down. He gets a ton of ground balls.
And now the 0-2 pitch on the way to Edmund. Swing and a miss. So far, so good.
The first man he sees in a big league uniform, it's a strikeout for Caleb Killian.
Cookies are good.
Yeah, man, cookies
I
are
like
delicious.
cookies.
Yeah.
I like cookies.
I like cookies. Yeah, of course you do. And you know why? Because you're a bunch of yuppies.
But the problem is, it's like, oh, we're going to have cookies for dessert, right? That's exciting. But, oh, is it going to be oatmeal raisin? Is it going to be chocolate chip? But, like, what if it's just a bland sugar cookie?
Give me some of them cookies. Got them cookies, boy.
Spread the wealth, man.
Cookies. Can't eat those no more.
Man, I'm excited about the cookie. I'm looking forward to the cookie. I think even bad cookies are good. You know, they really are.
Of course.
Call strike three. A delayed call by the home plate umpire, Edwin Moscoso.
Caleb Killian's big league debut closes after 5 innings.
Standing ovation from 39,823 Cookie Monsters jogging to the mound.
Cookie.
Look to the cookie lane. Look to the cookie.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Tim. Here we go. Here we go, Tim. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Big baseball weekend. Caleb Killian was a nice cookie for Cubs fans. It was nice to kind of care about the results of games, enjoying the present, dreaming of the future, while the White Sox got a series win that was much needed. 5-game series, Cubs and Cardinals. There was just a lot of baseball this weekend, man.
There was a ton of baseball. Interesting stuff all around at different times. It's funny, the whole Cubs weekend, like, a lot of the stuff felt really good. Like, oh, there's young players over there. And look at Morel. Look at the way that Morel and Wilson are doing this thing. And look, they're just staying right with them. And the crowd's got a buzz to it. And it feels pretty cool. And then they lost the games at the end. But everything else other than that was actually pretty cool and pretty fun in terms of being over there.
Well, that's awesome that you were at the games. I felt I was enjoying caring a little bit about the results in a season where the results don't matter at all. But the results matter a great deal for the White Sox, and this station continues to crush it on its White Sox coverage. Laurence had Tim Anderson on today. You can check that out on the Rewind feature of the podcast page. And then tomorrow morning at 8:40, Jake Berger is joining Mully and Haugh. We had an awesome conversation with Jake Berger. What was that, before the season? Right? That was a spring training conversation with Jake Berger.
It was mid-lockout when he was starting his website and blog.
Okay, you're right. It wasn't even spring training. It was lockout time. Okay.
Jake Berger's not going anywhere for a good long time. Jake Berger has 4 straight games with the game-winning RBI. 4 straight wins have been Jake Berger game-winning RBIs. The Saturday night homer, the timely hit there, I mean, that's the kind of thing they've been waiting for and wanting all year long. He doesn't really have much of a sense of fear or anxiety in those moments. He's not going anywhere.
He shouldn't.
No.
There's an open spot for him there at second base, too.
Or an open spot for Yohan Moncada to consider at second base.
Just somewhere. He needs to be in the lineup every single day until he shows you that he shouldn't be.
I mean, you haven't found people. And you know, apologies to Danny Mendick. I saw the lineup on Sunday morning. I'm like, why is that dude leading off? Because it felt ridiculous.
He's mashing right now, too.
He's mashing right now.
Credit where credit's due, but you see probably more likely that Jake Berger can keep that up.
Well, and Berger with that pop and the way that he hits him so hard. Look at the exit velocity on his home runs. All four of them, like his average exit velo. That's what Chris Kemp got the stat of like the guys who've hit at least, I think it was 6 home runs was the bottom, and his average exit velo is like very, very high. He hammers the ball, and he hits it sometimes with launch angle that makes it go out of the park.
That's how that works, right? The harder you hit it, the higher you hit it, the further it goes over the wall, you score runs, and you win a series, a much-needed series, and they've got the Dodgers this week. We keep doing these like check-ins, and you've been on the side that I have been on, which is that they will still figure out a way to win the division. But I heard you yesterday on Hit and Run. It seemed like even when they were coming off of a win, they had not yet won the series. It seemed like your confidence was waning, or optimism is waning in the White Sox talent to ultimately prevail here.
You know, I was thinking for a long time there during those first couple months, you know, the hitters are going to hit, and then, you know, the weather's going to be nice, the hitters will hit, the starting pitching's been good, and the bullpen, you know, will be fine, and they're still going to take off. Like I made the big statement about that 54-game stretch that I had invented that mattered so much. But anyway, I was full of positivity about the eventual turnaround. And now, like, here's another opportunity to look at and say, well, these 2 wins down in Tampa, maybe this will be a moment that they look back on, but I don't feel it. I need to be shown. I need them to show it to me for a while here. I feel like the early season struggles went just long enough to break my spirit a little bit. Maybe it's the fact that they hit Memorial Day, that I put so much stock. You know,
that arbitrary.
I know it's arbitrary, but subconsciously, there's just
baseball
a thing, like,
people say it all the time. You evaluate the team at Memorial Day. They say it all the time.
And they got to that point, and it was the run differential was the stat we had about how teams who reach a negative 50 in run differential very rarely make the playoffs. The Cardinals did it last year, but they won 17 games in a row to get there. Something broke my spirit of hope and belief in the White Sox to rebound and win that division. Could have just been the overall really bad quality of fundamental play.
Possible.
As well. For just that long. It was just long enough where now I feel like I need to be shown.
What are they in your stretch? You speaking of arbitrary, in your 50 whatever game stretch it was when you made that proclamation.
Look that up. Talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll grab it.
Please do.
Yes. Stretch.
Great. Yeah, I can stretch. I'm just going to let you linger in the not having the stat for your own stretch of games. They got the Dodgers this week.
Yeah.
Vaughn's hitting. Berger's hitting. Mendick's hitting. Dodgers don't seem as terrifying as they've been. Would that be enough? Win a series against the Dodgers? I guess they'd have to sweep, right, to get back above 500?
It's enough for me. A series win against the Dodgers and
coming off one over Tampa.
Show this offensive explosion that you've had in the last couple games where it seems like guys are putting it together. But I still need Yasmani Grandal to start hitting the baseball to feel any bit of comfort whatsoever with them even winning the division. Like that, this team doesn't win anything with him hitting 200 and below.
Well,
it's not even that right now.
I think that is true because there's nowhere to put him.
No.
And he's going to play.
Mm-hmm.
And you paid him
$77 million.
So he's going to play, right? Whether it's catcher or DH or first base, he's going to play. And so he's got to hit. Like, that's just one of those things.
Well,
they are not the team, even though they DFA Eaton, DFA Keuchel, like, that's not where we are on Grandal. He's playing.
Yeah, well, I mean, their lineup doesn't function without him and Moncada being effective. And this is why the lineup is not
because
functioning.
they take pitches.
And they're lefty bats. They're lefty bats who take pitches and can hammer pitches as well. So they up your patience. And last year Grandal, I think, had 87 walks. Moncada had 84. Far and away, those were your two top guys in terms of taking walks. So they help your overall OBP. But the reason that they take a lot of walks or working in concert is because usually you're afraid that they're going to hammer the pitches from those right-handed bats, and you're not afraid of right-handed arms. You're not afraid of that at all right now. So there's nobody to really be afraid to.
Yeah, I mean, they should be able to survive a couple of at-bats not going well. But when you have Eloy also, who's been out, and then all the struggles, and now TA is out, like it compounds itself.
So they're 25 games into the 54-game stretch.
And you said in the 54-game stretch that they were going to go 34-19.
Yeah.
That's not 54 games.
35-19.
35-19.
Well, no, I said they should go 35-19 because I was feeling the optimism still then.
Yeah.
Doesn't look good right now. They're 11-14 so far in the 54-game stretch that I had mapped out for you.
They go 22-5.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
That'd be big. Tell you what, they do that. It's gonna
we're
look
in
pretty
business,
good,
baby.
Oh yeah.
Quick little 22-5 run. But seriously, they don't play any good teams like for the rest of the season. They've got 4 against Houston at home and then 3 in San Diego. Those are their 7 hardest games left outside of the Dodgers series.
What? No. Because they've got 6 on the road with Houston. Yeah, I hear. Well, the Angels are not. Do you not think the Angels are difficult anymore?
Not right now.
They've lost 11 games.
Yeah,
in a
not
row.
right now.
Joe Madden's in trouble. Heard John Heyman throwing that out there as the possible next manager to be fired this morning. Joe Madden, because the Angels haven't made the playoffs in forever, and they've started out so hot, now have completely fallen apart. So, yeah, I need to be shown. I could look at these 2 games and say, all right, the offense has come up big. They held on for a win.
I'm not trying to sell you on the Rays being the turnaround. I'm just, Tanny was out and said they're not winning the division.
No. He thinks 80, what'd you say, 89 games that ship has sailed?
No, I think I said 85 wins the ship has sailed on that one.
Right.
Yeah,
and so now you were with me still, and you're now out.
They're projected for 70-something now, right?
Yeah, they'd be a less than 80 win team.
Shane, are you out?
As of right now?
No, I'm not out right now.
I'm not out. I'm not out
can't
either.
Be out
I'm just
until the All-Star break.
The way the baseball time works and the way the division is. I mean, the Twins. The Twins, I think, have 18 guys out of their 40-man who are unavailable right now, or they had that at least when they were in Toronto. That was the case. So they're battered, and this division is very gettable. So you can't be out. They got to show me before I start feeling confident in it again.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, that's totally reasonable because we've been looking for okay, they're good. So when is the thing going to happen, right? Joe Kelly came in studio and right after the T.A. Donaldson incident.
And then hurt himself.
Because Speaks threw the baseball on the floor. But before he hurt himself, Joe Kelly said, absolutely, it's valid to say that an incident like that can be a galvanizing moment, a launch pad moment for a team, right? Because they won that game after the incident. TA
swept the doubleheader that day.
Swept the doubleheader. TA hits the home run, silences the crowd, etc.
Yeah, they're 4-7 since that day.
Right. So,
hey man, it changed it.
The hamstring injury. Maybe it was Speaks' fault.
The Kelly injury? Or you're blaming the TA groin on me?
I'm blaming it all on you.
You are, aren't you?
Yeah,
you're just trying not to be the mush.
I'm just throwing it out there. It's really fun to try to convince anyone that it's not me. I kind of enjoy it, but no, I mean it's a thing. This idea of the athletes try to convince themselves that they're going to use this external motivating force, bulletin board material, whatever you want to call it.
I've seen it happen. We have seen it happen. I always reference the game in the Cubs season in 2016 when Johnny Lester got the pinch hit sacrifice bunt down against Seattle on a Sunday night. Hayward had the slide, and Theo went into the clubhouse after the game and apologized to the Cubs because he had promised the start to the left-handed pitcher whose name I always forget. But anyway, they had signed a pitcher, and he said, all right, I'll definitely give you a start. And then there it was at a Sunday Night Baseball game, and he started, and he sucked, and they came all the way back and won it. I've brought up that game to Pat Hughes, and Pat Hughes said, I remember that game. And you could go back and hear the call of Pat saying, look, don't be surprised if the Cubs take off. There are a million things like that. I think Tanny's belief is that we retroactively assigned those once the season has gone a certain way.
Well, we look for it in the moment, but then we reverse engineer the narrative to see if it works. Is that it is also true that they might just not be good enough to have it.
Right. And those 2016 Cubs were good enough that something was going to present itself.
Right. So you would have been able to find a narrative at some point somewhere to say, oh, this was the game that turned it around. This was the speech. This was the moment. This was the thing. But they were also awesome.
Right.
They also won a ton of games.
It's funny, but Kelly giving voice to it is the separator, because that's the player, and if they believe it, if they feel it, if it helps them, then
if they believe it,
so it goes.
Well, right. If they believe it, it has to matter on some level. Right? It might not be an end-all, be-all, and it might not even be true. Right? Even because just people believe all sorts of dumb things. But it could be correlation instead of causation. But
it's our 3 o'clock segment rearing its head.
Right. People believe all sorts of idiotic things.
Yeah.
But they're in a weird spot right now where a lot of fans are getting a little restless about the team and put up or shut up time, and they're still under 500, and they wouldn't be in any of the expanded playoff spots as of now. But I think they're only a game out of the third wild card spot.
Right. It's absurd. Like you're still like less than a handful of games behind Minnesota for first place, because Minnesota's played more than that. It's absurd. Like,
one game out of the third wild card spot.
Yeah, these games can be made up so quickly here, but ultimately what I would like to see is, like, yesterday was so perfect. You get that early 6-0 lead, and you're just hoping, let's keep piling on here. Let's add on. Let's get everyone involved in the mix here.
Let's have an easy one.
Exactly. There are no easy ones with this team right now.
No.
And getting back to your point about taking pitches with Moncada and Grandal, like, I believe that those type of good at-bats are contagious. When they're taking pitches, then when Eloy comes back, when he's right, he's taking pitches and going the other way.
Yeah.
I think, like, guys are just going to have bad at-bats when everyone else around them is taking pitches. TA being the outlier because he swings early and often, and it's successful for him. It works, and that's good. So, yeah, there's a lot of things. Brian Mattis, was that the name you were thinking of for the 16 Cubs?
Thank you very much.
He got a ring for that performance?
Did he? He did?
I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Everyone who suits up.
I wonder if it was a
Mark Brody did.
Yeah.
So I hope Brian
I was going to
Mattis
say, wonder if it's a Grody level ring or, a real player level ring. I got to give that up. One real good thing I enjoyed about that White Sox game yesterday is Kendall Graveman coming in and being Kendall Graveman. It's like, oh, there he is. There's a clean inning where he strikes out the side, as opposed to getting in trouble again and again and again. And then Hendricks too. So those two guys did their job on the back end. Let me ask you something, Danny.
Okay.
Jake Berger homers on Saturday night. Apparently his girlfriend, who he lives with and they have a dog together, was in Tampa Bay on the trip and brought their dog to the game. And she tweeted, I will retweet it right now. She tweeted a picture when Dad hits a homer, and there's Jake Berger's dog with an absurdly happy face right there. And I'm asking you, is that the first time a guy has ever homered in a legit Major League Baseball game with his dog in attendance? Can you answer that for me?
I can't answer it for you definitively.
Right now.
I can't.
I don't remember another instance. I don't remember hearing the story ever of like, it was dog night. It was dog night, and my dog was there, and I homered. I don't remember that.
There's so many dog nights. Some stadiums have multiple dog nights in a season. You would think somewhere along the line, someone homered in front of their dog.
You would think that would have happened.
Right?
But I don't know.
You'd want to keep Zach Levine away from dog night.
Dog killer mentality.
Keep him away from Jake Berger's family.
Yeah, you'd want to keep Zach Levine away from Dog Day, but
I mean, that is a happy dog face. My goodness, that looks like a dog that just saw Daddy Homer.
You feel like Jake Berger goes home to his girlfriend and goes to the dog and say, "Hey, Fido, aren't you proud of me? I hit a home run."
Fido.
I don't know.
What year is this?
Nice pick the name.
He was reading a Dagwood and Blondie comic, I believe.
My God, Fido.
What's your go-to generic fill-in dog name?
Buddy or Spot or something like that?
Spot.
Fido.
I was going to go Rover. Okay. That's similarly aged.
His dog is one of those doodles. We got a doodle problem in this country, man. There are far too many doodles.
But that is a very handsome doodle.
They're all handsome.
Big Doodle won't let you spew those facts out here on the radio like that.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah, we got a doodle problem here, and that's a personal shot to anyone who owns a doodle.
That is.
There are far too many. Pick a different breed.
Oh, boy.
There are too many doodles.
Just, you know what? Go to Anti-Cruelty and find yourself a mutt. Go ahead.
Okay, I've had this conversation before. I have adopted all my dogs, but I am not against buying a breed you want specifically.
Okay, that's
Don't
fine.
shame people who like to buy purebred dogs.
I'm not, well, I guess I am a little bit.
Like sometimes you choose to have a kid as opposed to adopt one. Is that bad? Like you chose to have a kid instead of adopting one that doesn't have parents? Because you knew what you wanted, one that looked like you.
You want to handle this?
Not one that looks like someone else.
You want me to handle the differences between adopting a dog?
Right.
The same thing.
Okay, well.
Or did you want to just let it go? I mean, how do you want to play this one?
Often humans, when they fall in love and want to start a family, they want to have children with their significant other. You see, I can't have a dog with my wife.
Well, then
therefore, if I'm going to acquire a dog for the family, often it might make more sense to just bring one in from a shelter,
I'm not sure, man.
as opposed to paying thousands of dollars to someone who went on a farm.
It's kind of like how much easier it is to make your own chicken sandwich.
It's the definition of buying somebody else's problems. You got no idea what's wrong with that kid. You got no idea what's wrong with that dog.
Oh, yeah.
Get one that you know.
Did the conversation keep going after Danny said, I can't have a dog with my wife? And you guys keep talking to each other? Honestly?
We did, yeah.
We did. He said it was the same thing. It's not the same.
You think Danny would want to have a dog with his...
It'd be cheaper. It'd be cheaper.
Just put some food on the floor.
It might not be the same thing, but it's pretty damn similar.
You can see it from there. You can see similarity from there.
I am I'm against fostering children and dogs.
Really?
Yeah.
And Matt.
Long-time anti-Matt Foster guy.
He's Boothist. We've established the Boothist nature.
It's unbelievable.
Has anybody found our toll booth worker? Our tattooed toll booth worker yet?
I'll drive through again.
Okay. I'll check it out.
If I can get a car that works.
Ridiculous. All the baseball from the weekend had me wanting technology to expedite itself to solve a problem. Next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. An Odyssey station.
I was like, oh, the guy with the snowplow is going to be coming in a little bit, and so I pulled my car out of the driveway so that you could plow it. But you can't park on the sidewalk. It says like right there, you don't park on the sidewalk during snowfall because a plow could be coming through.
You really shouldn't park on the sidewalk anytime.
Ever.
Yeah, I would
the
never park on the
sidewalk.
sidewalk.
On the side of the road. On the side of the road.
Did you go on the lawn? Did you go on the lawn? Is that what you did?
Oh, just wait. And so I didn't it was like right before the show. This was like 1:40. And so I was doing this very haphazardly. I went out there in slippers. I just I brushed off just like a little section of my window. So like the car was like there was snow all over it. I couldn't see anything. It was super dangerous to be driving. And I pull out onto the street, and then I see the sign that's like you can't park on the sidewalk during snowfall. I was like, oh no, I don't want to get a ticket. So I try to go back into the driveway, but again, because the windshield is basically entirely covered in snow, I drove onto the lawn between my house and my neighbor's house and got the car stuck. And the nanny had to come out and help me push the car out of the snowbank.
Marta?
Yeah. Yeah. 140. My car is stuck between my house and my neighbor's house, 3 feet into the yard with just snow over the entire windshield.
Every day you achieve some new level of pathetic homeowner that I did not think was possible. It's
Shane,
really...
Tanny, how do you guys feel about
that's
that?
not just pathetic homeowner speaks. That's pathetic person. It's not exclusive to those who own homes. Hey, Danny, remember a couple weeks ago when I said I hit rock bottom when Mac sent me a text about me being lonely?
Yeah.
This is your rock bottom.
Really?
Yeah. Having Marta push your car out of your neighbor's front yard while you're wearing slippers in the driver's seat with only one section of the snow taken off the windshield, that's your rock bottom.
what you do for baseball reminds me of field goal kickers, what they do for football, okay? Now, here's my question. What's your golf game?
Oh, man.
Are you a golfer? What's your handicap, Liam?
I am not a golfer, but I can. Let's put it this way: if we win the World Series,
Okay.
I'm going to come out and I'm going to outkick your kicker.
Okay.
Not kicker. Let's go punter.
You want?
Let's go punter. I can kick a football a decent way. So when we do that, I'm going to put it on the line. We'll raise some money for a charity of whoever's choosing. Whoever wins takes the pot for that charity.
And Wani, Liam's dad, an Australian rules football star,
Well,
right, Liam?
we have to maybe get the Bears
Yeah,
involved in that and the
football.
kickers. That's awesome. No, and the reason
last time I kicked against somebody, it was the kicker for the Raiders, who then I think got delisted after I outkicked him in spring training. So.
well, you would have done that to a bunch of my kickers. So I'm glad you weren't here when I was coaching. But the reason I asked you that, in all seriousness, most field goal kickers are very good golfers. And I don't know it's because they have extra time on their hands when everybody else is working, or they always talk to me, well, Coach, it's the focus and concentration and the pressure that when I get one, it's to win the game. And that's what you do. When you go in, I mean, you're the game closer. You're the game winner for them. And that's, boy, I admire that. A lot of pressure on you that people probably take for granted.
Yeah, I mean, you look at pressure that builds diamonds, right? And that's the way. If you can handle it, you can handle it. It's a tough job out there. It's something that I don't think everybody can sometimes handle, but it's one of the things that I love because being a pressure cooker is where you want to be. You want to have that game on your line. You want to have that game on your shoulders. As a kid, you never think about, and baseball, you never think about, okay, well, I'm just going to be the guy who gets on base for the guy who's going to hit that game walk-off homer in Game 7. As a kid, I was like, I'm going to be on the mound and I'm going to strike this guy out for Game 7 with a load of bases, 3-2 count. I'm coming in and I'm doing that. I guarantee it's the same for the kickers. They envision, like, post-game, like, at the end of the game, siren's gone. You got one more play. This kick wins it or loses it. That's the situation you want to be in. That builds character, and it's some interesting guys you have to find. And generally, a lot of us tend to be a little weird.
All the kickers are weird. Yeah, they're all weird kickers. Absolutely.
Like hockey goalies.
There you go.
Yeah. .400670 is the contest line. Be the sixth caller, and you can get some Eric Clapton tickets. 312-540-0670. Also can text and Twitch in your questions for one last thing.
Yes, the Eric Clapton early stuff, the collaborative stuff. Danny, you're a big Blind Faith guy.
Always have been.
Or Cream.
Sure.
Cream, Disraeli Gears, one of the first albums I ever loved all the way through. A lot of good stuff. Solo stuff, but, let's see what he plays. Enjoy, people.
312-540-0670.
So what were you craving the technological advancement of this weekend?
I know that umpiring is really hard. It's a really tough job. I did it. I was terrible at it.
I don't think we've heard nearly enough about that.
Oh, I got stories. It was bad. Also, I wasn't always sober. Yeah, regardless. Makes it more difficult. smoke a bowl in the car and then go umpire some 6th grade girls softball. It's not good.
Some girl's season ends. You wonder why it was a bad call because the ump was higher than a Georgia Pine.
Right.
Yeah. Paid $60. It's 1,000 degrees outside. Parents are yelling at
$60 a game.
I think so.
I got 25 in the Schaumburg Athletic Association.
Well,
wow.
North Shore, baby.
North Shore Winnetka frat boy.
North Shore Winnetka frat
Not
boy.
Winnetka, not in a frat. Not the point. But I know it's hard. And I actually think
Those poor 6th grade girls, man.
yes, some of them were younger. I did 3rd and 4th grade. I also did like college summer league stuff.
Yeah, but I mean,
Like, those kids could throw really hard. It was terrifying. I
bet.
hated every minute.
All of it, huh?
I hated all of it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about those girls though. Like some of them, if you hadn't ruined their careers and their dreams, they might have been playing in the College World Series right now. Oklahoma might not be undefeated. You know what I'm saying?
I told you this story before. I did it with my cousin, and he had umpired a lot. And he was living with us, and one time we showed up, and it was a softball gig, and he thought that it was like a gig where 2 people came, but it was literally 3rd and 4th grade like girls t-ball, and the coaches were like, "We've never had 2 umpires for this level of play." They're like, "Oh no!" Like they sent it out. He's my field blue, and I was not sober. And
you're out there being the field ump for T-ball.
So I'm the field ump for T-ball, not sober. And there's a throw to first base. Ball beats the runner.
Yeah.
I punch the girl out.
I wouldn't have done that. I would have just called her out.
Jesus Christ, dude. Got this drunk guy hitting little league softball players.
I think it's too aggressive to me. I mean, I've never seen Angel Hernandez do that. You know what I'm saying?
The problem was first baseman dropped the ball, but I didn't see. And so the girl's just standing
you went to replay?
She's just standing on first base being like, looking at like her dad who's the coach or something, being like, does this guy know the rules? like the first baseman has to get. And so
he's 3 sheets to the wind.
So the inning changes. My cousin comes out to me. He's like, dude, you gotta get a hold of yourself. I'm like, I can't handle this, man. And I left, and I went and sat in the car for the rest of the game.
Oh, my God.
True story.
Wow.
Yeah, mortified.
And that young man grew up to be
me,
Joe West.
Yeah, it's possible. So I'm watching the games, and I know it's a tough job, and I know that the technology on the screen with the pitch graphic is not perfect.
Talking about balls and strikes from the home plate umpire?
Balls and strikes, home plate umpire. And I've talked with Len Casper about this. Len made a long point of, he's like, umpiring is probably better than it's ever been, but we have more replay technology information, so we notice it around the margin. So whether you agree with that or not, because I do think in some other sports, technology has made officiating worse, but just to keep it on this for a second, I'm watching that first game, the first game of the doubleheader. And when Tommy Edmonds up the plate.
Yeah, Scott Efros.
Yeah, when your fellow sidearmer threw the ball and the ball's 4 or 5 inches off the plate.
Yeah, 4 or 5 inches off the plate.
3-2 count.
Big moment.
5-1 game, bases loaded, 2 outs. And the umpire punches him out. And the Cardinals manager goes ballistic and throws the iPad and gets ejected, and it was hilarious. Robot umpires. I know Les was afraid of them. But the automated strike zone, ABS, if they can perfect that technology and get it to where it is in tennis, it's a no-brainer for baseball.
Right, but the problem, sure.
I know they're not there yet, but it's interesting. People don't agree with that simple premise. If the technology gets perfected, it makes the sport better.
I think most people are ready to accept that if the technology is perfected. With tennis, you've got static lines. The lines are right there. They're painted on the ground, or the tape from the French Open is there, and you can use Hawkeye just with these landlocked lines, and you're fine. With baseball, it's defining the plate. Like, where is it? Is it when it crosses the plate? In the middle of the plate? Is it when it crosses in the back of the plate? It's certainly not where it hits the glove. All those pitch FX systems or all those like score boxes, the strike zone boxes that you see on your television.
Yeah.
Those are all different from technology to technology, network to network.
I know.
They don't share a proprietary standard that would need to be established. The best one, the one I like the most is the ESPN Sunday night one that is in the shape of a plate. So at least they're giving you the full 3D view from their perspective of what we think it would be, and that's the one that fools you into thinking that maybe it's as good as the tennis one, and it's Hawkeye. But the last that I've heard and the last that I've read is that they're not there on that. I think once the technology is standardized from MLB's perspective, it will get pushed through because it's not going to mean the elimination of the home plate umpire either. The home plate umpire is going to get the indicator in his ear or however of what the Hawkeye system is saying, and then they will call it so they can facilitate everything as normal so it looks normal. They can be there for plays of the plate, and police anything else that might need to be policed at the plate.
I think that, like, they're trying it, right? Like you said, at the lower levels. You will lose something, even if you don't lose the home plate umpire. You will lose, like, the manager's not going to come out and argue with a computer. But it will be interesting to see if we're 2 years away, 5 years away, like whenever we get there, because perfection's unattainable. We've learned that in sports from replay, other than tennis. But tennis, it is defined lines on the court. Tennis replay system is perfect. It is objectively perfect. Every other sport with replay, there are still some issues. My favorite game, football. We often have a play.
What's a catch?
That we have a play that's reviewed that the rules official comes on the broadcast and says, this is going to be called one way. And then it gets called another way. And then a third rules official, like Pereira's working the game, he says it should be called A. New York calls it B, and then Dean Blandino releases a video like hours later that's like, it probably should have been A.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like they go back and forth. Like, so it is, perfection's unattainable, but I wonder how far away we are to getting to whatever the current standard is.
Mm-hmm.
The technology's better.
I'll do the research on it and come back with that answer. I'll come back with that. I know
they're trying into the PCL league. I know it's mixed reviews. It doesn't feel like it's a year or two away. It feels like it's longer.
They've tried it in a few different experimental leagues, and everybody that I've talked to about it says that they're just not there yet. And I wonder if anything else still needs to be defined in order to get closer to it.
Right. Every stadium would need to have cameras in the exact same place and the technology and all that. But I don't know. It feels like the type of thing that would make the game better.
Yeah. But the problem is, like, if you see what Christopher Morel does with two strikes, he crouches. A lot of people do that. They'll change. Some of them will choke up on the bat. Some will open up the stance a little bit.
Reminder, Anthony Rizzo did that. He choked up with two strikes all the time.
Thank you very much. They called it the B-hack. It was very popular.
Did you see Morel's tag over the weekend, by the way?
Good tagger.
Quick tagger.
Super
really good
tagger. That guy's a fast tagger. But so all of a sudden, his strike zone is completely shifted.
But that's not how it's supposed to be.
Oh, no, sure it is. Because his strike zone is shifted because his body has changed. So now...
So if I just crouch down and I get on my knees, then I have no strike zone?
Ladies and gentlemen, Ricky Henderson has entered the chat. Pete Rose has entered the chat.
No, but that's, okay.
No, if you crouch like that and you minimize shoulder to the knees, and that has gotten honored historically. Are we not honoring that? Is the strike zone where from the shoulder to the knees based on where a guy is standing? Why should he be penalized for hitting from a crouch if that's how he hits from? You know what I mean? So the strike zone is going to have to move based on when the person moves.
Right. It should not be the same. It should not be the same for Altuve and Aaron Judge.
Correct.
Of course.
And also, but if somebody changes the way they're standing and approaching it, they shouldn't be beholden to a strike zone that's up here if they're now standing here and that's where the strike zone is over the plate.
I actually disagree with that.
Okay, well that's
because so if I get 3 balls, I should be able to crouch down as low as possible, make the strike zone impossible for you to hit, and then get a walk.
You could crouch a little bit more. I don't know. I see what you're saying by taking it to that extreme level. But there's sort of an honor system in there because you're not.
No honor amongst thieves.
Well, not everybody's a thief, but
it's baseball.
There's a lot of it going on, but they usually don't take it to that extreme of a level, an extreme of a place.
Yeah, we know the technology's not there. I fully grant you that. It's not going to be perfect, but I wonder when the tipping point is because umpiring right now isn't perfect. So say, what percentage of balls and strikes do you think umpires get correct? 97%?
Yeah,
98%?
So there are numbers out there, but again, those numbers are based on whatever strike zone box.
Right. So what do you think it is? Like it's a very high number. They do a very good job. I just wonder when the technology will get to that place. It doesn't have to be 100% to be instituted.
Well, we're hitting on some of the conversations. Where on the plate is the strike zone? Where spatially in terms of high and low when a guy moves and when a body moves, where is that? It's difficult to define. You might end up needing to have sensors of some kind in the jersey and the pants of ball players and base it off of that, right? Because that's what the umpire's doing is looking at where the guy's standing and saying, yeah, that's a strike or that's not a strike.
What about, just one more thing on this and then we'll get to your questions for one last thing. You've been watching a lot of the NBA playoffs, right?
I have.
Got a challenge. It's a fun strategic element. When do you challenge? Do you save your challenge for the end of the game when a call is the most crucial because there's the least amount of time to overcome a bad call? Or do you want to use it earlier in a game when a star player maybe would get his third foul with 4 minutes left in the first half, and then you would be benching that player when you otherwise wouldn't have? What about one challenge per team? 4 balls and strikes. 1. So
you get 1 balls and strikes challenge.
1 balls and strikes challenge. So it's 3-2 count. It's 5-1. The bases are loaded.
But what are we?
That ball is 4 inches offside.
What's the strike zone though? What's the strike zone? Whichever TV network is doing the game?
Yeah, our eyes.
Or
our eyes.
Or
New York
on MLB.com. I don't think our eyes is going to go.
Maybe that's how they do it in New York, right? That's how challenges work now. They go to the replay office and someone watches the video. And they just watch it.
But they're looking for a definitive tag or whether it's fair or foul or that kind of stuff.
Well, right. But so you wouldn't do it if it was like borderline on the edge. It would have to be to the naked eye. Because I'm saying you could institute that tomorrow if you wanted to.
Not for balls and strikes, because
why?
Because you got to define whose strike zone you're using.
No, but again, like that. Just using that one as an example. Any strike zone in the world, that was a ball, right? There's no one would have said that ball was 4 inches off the plate to the naked eye. He blew it.
Yeah, so that one would be easy to call a ball, but if you have a review, then that means that even borderline stuff could come into question, and you've got to have a defined zone that you're working with.
Well, right, but it'd be really risky without the technology to use a challenge on something that was borderline on a balls and strike. But I don't know. Like, obviously, I was happy with the result for the Cubs, but I'm watching.
You were frustrated.
It felt like I wasn't watching a fair. I felt like the rest of the game should have been played under protest. 5-1, bases loaded, the ball's 4 inches off the plate, and their manager gets tossed from the game because of it.
You know what Scott Efros said is that he thought it was a little closer than it looked on screen, and also he hit his spot. He hit his spot with conviction, and sometimes an ump will pay you off for that. Like that's what you're doing. He'd thrown one earlier in the count. He said all those things. He told you all those things why a human might have made that call, like the umpire did.
It felt ridiculous, and I was thinking about it for the next few innings. I was like, that's the game. The game right there is on the guy behind the 65-year-old behind home plate, making the bad call. You know, and it's just like. You're the 25-year-old player in the prime of his athletic career. It just doesn't. It seems like that's a problem that could have been corrected. We answer your questions for one last thing next on The Score.
Dan Bernstein, middays 9 a.m. to noon on The Score.
You can't take your eyes off Christopher Morel right now. You can't. He's too much fun. Just enjoy it. Make sure you take the time to enjoy because baseball will come for him too. And I hope I'm wrong.
From the 630, which one of you guys has been smacked or punched in the face most recently?
Who are these people?
Like Chris Rock. Ray said he's got a story. Ray said he has a story about getting smacked or punched in the face.
Smacked in the face. What did Will Smith do to you?
Okay, so I was punched in the face. This was like, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago. Okay. I was working at an auto parts store, and I got sucker punched, and my jaw got fractured because I didn't see it coming. I had to get my mouth wired like Kanye West. I couldn't eat for the whole summer. I was on like Kanye West, didn't show up for breakfast, all that whole thing, liquid diet, man, it sucked.
What'd you do to deserve it?
Nothing. I worked at an auto parts store as a cashier.
So did you sell some bad windshield wipers?
No, the guy came in for like a Sprite on a hot May day, almost June. And I thought it was weird.
Give the man a Sprite. Give him a Sprite.
He didn't say anything. He gave me $2. I had to turn away because that's the way the registers were set up. Had to turn away, put the money in the register, sucker punched.
That is so terrible.
Wait,
Ruined my summer.
I don't understand. What was the end game? Did he take money? Or
he ran out. He took this is the end of the story.
Took the Sprite?
He took the whole till, and ran out the store.
Oh, I see.
That's a robbery.
Yeah, that's
my son. Yes.
Some call that a robbery.
I like to punch him in his face.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I like to punch
Didn't
him in
even
his
take
face.
the Sprite, man.
Oh man, no, the Sprite was a ruse, Ray.
It was.
Yeah, I think
and it was for less than $200.
it sounds like that might still be able to happen to you if you don't realize that it wasn't about the Sprite, man.
Oh, I know.
Through the wire. I'm so sorry. Wow.
That's the Diaz difference. If I've ever seen
I was
it.
really hoping Ray did something that earned it, but no, not likely.
Oh man.
Wow.
That is amazing. That makes the whole week of radio worthwhile.
Yes. I don't know.
Ask any question.
I just want to ask you
for anyone on the show.
Question.
I completely understand the questions that are going to come.
I just want to ask you one question.
I know that these questions could go on and on each and every day.
I just want to ask you one question.
Is that a real question? What you want me to say to
I
that?
just want to ask you one question.
Why y'all be so negative? I didn't think about that. I don't know.
to ask questions.
I just want to ask you
Well, that's a great question.
one question.
One last thing with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
We like to end the show with your questions. You know the drill. Don't have a ton of time. Let's get right to them.
From Charlotte J. Now that you guys have been on camera for so long, is there anything you have to do to remind yourself? Is there anything you have to remind yourself not to do? Pick your nose or something like that.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a good point. Note to self: don't pick.
Right, we're on
nose.
camera. Right. We don't do much for the cameras.
Right.
I try to dress. I try to think about it a little bit more in terms of the dressing. But
It's a
maybe
nice T-shirt you're wearing today.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Maybe it's just a product of my marriage. I don't come in here wrinkled too often anymore.
Yeah, but I don't think about. I probably should think about the cameras a little bit more than I
Okay.
do, to be honest with you.
From MPAT75, what would you rather have a close encounter with in the wild? An alligator, a bear, or a moose?
Oh, a moose.
moose.
A moose. I don't feel like a moose would consider killing me, whereas I feel a bear and an alligator that might cross both of them.
Alligators definitely last.
I think moose would have been my would have been my last.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
No,
ridiculous.
I'm saying moose is the one I'd least like to run into.
Why?
Right.
Because they're incredibly quick and incredibly violent.
Mooses?
Yeah.
Meese?
You don't hear.
It's because there aren't as many around here as there are bears and alligators.
Very few downtown.
But I think moose would be last for me. You know how easy it is to subdue a crocodile or an alligator?
No.
As long as you're in the right position.
Yeah, you're just like making a chicken sandwich.
How'd that work out for the hunter guy? Huh?
Yeah,
Guy
the
who hunted.
crocodile hunter.
It didn't work
He's
out
a
so well for
trained
him.
hunter.
Well, that was a mistake. He was drunk, like Danny umpiring softball.
It was a stingray, too.
How
Stingray
would
got
you
him.
subdue an alligator?
You just have to get on top of it.
And do what?
Put pressure on its snout.
Yeah, that sounds easy. That's a good call.
Okay. All right, read a book.
All right.
No, thank you.
All right. The last time you said that you could smash an apple with your bare hands, you proved us right. Now we're going to arrange
Get
for
an
you.
alligator in here, bro.
no
yeah,
problem.
we're going to arrange for you to have an alligator.
You got a
in
surprise. Rich Wyatt, come on in. Got an alligator.
The alligator's here.
You're going to subdue this alligator.
No
Mitch
way.
will just walk across the street and grab an alligator. Come back.
I could take an alligator in the right setting.
Good to know. Texter says, Shane, what race or ethnicity of an adopted human child most closely compares to a doodle, since there's too many doodles?
Right, and he
White.
said that
White for
adopting
sure.
a dog is the same as having a kid.
Yeah, white
Right.
for sure. Way too many white kids out
Too
there.
many white kids.
Yeah. It's an overblown species. Less white kids, 2022.
Okay.
Oh, God. Do we have any more questions?
No, that's good. 553. Yeah, I only pulled 2. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
It's all right.
That's fine. God.
Well,
No NBA Finals game until Wednesday. Kind of sucks.
Yeah, well, they're taking their time.
7 games over 17 days.
Yeah.
But
And it's just a 6-game day in MLB. Only 6 games in baseball.
Oh, that must have been tough for Beat the Streak.
It's true. I still got Jose Altuve. Beat the streak. And my guy J.P. Crawford. The Mariners tonight against the Astros.
It's kind of surprising for the finals that they're doing it Wednesday and Friday. And Friday's a terrible TV night.
Yeah, you'd think.
Why not
right?
do Tuesday, Thursday?
They should.
Right?
It always used to be. It always used to be Tuesday, Thursday.
I wonder why they did that.
I don't know.
So they did Thursday, Sunday, Wednesday, Friday for games 1 through 4?
Really spreading their days around.
Doesn't make any sense. Shane doesn't love the NBA schedule talk. He's giving us the wrap it up
We
side.
just have spots to get in.
Oh,
I
that
don't have
too.
to talk about days that the finals are being played.
These are days of the week, Shane. They ended why. Thank you to Zach Miller. He was our guest today. Connor O'Donnell, Twitch chat video stream. Thank you, sir. Ray Diaz, thank you for all your help. Shane Reardon, our executive producer and a raging anti-boothist. Chris Tannehill makes us sound better than we are each and every day. For Matt Spiegel, I'm Danny Parkins. We are Parkins and Spiegel. This is The Score.
And what a moment. You can't script the movie any better. Nobody laughed.
Dan Bernstein, middays 9 a.m. to noon on The Score.
You can't take your eyes off Christopher Morel right now. You can't. He's too much fun. Just enjoy it. Make sure you take the time to enjoy, because baseball will come